Dude, Apples. Dude, I love when that dude pops up. He's like the video game attorney me is every time I see him, it's like whack-a-mole, right? Like he'll kind of show up, he'll say some retarded fucking shit, and you just kind of whack him, and then he'll delete his tweets and fuck off. I like it. I love it. Feels good, man. We need to have like I feel like we need to have like a recap. Like I need to do a recap YouTube video of all the shit that's gone on over the past couple weeks. Just to kind of summarize everything so I can set the record straight. Because there's a lot of people that think a lot of really dumb shit about me right now. I guess based on where your particular political narrative comes from. Why is CGA getting involved in acting like there's a case when Sargon... No, he just... Anytime he sees anything about me pop up, he likes to, like, take a dig at me. I don't know why. He's just fucking retarded. Hey, Destiny, it was so cute getting to see you talk to someone who admired you from when you were younger. Or you admired from when you were younger. It's been pretty wholesome memes these past few days. Yep. Okay, so let me walk through what happened here. Because I don't think a lot of people realize what has happened. And I actually think that this is pretty funny. Before Sargon starts deleting it and before they start changing their narrative and everything, okay? So this is what I think happened, okay? So I DMCA'd a bunch of clips that Sargon ripped and put onto his channel, okay? So let's go over things that's going on from a legal point of view, okay? If anybody has screenshots of these clips, I would love to see them. But I'm pretty sure he had 4 individual clips, all of these, which had 5-digit views. I want to say 50,000 plus on all 4. But he had 4 different clips ripped of mine onto his channel. And what happened was... so he'd uploaded these clips right from my YouTube video. He didn't even cut them from the stream. They came right from the YouTube video because it was zoomed in on the camera and everything. So, you know, and fuck it, dude. I DMCA'd the shit. It was my shit. And I DMCA'd him. So fuck it, dude. He has 100,000+ subs on this YouTube channel. He makes a living on YouTube. He should know how this works. My sympathy levels are very, very, very low. For me personally, I would never directly rip somebody's YouTube channel and then put it on my shit because... seems like a really fucking bad idea. So what happened was, I think Sargon got a notification that all of that shit had happened, and he got the notification and he screenshotted this and he pasted it, but I don't think he actually read this. So this was what he posted back on the 14th of March, okay? We have received 3 notifications alleging copyright infringement in one of your postings. Consequently, your account is subject to termination. Your ability to post new videos has been suspended. Your access to your account will be disabled completely unless we receive from you a valid counter notification disputing at least one of the claims by the 21st of March. Okay? He posted this on his channel on the 14th of March, and he said, no shit post for the foreseeable future. DMCA's have consequences. When will I learn copyright law, right? But I don't think he read this. I don't think he read it. So... Now, today is the 21st. He didn't file any copyright counterclaims, and now his channel got shut down. And he's like, what? You guys said he must have filed false extra strikes on the videos I had already moved. First of all, I don't even think this is possible. How do you file copyright strikes on videos that had already been removed? I don't even think this is possible. And he's like, why did I get a second round of 2 copyright strikes? Like, what do you even, this doesn't prove anything. What are you talking about? All these videos were uploaded on the 14th. Right? I don't know what he's talking about. Like this is proof or some shit. Steven, I received 2 further copyright strikes from your email address. According to YouTube, you already sent 2. What? Oh shit, that's the dude. Hold on. Can you take him to court? Dog, he lives in the United Kingdom. No one's going to international court over some shit on fucking YouTube. Wait, did you go nuclear and you say all 4 or just tag 2 of them? No, I fucking did all 4. Why would I try to send a message? Do you understand the hypocrisy? Do you understand how much this bothers me? That these people spend their whole life, these guys have made careers out of victimizing themselves. These guys have made careers. Remember, I used to make fun of people for doing this. We all used to make fun of Anita Sarkeesian, and we all used to make fun of Zoe Quinn for being professional victims, right? Does YouTube send you email confirming you filed the claims, like for legal paper trail? Yeah, they do, but who cares? I don't need to prove anything, dude. He had 4 videos. I DMCA'd the 4 videos, and now he's fucked. I guess he didn't read the shit. Why not screen cap the emails? Because it doesn't matter, because these people don't care. These people live in a post-fact world where nothing matters. The only thing that matters is the fucking narrative that their particular flavor of alt-right retard shoves down their fucking throat. I shouldn't say alt-right, I guess, when I'm talking about Sargon, but everyone knows why. Dude, like, release the emails to prove them wrong. All these emails give me are the URLs of the video, so I don't even know if it would work. I don't want to go through all this effort. Nobody even cares. He's just gonna say that I'm not showing the. He's just gonna say that I'm not showing the right emails. He's gonna say that I sent more that I don't want to screenshot. Like, here's one sent 7 days ago. Destiny implies Mexican immigrants. What's wrong with communism? Here's one that was sent 7 days ago. This one just said this video is unavailable, so I don't even know if that was his or not. Like, it's... This video is unavailable. It doesn't, like, tell me the information about the video that I DMCA'd or anything. Yeah, this video is unavailable. That's not necessarily true, Esports Batman. Calm down there, buddy. Woof. Be careful. You're a lawyer. You don't want to give fucked up legal advice. Watch out. This is why not? And then he posts a hit piece on me? What a fucked up fucking cuckboy piece of shit. How fucking sad are you? How pathetic are you? You don't even know how your own fucking job works, dude. How embarrassing must it be to have a 28-year-old little manlet fuck from the United States who lives in bumfuck Nebraska point out that you don't even know the basics of how your job works? How humiliated do you think he is? Do you think he goes to bed every night like shivering in fear and like crying because he has no idea how like the own laws surrounding the way that his own job functions works? Do you ever think that bothers him a lot? Like, holy fuck, what a fucking idiot, dude. Ugh. Destiny, it's correct. Procedure requires a counterclaim to be answered or the DMCA claim is discarded. Look it up. So this is how it works on YouTube, Esports Backman. This is why maybe legally what you're saying might be true in a court proceeding, but not on YouTube, okay? Unless this has changed recently, in which case you can correct me. But on YouTube, when you get a copyright strike on your channel, that copyright strike lasts for, it's either 30, 60, or 90 days, okay? If somebody files a claim against you and a video is DMCA'd. However, if you counterclaim, the reason why you, I'm guessing, are suggesting you would counterclaim is because in the legal system, there's no harm in doing a counterclaim and losing, right? Or doing an appeal and losing, right? There's no harm in that. But in the YouTube world, if you file a counterclaim against the DMCA and lose, that copyright strike stays on your account permanently. Now, this is how I understand it used to work. Unless that's changed recently, then yeah, you should go ahead and file counterclaims. But my understanding of the way that YouTube works is that if you file a counterclaim and lose, that copyright strike stays on your account into perpetuity, forever. So you actually do have something to lose. It's not like you can just file a counterclaim to force a response, but if you file the counterclaim and lose, it hurts you, right? Whereas like legally, I understand that Maybe I understand what you're saying, but I don't think it works that way on YouTube. YouTube's process is stupid because if you lose, you are being sued. You have more to wear. Well, it doesn't matter if it's stupid. I'm just saying that, like, if somebody files, I agree that YouTube's process is stupid. This is why I hate the video game attorney, Esports Batman. It's because he tried to make it sound like YouTube was innocent in all this. They're not. They have a system that grossly favors the DMCA, or I don't disagree with you there. But yeah, this is the problem. There are people that will make companies, fake companies on YouTube just to run around and claim people's videos to get their money. It's fucked up. But yeah, and the YouTube system definitely overfavors the person filing the claim, and it's very scary to counterclaim a DMCA claim because if you lose, you get a permanent strike on your account. Like, yeah, the problem is that the big problem, and lawyers will know more about this, IP lawyers. The problem is that what's going on YouTube isn't actually a DMCA, right? Because I'm pretty sure that a DMCA takedown is actually kind of like similar to like a legal cease and desist that you have to actually like send yourself, right? Like what happens on YouTube, these copyright claims aren't legally like DMCA takedown notices, I don't think, but how can you lack so much integrity, dude, and be somebody that constantly cries about the evil leftist people? Based on recent court cases, you can sue for false claims. Okay, but you're talking about going all the way to court, dog. Most people don't want to go all the way to court for stuff like this, right? So you're pretty reliant on YouTube's system. You understand that nothing at stake here is worth it for Sargon or me to go to international court, right? What would we do? Would he come to the United States? And would we do it like a local court here? Or would I go to the United Kingdom? Oh, well, he would be filing the claim against me, so he would have to come for at least the initial hearing. I think he would have to be here in person, right? He would have to fly to the United States, because I don't think you can. I don't think your lawyer can represent you by proxy in all, like, for every single part of the process, right? So, honestly, and like this sounds really cucky, and it's really empty for me to say this now. But if Sargon would have counterclaimed the videos, I probably would have. I probably would have just let it slide, because I mean, he did come on and we did talk and everything, and I didn't think he would like lose the whole fucking channel. Like, holy shit, But he didn't even file counterclaims because I don't think he read anything that YouTube said. Why is he sending me these tweets? Can he not? Do you think he can't read? You're normally perfectly fine with this. Just admit you're doing it to be a dick. Everyone can see it. And then he quotes my tweet. Sorry, rehosting my content is a privilege. Does he not know what privilege means? What? What does privilege mean to you guys? This is like a bully now, except I came home today with 500 fucking mentions because he decides to do this shit where he gets his whole fucking fan base on me. Now I have these people fucking tweeting that they're gonna come kill me and shit. God damn it, dude. You do realize that filing false DMCA claims is legal, right? Your corrupt takedown of the new meme media channel has been noted. Expect people to retaliate. This came from Teflon X5. Woof. What was that donation? So is Sargon coming out of the stream tonight? Probably not, dude. Destiny, YouTube copyright strikes are in response to DMCA claims. Google even confirms it. If you get a copyright strike, that means your video's been taken down from YouTube because a copyright owner sent us a complete and valid legal request to do so. When a copyright owner formally notifies that you have their permission, we take down your upload to comply with the DMCA, the Digital Millennium. It's too complicated for me, but I was under the impression that the way that YouTube handles this are these claims are still handled extra legal. Like, these are outside of the technical legal system. That even though they say that it's like a valid legal request, that it's not actually a technical DMCA takedown. I could be wrong on that though. Again, this isn't my I can't really speak to this. That's what I was led to the impression of. But I could be wrong. I guess maybe they are full legal requests, right? Just outright ask him if he filed a counterclaim. Oh, do you think I should? Okay, here we go. Let's do this. Sargon verse. It's not. It's not. There's no verse. He's just completely wrong in every size, shape, and form. Like he's just complete. He's like a lost child stumbling blindly throughout the world. I feel a fair use lawsuit coming. Please, Sargon, make an example out of him. Oh, yeah, Apple's. Yeah, rely on the safe harbor from the DMCA. So, I'm only giving you what I've heard, esports Batman. So, I mean, you know more than this. You're a fucking lawyer, right? The way that I have understood this is the digital rights, the DMCA, the Digital Millennium DMCA, Copyright Act. Basically, what you have to do for the courts is, this is my impression, right? Is you have to show the courts that you are acting in good faith to show that you really are making an honest effort to remove content that violates somebody's copyright rights, right? So that's where YouTube's whole system comes from, right? This is why you should have talked about the DMCA and lost discussion. I did. I offered to talk about it, and he said he didn't want to talk about it much. He said that he understood and he was cool and he moved on. But I don't think he was cool. Like I said, I don't think that he actually read the fucking thing. I think he was just really excited to copy paste it onto Twitter. I don't think he actually read it. Do you feel like you're fighting on many fronts too, since the animators and the whole alt-right community is against you? Dude, I love this shit, man. I fucking live for this shit. Do you think I give a fuck? I'll fucking do this shit all day, man. I shit post on Twitter for fun, dude. I used to do this shit for fun when I was a kid, and now I get paid to fucking levy savage fucking insults for these fucking cucks. For these fucking cucks to come up against me on fucking Twitter out of nowhere and to just fucking slap them down, dude. It's too easy. I'm happy. Did you see this one? I'm proud of this one. I'm happy to show Destiny reality for you. This video game attorney always comes out of nowhere, right? What are you gonna do? Recommend him to a competent law firm? Oh, can you feel? Feels good, man. I'll do this shit all fucking day, man. I'll do this in between cues, dude. Is there a meme I missed with a video game attorney? Basically, he says a bunch of retarded shit that I think is retarded as fuck. I think he's retarded about everything he says, and I pointed out as much a while ago, and he got, like, ultra fucking salty about it. Every time he gets into a fight with me, he deletes all of his tweets about it, and then he, like, shows up, like, a month or two again. I think Sargon is winning to the neutral spectator because of all the shit taken out of context. He hasn't even tweeted anything to prove any of his point. He's, like, tweeting, like, random fucking pictures of, like, I don't even know. How do I win against this? What do I say? I filed the DMCA claims. He posted a clip saying literally that if he didn't contest anything, it would be taken down. But I guess he just didn't contest anything. Like, read donation to make a Godsend email. Listen, dude, at some point we might, okay? Fuck off, RTBA. The fucking shit posting, dude. Sargon Avocado's face when he can't read what YouTube explicitly said to him. And he tweeted. What are these screenshots supposed to prove? Is it because the image isn't here on these two videos? He thinks I like waited. He thinks I'm like staggering my attacks. I'm command buffering him so that I could do optimal damage. Stop saying this. Stop saying that he thought. Stop saying that. It's not true. Or if he did think it, it's because he didn't read. Don't say that he thought that nothing would happen. This is his tweet. He tweeted this. Okay? We have received three. I didn't even think this is right. I don't think it was 3. I think it was 4, but maybe it means at least 3. He posted this on his Twitter. We have received 3 notifications alleging copyright infringement in one of your videos. Blah, 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 blah. Your access to your account will be disabled completely unless we receive from you a valid counter notification disputing at least one of those claims by the 21st of March, which is today. Do you understand? He can't read. Three is the amount to get your channel shut down. Yeah, I know. So it probably means at least 3, but yeah, 3 is what gets it shut down. Yeah. Someone needs to put you in your place. Maybe someone should file 3 strikes against you. I don't rip people's content and put it on my fucking YouTube channel. What? Oh, man.
You know, quite often I get YouTube comments, messages, Ask FMs, and singing telegrams telling me the main reason I haven't accepted the rationals as my true lords and saviors is because I'm only looking at idiots. Apparently it's my fault that the stupidest neo-reactionaries and anti-feminists on YouTube are also the most popular, rising to the top, like the whitest cream. But I'm sure that's my anti-free speech, pro-censorship, virtue signal, regressive leftist, white-hating, pro-Spengler bias talking. There must be some really actually smart thinkers out there with the real evidence on their side to back up their beliefs, right? So let's look at some studies done into supposedly feminist issues and see what the best and brightest of the internet badass ultra-rationals have to offer. Oh, and if for some reason you're upset by trigger warnings, I invite you to grow up, you big fucking baby! One term anti-feminism simply cannot abide is 1 in 5, a term referring to a study released in 2007 with data gathered from 2...
Alright, I'm not watching this whole video, dude. Minecraft server today? Yeah, I think so. God damn it. We had just gotten, dude. I would refresh my Twitter and I would only have like 2 mentions, and now we're back to fucking 20 every 30 seconds. Turn the robot lady on, or I'm joining sides with Sargon. I'm gonna be listening to that house thing soon, and I want to and I'm gonna be playing Minecraft, so. Aw, this guy admitted that he was fanboying really hard. Aw.
How do I explain?
I love that this video is gonna be so popular now, because every fucking retard. This is like the. It's like the Clinton Cash for Destiny, or like Loose Change, but for me now. It's a pretty good meme, dude. This contemporary classical composer seems to have a different take on that type of music than you. Would be a good guest for discussion. Wait, what?
I wanted to offer an update on what's going on with my channel and what some of my future plans are for it. So it's been an extremely busy time, and I want to keep making as many videos as I can, and fortunately that's been made a little bit easier by the fact that I've had somewhat of an increase in Patreon support recently, and that's great, and I'd like to thank everyone who has contributed to that so far. It really does help me to liberate the time that I need in order to focus on this channel. So the other thing is I've received a lot of feedback, and a lot of it has been extremely helpful and constructive, so please don't hesitate to write in on the comment stream and let me know if there are areas of repertoire that you think that I should be covering, or if there are things that you think could be made better with the videos. Here's a small sampling of some of the things that people have written in to say. Thank you so much for these amazingly instructive videos. I've always loved your earlier videos on...
Okay, nice too. Alright. I'll be back in a few minutes, and I'll play one round of CS Joe with RNA, I think. And then we'll play either Minecraft or Don't Starve. Probably Minecraft. Somebody, it's always funny reading some of the responses, right? So half the people that respond to these threads think that I'm like here on like pseudonyms or like, you know, anon posting to defend myself. Some guy says, turn off that proxy, Destiny. Your minerals are getting high. That's a good one, dude. I think Sargon is broken. Destiny asked him why he didn't dispute the claims, and his response was, because you are a man of low character. Where I need to screenshot that interaction, actually. That was a good meme. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Fuck, I have fucking... I've got the hiccups, boys. It's all over. All right. Could people get their Reddit accounts banned if they jump through Azodio's link? If you're clicking anybody's links, like this kind of shit, Azodio, you realize this is retarded as fuck. What did he say? Rally the troops. When you post links to Reddit like this and you're specifically calling for people to brigade, one, everybody that clicks that link could be shadow banned, and two, somebody could screenshot that and send it to the Reddit mods and get your Reddit account banned, and like there would be no sympathy for you. That shit is retarded as fuck. Don't do that shit, guys. What I meant was that KIA was rallying the troops. Are you sure about that, JonTron? Is that what you really meant? Tell us what you meant. Got him, dude. Fucking got him. God damn it, dude. Okay, I can't do this too much tonight because I need to listen to this fucking shit. What is a skeleton? What does that mean when somebody calls you a skeleton? That used to be an extension that would change every instance of... Oh, SJW would mean skeleton. Oh, never mind. Okay. Skeleton equal SJW. Spooky, scary skeletons. Jesus Christ. I love the insults that are like the compliments to me. I like Destiny has no. I'm sorry, I read polls sometimes when I get linked in chat. Destiny has no arguments outside of quoting mainstream news articles. If he didn't have Google during a debate, he would just stop talking and slowly begin to cry. He needs authoritative outlets to draw conclusions from, since anything that hasn't been pronounced by leading economists or was on the front page of the Wall Street Journal or the AP simply isn't fact. Like, this is an insult, right? Where was the one dude? There was some guy on a Reddit thread who was like, Destiny, that guy's not even smart. All he does is Google and remember facts to use to try to win debates. They're pointing out that you use fake news. No, I know, right? The implication is that I need to go to like the Zeitgeist or Zeitgeist or whatever, or like InfoWars to get woke as fuck so I can get the real fucking news or whatever. Yeah, I know. Damn, tier 4 some of that bot. Thanks, Hadri. Videos I removed. He removed them so that wouldn't happen. That's not how that works. Let's go and read about stuff that we should know. Let's go read about how YouTube works, because if we make a living on YouTube, we should probably know what it entails. Deleting a video won't resolve your strike. Let's put a big red box around this. Oh, look at that. Really makes you think. Really makes you think, doesn't it? Do you think that's enough? Do you think 2 boxes is enough? Doot 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 doot. Doot 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 doot. Bum ba dum bum doot 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 doot. Doot 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 doot. That was the Mario 2 theme song, right? Bum ba dum ba dum ba dum ba dum bum bum. Where you could be Peach and you could like fly around. Does anybody remember this? Doot 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 doot. Doot 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 doot. No, wait. Super Mario World 2? Does anybody remember this game? Was it Super Mario World 2? No, it wasn't. 3? It wasn't 4. What's the game I'm thinking of? I thought it was like the second Mario game. Mario World 2? This is on the... Was it Super Mario 2? Ah. Wait. Oh, this is a song, right? Oh, no, it isn't. Oh, yeah, this is it. Da-do-da. Bum, 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 ba-dum. Oh, my audio isn't synced. I just remember that, so it's going to sound horribly to sync. But... Apparently, fun fact, apparently this game wasn't supposed to be a Mario game at all. It was something completely different, and then it got scrapped and reskinned as a Mario game. That's why it plays so much differently than the other ones. Supposedly, I think I've read that before. The real Super Mario 2 is hard as fuck and got released later? Oh, okay, I didn't know about that. All I remember about this game was that I'm pretty sure Peach was objectively the best character because she could float with her dress. And I think she was the only one that could. The other 3 played the same. Oh, digging the sand. I remember this. Do you remember a game called Dig Dug? Did anybody play this game? Oh, you could knock the rock down to get the dinosaur. Oh, after you knock the rock down. There it goes. Bam! Oh my god, this guy's like a fucking pro. Holy shit. Do you think this guy's like a speedrunner master? Oh my god. I didn't know that you could run past them when they were blown up. I never had figured that out. This guy he's like a pro speedrunner or whatever, dude. I like that there were well, I didn't like it, it sucked, but there were only so many sound channels, even up to like the PS1 and everything, to where you couldn't be playing concurrently like a ton of different sound effects with the music. It would always like clip some of it out. Wait, do you get a bonus for knocking? Oh, he ran away. This guy's a master speedrunner. Oh my god, never mind, he is a master. Oh! Do you not even get like a bonus for multiple kills? Oh, I think the fruits in the middle appear only after you've knocked down so many rocks. There was this really old game on the PlayStation. I think it was called Namco Museum. Yeah, where you could walk around in a place. Yeah, this is like mind-blowing as a kid, dude. You had like an arcade in a game. This is like impossible shit. You could walk around inside this place. The loading screens. Oh god. And you could like pick games to play. There was a game that you could play in the Namco Museum that was like you were like a knight walking around a castle. There was a unique item on every level. Does anybody know what game I'm talking about? I don't remember what the name of this game was. Oh, this game. This game was so fucking hard, dude. I got to like level 30 or 40, I think is the highest. I think it goes up to like 70 or some shit. No, not Ghosts and Goblins. Dude, look at how obnoxious these controls are. Oh, the Tower of Duraga or whatever. I think that's what it was called. What the fuck? Was there an anime about this game? Couldn't you pick up like different items and shit? That gave you like power-ups, I think? Oh yeah, look, he's got like fast boots now and shit, so he moves faster. Oh shit, son. What is this thing? I wonder what the boss was to this game. 40. Oh my god. I never made it to floor 40. That's a fucking lie. I don't think I made it past like 15 or 20. Do you think this is the boss? No, okay. Is that the boss? Is that the princess? Oh wait, what? I have no idea what the fuck this shit is. Oh, they're just beacons. Ever played Ghosts and Goblins? Yeah, but that game was way too hard. We've talked about these games before, right? This game was fucking impossible. You had like fucking 2 lives. And when you died, you would go all the way back to the beginning of the fucking game. I think I only ever made it to the... And everything about this game was hard. Even jumping across like... Even like this shit was so fucking hard. This was so hard. And you would insta-die if you fell in and shit. Oh, dude. Yeah, this game was a fucking nightmare. Oh, wait. Wait, this isn't even the one I remember. Oh, no, yeah, it is. Yep. This area, I think, was the farthest I'd ever gotten to as a kid. I remember, yeah, this, like, building or whatever. I think I made it past here one time, but then I died immediately to the next bullshit here. Did you ever play the Lion King game on the Sega Genesis? If you're talking about the Lion King game, I think you're talking about... I think I quit this game because I could never make it through the jumping sections. Whatever this is. Oh, not on Sega. It would have been on SNES. Where your HP is like the Hakuna Matata symbol or some shit. Or this shit. Yeah, not the Hakuna. I'm sorry. Jumping in this game. Oh my god. You had to be like a fucking world record with the vines. Yeah, like... This, the controls for this game were so... This shit! I remember these levels, all the little puzzles with the monkeys and shit. But no, actually, this wasn't specifically what I'm remembering. Unless there are harder parts that come up, maybe. All of this platforming was so fucking hard, though. Like, oh my god, dude. Fucking end my life, fam. Cool. You know what game was fun as fuck, dude? I played this game so long. On the Sega, dude. Fucking Bomberman. Oh, man, this game was so much fun, dude. Wait, what? I don't know what the fuck game this is. Hold on. Maybe it was on SNES? I thought it was on Sega, though. This is on the Mega Drive? I never had this system. Oh, yeah, it would have been on the SNES. Everybody starts in a quarter, you gotta bomb your way to people. You lose friendships over this game. This is some crazy ass shit, man. People got serious as fuck for this. Oh, zombies at my neighbors. All right, can we move on and play real games? I love this game, dude. Remember, there was a level in this game where there was like a big graveyard, but you could do a secret sneak around where you could go inside the level and move up and then to the left, and you would turn into like the giant like Franken monster or some shit. Does anybody remember what I'm talking about? I don't remember which level it was, but you'd start off with like the squirt gun. Oh, look, he was the monster thing. There was probably like different ways to do it across multiple levels, right? I don't know if I ever beat this game. I feel like I don't... Whoa, shit, I don't think I did. I don't remember this shit. It's really hard because with the Sega channel, you only had access to the games for like every 2 weeks. Like bi-weekly, the games would swap out. Did we do it? Oh, never mind. There were a couple really sick games. There was another game that I played a lot of that had this top-down style view where you would run around shooting people. There was one other that I played that was so cool. What was it called? Fuck you. Does any? Come on, think. It would have been. Oh wait, I keep saying Sega, but this was on the Super Nintendo. I feel like I played this on Sega. Am I crazy? Was it never on? Maybe it wasn't on the Sega. Oh no, yeah, it was on Sega. Oh, it's crazy how I remember like all these old sounds and shit. Oh, is this the level where you can sneak on the side and become the dude? Oh, I think it is, right? Was that top area it? You've got to go around to the right and then you appear up there and then go left? And this was the... Where you could turn into like the monster dude? I only remember like bits and pieces of this shit, okay? This is a long fucking time ago. Did you ever play Sonic Pinball on Sega? Yeah, I remember that game. Oh, he's not even going through all the secret areas, is he? Oh, the giant baby, I remember this shit. Did you ever play Vector Man? That sounds like a game I did play. Do you shoot? That's a shooting meme game with the, yeah. There was another like kind of robot game where you could like mix and match parts, I think, on Sega. What was it? Oh, dude. Did you ever play Contra? Yeah, of course. What was the name of the game that had like this top-down view on Sega? Did you play Gunstar Heroes? Yeah, of course. I think I would always go for the 2 stars. If you had 2 stars as your weapons. You could just hold down the shoot button and it would like automatically shoot everything on the screen. You just had to avoid the shots. Or not stars, but this arrow shit. You would need 2 of these like green things. You talking about Smash TV? I don't know what you're talking about. Smash TV doesn't sound like a game that I ever heard of. Or no, I've never played this game. Did you ever play Rampage? That was the one where you had where you played dinosaurs. I think I played a game called Rampage 64. Yeah, right. Where you could get more credit for blowing up buildings. Cyborg Justice. Oh, I think this was the game. You could like kind of, couldn't you pick and choose like your arm attachments and whatnot? Or am I crazy? I might be crazy, dude. Do you remember Golden Axe? Yeah, dude. I think I played Golden Axe 3 is like the one I feel like I remember. I played Earthworm Jim. That shit was awesome. You rip people's arms off and put them on yourself? Saw you mentioned our SRS discussion, so I took a look and just, wow, it resonated with me. One gem I saw was how detrimental being a furry is to your life, so I'd like to debate you on that. Wait, what? I'll be citing sources from the Animorphs? What? Did you play Toe Jam and Earl? Yeah, that was a good game too. Okay, can we? I need to go. We can do this shit all day. I was gonna bring this up earlier. This is a fun game. I think this actually had like an algorithm for randomly generating worlds too, which was really interesting at the time. I think, right? I don't think these worlds were set in stone. I think they were procedurally generated. I think. I never beat this game ever. What was the ending to this game? That's it? Just finding your thing and... Aww. You reminds me of Patrick. Well, I remember the Armored Core games. I wanted to love the Armored Core games so much, but my dream had always been to build like a stable ship, a stable mech that could fly perpetually, and it was like impossible to do it. And that always made me really sad, because that's all I wanted to do. And the melee combat was really shit in all of these games. I played up to, I think Armored Core 4. Was that the one that came out on PS2? The last one that came out on the PS2, I think. Oh no, I never played this one. This came out on the PS3, so it would have been Armored Core 3 was probably the last one that I played. I like there's a lot of customization you could do with your bots though in this. This was a cool game. I liked Armored Core 3. This was a good meme. There's another Armored Core that I played. It wasn't called Armored Core 3 and it was before Armored Core 4. What am I thinking of? I know there was like another Armored Core that I got to play. Does anybody know? Was there like another one released that wasn't called like Armored Core 3? Am I making this up? Am I remembering wrong? Armored Core. I don't think Silent Line doesn't sound right. Oh, never mind. It wasn't after this. It was probably it was Armored Core 2 Another Age. I think that's what it was. I think. Well, you could like pick and choose missions, although I think you could do that in every single Armored Core. Oh, yeah, it was this. I remember the intro. Yeah. This ends with like two mechs coming out from a wall about to stab each other or some shit, I think. And it's all super dramatic and edgy. Wow, big robots. Whoa. I played the really, really old Mech Warrior, but I was too young and the game was too complicated. I played it on PC, I want to say. Were the first Mech Warrior games on PC? I want to say that I tried to play one of these, but I was a kid and I was too young and it was too complicated for me. I couldn't understand what was going on. Like, yeah, like way too many numbers and shit. Like I was still like at the age where I just wanted to like control shit and like move around. I don't think it was quite this old. No, it must have been the one after this. Maybe MechWarrior 3? MechWarrior... Did you ever play MechWarrior on Xbox Original? I think that was the first online game I'd ever played. MechWarrior... Was there a MechWarrior on Xbox that was for Xbox Live? That blew my mind, dude. Every day I got to school, I look forward to getting on Xbox Live because that was like the first time... Microsoft was the first company to actually do like integrated online gameplay for console. Like... I don't know, people don't really talk about that, but Microsoft 100% pioneered that shit, like way before anybody else did, and they had it at like such a level before anybody else was even close to it, dude. Xbox Live was unbelievable for online console gaming. Oh my god, you just stepped on the dude. If only you were good as League as you were at DMCA. Teehee, nice job. I played. Remember, there was like what was it called? Apache Strike on Sega. This game was the shit, dude. You played as a helicopter, flew around the city and shit. You could save people and whatnot. They were the first people to popularize it, but the Sega Dreamcast had an amazing online system. Yeah, with Sega Dreamcast only really had one game that kind of took off utilizing online stuff, and it was probably Phantasy Star Online. The Dreamcast was ahead of its time in so many different ways, but they just, I don't know what happened to Sega, dude. The Dreamcast just didn't have any IP for it that was like good, which is weird because the Sega Genesis had so many awesome games, dude. The Sega Genesis had so many amazing fucking games, but the Dreamcast had nothing. It had the Sonic IP. What else? The PS2 was probably the golden age of console gaming. That will be in a million years what we look back on as like the epitome of console gaming, in my opinion. I don't think anything even came close to the PS2's level of proliferation across so many different genres of gaming. The PS2 was just the definitive era, in my opinion, thus far in console gaming. Spyro the Dragon, Twisted Metal, the Metal Gear Solids, the Final Fantasies, the Gran Turismos, just across every genre, the PS2 was just like undeniable. Kingdom Hearts, the RPGs, the Splinter Cells, the Crash Bandicoots, the Armored Cores. Grand Theft Auto, yeah. Those old top-down Grand Theft Auto games were so sick. The Nintendo 64 had a lot of really good IPs too, but the PlayStation 3 or the PlayStation 2, just the breadth and the depth of what was offered across so many genres and so many historic, like, landmark titles that are, oh, fuck, dude. Top-down GTAs are on PS1. GTA 3 was the first GTA. Oh, there were no top-downs on the PS2? Never mind. Oh shit, Crash Bandicoot was PS1 as well? Fuck, I might mix them up a little bit. The PS2 stayed around a long time when the PS3 and Xbox came out, yeah. The Dreamcast memory cards with little screens on them? Yeah, they were called, I think, VMUs for virtual memory unit. Wait, why can I not look up image? Wait, where is image here? Am I retarded? Oh, why is it over here? Oh, wow, nothing has even come along to take this abbreviation. God, these games, these graphics are so fucking horrible. Your military briefing. Back when we didn't have enough pixels, you guys take this for granted, but oftentimes, even on the Nintendo 64 and PS2, the signs didn't have real writing on them because we didn't have enough pixels to render the to render like textures that finely. If it went from Metal Gear, the GameCube shits on PS2. The GameCube? No, not even close. What? The GameCube had, oh God, was it Mario Sunshine, a Metroid game, and then a couple Zelda games, maybe a Zelda, I don't remember. The GameCube had a couple of, Nintendo's always had like solid, like stationary, like IPs, but, they didn't have the library that Sony had. Luigi's Mansion. Oh, yeah, Super Smash Brothers, sure. And then Xbox came out and whooped all the asses. No, Xbox was good because Xbox had a few like killer IPs that you had to have, that you absolutely had to have. Halo, Gears of War, and I think there was one more. Oh, it got Call of Duty onto its platform as well. But dude, Halo, like, the whole Xbox One's legacy was propped up on fucking Halo. That Halo 1 game came out, and dude, you had to fucking play Halo. How could you not be Halo? You don't have Halo? You never play Halo? You never play Gears of War? What the fuck, dude? Like, those games were fucking massive, dude. Halo and Gears were so important. Sometimes I wonder, like, what would history look like if you could change, like, one thing? Like, if Halo didn't exist, what would the Xbox even exist today? I don't even know, dude. But oh my God, Halo was so important to the original Xbox because that was the big fear of the original Xbox. The original Xbox didn't really have that many good, massively popular games, but Halo was fucking popular, dude. Holy shit. Don't be so mean to the GameCube. It's the only console that could run their own games at 30 FPS. I'm not being mean to the GameCube. It's just that I think that past the Nintendo 64, it just doesn't seem like there's a fuck ton of awesome games that get released on Nintendo systems. Like, there are a few games that are really strong. Like, Nintendo has, like, a few incredibly powerful IPs, right? They've got, could you say that Super Smash or Smash Brothers is kind of like its own IP at this point? You've got Zelda as an IP, and you've got Mario as an IP, and like Metroid as an IP. Like, they've got like their pillars, but then outside of that, it seems like things kind of fall off. Like, I don't hear much outside of that. You couldn't look anywhere without an ad for Halo 3. It launched with the 360. I think the new Gears of War game that came out with the 360 was also really important as well. Halo exploited the best feature about Xbox Online gaming. Well, only Halo 2 did. The original Halo didn't have online play. I remember this very specifically because I had to be like a master fucking hacker to play Halo Online because you could do it with something called did anybody ever use GameSpy? Oh my god. What a fucking nightmare, dude. You had to be like a master fucking hacker in order to get any of this shit to fucking work. Oh my god. You had to create like fucking virtual tunnels and shit on your computer, and then you had to like hook up the Xbox via like an Ethernet cable running all throughout your house to the back of your computer. I don't even remember how you did this shit. Was it even an Ethernet cable? Did we even have Ethernet cables yet? I think it was. Oh my god. Halo 1 PC multiplayer was really easy to use? Really? I thought Halo 1 didn't have... Why would I use GameSpy if Xbox Live was supported on Halo 1? I thought it was only Halo 2 where that happened. I guess I could be wrong, but... Well, obviously Halo 1 had LAN. That's how the GameSpy service worked. You would emulate like a LAN server and then plug it into your computer and then... But the lag and everything, it was so shit, dude. The lag, the latency, the instability, it was fucking garbage. Oh, whoa, 207 new Twitter mentions. I haven't been keeping up. Oh, let's hope you kill yourself. Lead by example. Nice. What? This game does not. This does not look like what I remember it. Did I play a game called Urban Strike? Oh, this is what I remember. No, wait. You couldn't go on the ground either, though. Never mind. I wonder what game I played. I don't even remember. Was it called Desert Strike? You can sit here and shoot at buildings? I think eventually they explode, right? Okay. Anyway, moving on from this. Oh, Road Rash. That was another sick fucking game, dude. Saving up for new bikes and shit. Picking up chains and using it to whip people off their bikes. We did so much with so little, boys. Jesus. Oh, I didn't... You have rear view mirrors in this game? I wonder if I've ever used these. Got him. Oh my god. Watch the video I donated for, please. Quality meme for
Great
Senpai.
policy worldwide, and I look very much forward to it. Kevin Cerulli?
I was wondering, what's the recommended amount of dedicated RAM I should have to a server?
I'm sorry, could you please repeat your question?
Dedicated RAM to a server.
RAM.
If
Oh,
you're
how
running
much
off your
RAM?
PC.
Well, Kevin, I think we have a very unified Republican Party.
No, that was a pretty shit meme, fam. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, if somebody wants to tell Ice to contact me, I can get his shit fixed, okay? Now that I'm home, I can actually diagnose his fucking problems. I'll be right back. 1 second, okay? What's up, guys? Fuck. Hmm. Somebody, oh my god, dude. Is Ice Poseidon really going to be paying? What is his fucking Twitter account name? Does somebody remember? Do you think, is Ice Poseidon really going to pay somebody like $5,000 fucking dollars? Like, I know I could fix this dude's fucking shit. I know I can fix his shit. His Twitter name is something like "Don't tweet at me" or "Skype me instead" or something. I don't remember what his name was though. Fuck. I'm sorry, not Twitter. I meant his Skype account, guys, not his Twitter account. Hmm. Let ice flounder, or as a French biologist would say, you're farming unworthy people into humanity. All right, I'm playing a CSGO meme. We'll see if Sargon ever fucking calls us. Did I say Sargon? Oh, I meant ice. My bad, dude. Oh, my mind. Fuck, where the fuck is RNA at? He called you earlier. Can you not just call his cell? Oh, I texted him, but I don't want to call if he, I don't want to, like, impose or whatever. I like this. That's a good meme. Where the fuck is RNA at? Your state is set to offline. How do I... no, dude. I got homework? What? Whoa, I am on your side. That sounds like a good Monday mail question, dude. I don't know if I can answer it in here.
Back out to Butler, doesn't hesitate, and a good decision by Jimmy Butler, who has 24. Watch out. Fight. Watch out. Lopez and Ibaka throwing punches. Oh, yeah. Let me tell you. Yeah, they threw some big ones there. They got to get Ibaka out of here now. I don't know who started it, all right, because you could see we were going the other way. Now, right now, Mirotic is coming down here now. He's got to understand. You got to stay in the game. It happens right here, a little in the back by Ibaka, and Lopez is telling him now. So he takes the ball out of his hand, and that's what starts it. Now you're going to see as they reach by grabbing Lopez's side of his neck. Lopez lands a punch, but then Ibaka come back and he lands one. It happens right.
I don't understand. The white dude started the fight, and he doesn't even have the warrior gene. I'm sorry. I'm done. Alright, never mind. RNA's cucking me. He can't play right now. Alright, I'm just gonna play a random YOLO queue game, and then we're gonna switch to the memes.
Let's roll. Active entry point. Very good shot. All right. סחטיין עליך.
Alright, boys. Oh. Oh, we're playing these games. Got him! Did Destiny go a day without getting into a fight on Twitter? Listen, dude, this is on Sargon, dude. I didn't start this shit. It's not my fault that your fucking idol is obsessed with me. Alright, boys. I'm going A.
Hi, guys. Good, I'm going B. With a bomb. A fucking bomb.
Ah!
Let's go.
It's not my fault. I'm your idol's idol. Yeah. One flash long. Two long, at least.
Fall back, fall back, fall back.
Why, dude? Fucking fight him, man. Man the fuck up.
Cat.
Yeah, three cat. Three cat, two long. They're all long. No one's lurking. Nice, man.
Ooh, cat.
Damn, friendly fire, Daniel. Just run, dude. What are you fucking waiting for? What are you waiting for?
Nice try, nice try.
I thought we had someone on cat.
Will you force by?
Nah.
No, fuck
Good,
that shit.
so safe.
Yeah, you shouldn't watch it then.
I'm buying 5 grenades. They counted, so they're probably not coming here.
Couple long. Lot long, a lot long.
Yep, we're coming.
There's like at least 3. Boost up, boost up.
Man, I'm not going up there. Fuck that shit. They're up. They're on A site. Then say one more, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, boy.
No.
What? The fuck? The fuck? You wanna say shit to me, Purple?
No. But you do sound like this kid in high school we used to bully.
Oh, thanks, dude.
Is your name Destiny?
Yeah, that's why I'm called
That was you.
Destiny. Oh, well, nice job, dude.
Oh, we didn't bully him. He was cool.
Yeah, I think it might be long again, guys.
Too long.
Nice meme. Nice meme.
What rank is this? What rank are you guys?
round 2. I'm gold Nova 7, actually.
That's pretty cool.
Alright, I'm going long. Why are you buying a scout, dude? The fuck? Oh my god, why wasn't my button held down? Oh my god, dude. 3 long. Oh, feels bad, man.
I'm watching long cross orange. Smoked it out. No one crossed yet.
Double door.
One crossed.
Mid.
Yeah, they both crossed.
Okay, so 3A, 1A, 1B, 1 mid, please. One hopping mid. Top mid.
Tap. We've got bomb down long.
Yeah, don't push.
You wanna fall back or you gonna stay there? Yeah, you should have fell back.
That dude shot him through the smoke. What the fuck?
I think it was unsmoking. Is that even a word?
No, that was smoked like a motherfucker, dude. I watched that shit. Got 2 cat. Oh, I hit the dude in the door. He's up for 71. Nice job.
Good job, guys.
Yo, that was sick. we both fought one of those things and went long.
Going long again.
Yeah, that was sick. I always play there with that. That's a sick gun to play with.
Two or 3 long. Come on, dude. This guy just gets a jumping, strafing fucking headshot on me at that
Crossing
rate.
long soon. They smoked it.
Feels good. I can't shoot for shit right now. Fuck.
One lugged on site. Fuck.
Fuck.
If even Nate Sider right now.
Oh.
Let me get this. Let me get this ace. And I see. Please don't long.
I can drop one.
Sorry, man.
I'm just gonna smoke long because I'm fucking horrible. But I can smoke, dude. Oh my god.
One top mid.
I can't even smoke, guys. How did I fuck that up?
Was that cat?
Use lower tones.
Oh my god, my bad. Where are you guys lying from?
That worked out perfectly.
That was good timing.
Fuck, is there a better gun anywhere? I don't want a shit ass fucking. Cookabee shit, cookabee.
What kind of gun do you want, Nova?
Cookabee. Did you set up a Prime account, bruh? Yeah, bruh. This is Prime matchmaking, bruh. What are you gonna do about it, bruh? Wait, did the VGA delete his last tweet? I love
up in mid.
I love cucking that dude.
Did I buy you a Nova? Is that a Nova? I don't really know what that's called. My bad.
I hear mid, maybe cat. Or long. I think I might hear a lot long. Careful, blue.
Too long. 3 long.
You guys are all watching the same thing. Carl, you should like cut off mid.
One tap 27.
Yeah, flank now.
What?
No, flank. He's on plat, probably finding now.
Yeah, just run up the yellow. Orange is going.
He's finding right now.
Yeah, boy. Oh my god. He's gonna win. He's already got it, dude. He's already got it, dude. Unreal, guys. The unrealness.
Did you shoot him in the ass?
Yeah, we have that. Can I play long this round? Or I'll play B actually, I'll play B. Let's go. Move. Uh-oh.
Bomb down lower tons. Fuck me. There's two lower. They're going B. Coming out there, blue. Yeah, get ready.
I don't think so, man.
Oh, did they turn around? Oh, my bad. Oh, looks like you do think so, man. Look. Bomb down his B tons.
Alright.
Yeah, it is alright.
He's lit 93 tons. He scoped it.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna get pick mid. All right, I'm gonna pick mid,
2
guaranteed,
scouts
boys.
and 2 ops. I love it. Oh yeah, we all go mid too. I love it. I didn't watch B at all.
I swear to. One more B. What? There's one more B. Nah, fuck. I shouldn't have moved out so far.
Bomb down.
Did you just see a guy behind you? Oh no, he didn't. Never mind.
What do you want, Destiny?
Don't buy me. I'm too bad, dude. Shh. I'll just go smoke things. Why does my computer get these random spurts? It happens when I play League and Counter-Strike. What's going on with my shit? Do you think I need to restart my computer? What the fuck? Oh shit. Oh my god, I need to get over there and get a gun. Don't kill the last guy. Oh my god. No gun for Destiny. See how multiple people with access to the account? Did he try to clap back? Did he try to clap back? Or was that just a tweet where he said, don't delete that tweet? Why would he tweet that? Or why would he tweet that? What if he's not even like a real person? What if it's just like a marketing campaign for their shitty law firm? I shouldn't say that.
Carl! I'm blind long, falling back.
Too long. They're going long, guys. So it's like 2 outside long doors. You're still streaming to IRL? Really? Are you sure? I thought I updated my shit. Oh my god, this dude is lagging like a... Oh! Quick scoped! Quick scoped! Oh, quick scoped! What? Just defuse. You're good. You're good. Yeah, nice, nice, nice.
Nice, dude. I missed all my easy shots and hit like 2 hard shots.
I was watching that, dude. It was beautiful. You quick
You see
scope
that-
got.
you just-
I saw
yeah,
both
that
of them.
was sick.
Yeah.
Well, the one in pit, I mean, that was sick. I heard him though.
What if the tweet in reply to you was someone else in the law firm? Oh, and do you think maybe the law firm got mad at him for tweeting that he would represent them, or like implying that they would take the case or something? Do you think so? Somebody told him to fucking delete the tweet? That would be really spicy. Fuck, I fucked up. There's 2 top of mid.
One cat.
Fuck me, dude. I'm so bad. He's lit for 66. Coming up a cut. Purple. Nice.
Indoors.
Oh, I thought I actually had a woman that wanted to come and argue against some of the things I've talked about, because I got a message from a Sydney, but then it was a fucking, I think a Brit fuck, because you guys name yourselves girl names over there for some reason. Rip.
What are you guys talking about?
Who's talking about what?
It's like, can we be friends?
Oh.
long. I'm gonna watch long cross. Crossed.
Dude, come on! He slept for 90 on site, 90. Nice jump. If I don't get a pick at A doors this round, I'm probably gonna kill myself in real life, okay? So if I go AFK after this round, you'll know why.
Cool.
Let's go, people.
Duh! Four ops.
He didn't even go all the way. Thank God I get to live. Well, if you push control a bunch.
Feels like B. Hotspots.
Never mind. Oompa loompa doot 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 doot.
Probably cat, probably cat. Two cat. Long, long, long.
Oh my God, dude. Why am I so bad? Chalk it up. Another loss.
There's one long, one side. Nice try, dude. You didn't hear him on long?
Fuck off.
Hello? You guys wanna go B?
Sorry, I'm
too
back.
late, too late.
Alright, what are we doing? We're really doing this? We're going long?
Okay.
Alright, dude.
Whoa!
Yo, just push him. Don't fight him. Just go plant the bomb. Oh.
Yeah, none of us spotted mid.
Don't worry, I can clutch this, no problem, dude.
If you do, I will give you my life.
Yeah, there's one right there.
You can have it. You can have my
yeah.
life, bro.
I tried, dude.
Let's buy up. Don't buy anything yet. Let's go B. Yeah, buy up. Let's go B. All right.
Fuck it,
buy
yeah.
Up, Carl, buy up.
Hey, can
buy
you?
Up, DT, let's go.
Can you flash purple?
Nope. We're just
Okay,
going. I'm gonna get the kill.
Can I flash? I'll flash. I'll go first. I'll flash. Okay.
Just flash. Just flash.
Oh, fuck, dude. I wish people would just let me go first.
go.
Fuck, dude. I hate it when there's a guy in front of me. It fucks everything up.
Come on,
It
come on,
fucks
come on,
my
come on.
rhythm up. Whatever, dude. I contributed a gun to the cause.
Both outside. Both outside. Tunnel's clear.
Window, window, window. Oh my god.
Nice try. Good eco. We have to buy back here. Keep their money low. Damn, that shit was close. I was blind for so long when I got in there.
You're supposed to turn? Well, like,
Let's go B again. Let's go B again.
you can... Here, I'll show you. I think you can do it without having to turn. I just don't know where you're supposed to do it at. I'll try to
I'm
do
gonna
this
tell you
one.
guys how many crawlers. Go B.
Alright, this is what I'm trying to do. You can
No,
run it
go
and
B.
throw it off the wall so that it, like, bounces off.
At
and
least two crossed.
You don't have to turn, right? So, like... I don't... It's like something... It's like some of this shit or something?
Don't rush in there now.
Yeah, it's too late now.
Watch
Fuck,
it
dude.
lower.
That was kind of close. I don't know. I'm sure there are, like, better ways to nade in this camp, but you know what, dude? I don't give a fuck, alright?
Yeah, well, you gotta go with the team next time. T-spawn. T-spawn. Alright, guess we'll save now. Hey, can you meet that guy? Tech 9 me? No? Okay.
Oh, you want to take 9 seconds?
If you don't mind.
Were we supposed
Thanks,
to
dude.
save? Oh, just save. Oh, somebody fucked up.
Let's go.
Roll with this nigga. Roll with it.
We got no smokes, no flashes.
No, I can never. Wait, he got? Oh, yeah, because he had the FAMAS.
Okay.
Ooh, he's mid doors.
Whew. Playing for cat.
Please don't peek the op.
Fuck, he stinks. He has 11 HP cat. It's playing for cat, dude. Oh my god. How do we lose that?
Because we peeked the op and we didn't listen for the defuse, but whatever. Yeah. At least we got money now.
That was 3v1.
Yo, I'm getting a pick 8 guaranteed. Bring the bomb, alright? 100% guaranteed. I swear to God, I'm getting it. If someone peeks.
Fucking op, dude.
I don't think someone made it to pit, but I don't know.
One's box, single box.
Can you shoot through this box to kill somebody? Oh my god, dude.
Gotta buy. You wanna go B? No? Okay.
Nice meme.
Oh no. He's in my car.
He's mid. I drop on mid. You gotta go faster. You gotta go faster than that. Nova life. Yeah, but he heard you grab the bomb, you like ran to him, and then you stopped there. You know what I mean?
He would have kept running, he would have probably kept running too.
Yeah, like you like ran there and you stopped. Like of course he knows you're there.
He knew you stopped in the smoke. It's cool though.
Ah!
Better watch your back, lower. I'm rotating the fuck out.
I think there's an offer in B. I'm gonna smoke it out. I'm gonna smoke out plat. Could be window, dude.
Yep.
Fuck.
Bup, 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 bup.
Let's try. I'm going B. Come with me.
Guys, I'm just waiting for this game to be over, okay? I just want to go build things in Minecraft. That's all I want to do.
I'm trying to eat this damn orange.
Oranges are hard to peel.
Oh, they got juice all over my hands. Damn it.
Get a knife.
Somebody watch lower, will you? They're gonna flash and smoke. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Come on. Oh my bad. I hit that. My molly hit you.
Oh no. It's all good. I'm hiding in the corner. I'm not watching window. I'm just hiding.
What?
Oh my god, he defused the bomb. Oh, I thought that was, dude, I thought they were both shooting at you. Fuck me, dude.
Good game. It's been fun.
It's been a shit game, dude. I'm fucking horrible.
Let's go B again. So easy to take. Please come B with me.
That's where we
Just don't
turn
peek
it.
window after we don't peek after we get it.
That's where we turn it all around, guys.
Backside. Backside and I don't know.
Dumb, son. Dumb, son.
Good game.
Alright. We tried our hardest. And sometimes that's all you can do. Is try your hardest. Okay. How can I see my my system's uptime? Uptime. 30. It's only been up for 36 hours? Wait, seconds, minutes, hours, days. Oh, it's been up for 36 days? Maybe a restart will help then? I don't know, dude. I'm getting these like weird pauses and shit sometimes. Update. Oh no, I don't want to fucking update. Oh baby, no. You're going to debate Richard now? I don't think Richard Lewis has anything to say to me, because I'm not wrong about anything I've talked about with this DMCA shit. I'm literally not in the wrong anywhere. I don't give a fuck. Getting Windows ready. Oh my fucking god. Destiny, Richard said this. Dude, I would have to walk all the way behind my computer to find that, to unplug my keyboard to plug it in. Well, hold on, let's see. Twitch.tv/Destiny/chat. Alright, you can use our phone to click your link. Okay, Richard. Oh, can you repost that Twitch link for what Richard Lewis supposedly said? Huh. Click.
Everybody else, like when you're watching Destiny try and explain how pharmaceuticals work to Mark Shkreli, you realize, holy shit, maybe this guy ain't really, you know, maybe he's not all in, like, in debate terms all there. Maybe.
Wait, when did I try to explain pharmaceuticals to Martin Shkreli? What? How many are these all different clips or?
Destiny did that. He definitely fucking did strikes on his channel for using Destiny's content, even though it was like 30-second clips and stuff. And it's just like, it's so pathetic.
And it's pathetic from somebody who should understand what it is to like have your livelihood potentially taken away. I mean, the one thing I will say, at least it wasn't his main channel. I guess you can make that argument. Maybe we can pretend that Destiny wouldn't have done it if it was on his main channel. I don't think that's true.
What? How? What a strange world where I've made up with Thorin and now Richard Lewis is shit talking me. Whatever, Famalam. Sargon is the protagonist from Bleach, and you're the mean guy. Alright, boys, it's Minecraft time. How do I click Minecraft? Pin messages. Huh. Wait, open file? What? No, I don't need to open this shit. Oh, I want to open this shit. Yeah. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. A new stable mirror. Sam Harris.
And I must say, I'm not actually happy with that interpretation, though I prefer to the one I saw taking shape among Peterson's fans, who think that the podcast revealed me to be a closed-minded jerk who probably has autism and who just isn't smart enough to realize how profound Professor Peterson is. Now, it's true that I push back against most of what Jordan said, because I don't think his way of speaking about religion and mythology is very persuasive. I didn't make too much of my disagreement on the podcast, but I didn't exactly conceal it either. However, I'd like to make a plea for civility here. When I have podcasts that turn into debates, even if it's a war with a person who proves totally dishonest, someone like Omar Aziz, in the episode that I ironically titled The Best Podcast Ever, you're not doing me any favors if you express contempt for my guest online. I don't want people leaving this show, no matter how little sense they made, feeling vilified. Everyone who comes on here, especially people who disagree with me, is taking a risk. They're putting themselves on the line. In almost every case, perhaps Aziz really is an exception here, given how maliciously he behaved, but in almost every case, I don't want them to regret having talked to me, and how you all treat them in the aftermath will largely determine how they feel about having come on the podcast, and it will either help open the door to future conversations with interesting people, or help close it. For instance, near the end of my podcast with Jordan, he said he was getting tired and wanted to wrap things up, and some of you interpreted this as him throwing in the towel. I saw someone write, I think on Facebook, that they lost all respect for Peterson at that moment. He just lost the debate outright. That's insane. The man was tired. I heard the podcast. I was fairly tiresome. You've got to be more charitable than that. This really is about conversation. I don't view these exchanges as debates, even when I'm in total disagreement with the other person and doing my best to show him where he's wrong. It's not about
winning. 2 times speed. Dude, this is his normal talking speed.
It's about creating a forum in which ideas can collide, and the results of these collisions can be honestly evaluated by everyone. It's great that so many of you comment online, and I've seen some very thoughtful Reddit threads in response to my conversation with Peterson.
One day we'll get to talk to
man is somebody who isn't a sexual predator. How about we start with that? That's something we could agree with the people on the left. But they encourage sexual predation constantly by saying that, well, you know, sex is just for pleasure and everyone can have exactly what they want when they want, and we should allow any form of sexual expression whatsoever and not discriminate against any of them. It's like, and then at the same time they say, but if a man ever makes a move on you that's not wanted, man, you better put him in jail. It's like, okay, how the hell are you going to have both those things at the same time?
Well, not as bad as Destiny, who advocates for father-daughter incest and encouraged his friend to commit suicide. Oof, these tall tales, they grow and grow. All right. I've been putting this off for so long. I feel like I'm gonna get autism listening to this. Is this opening? Oh. Next, they will say that Destiny's friend was Muslim. I mean, he was Mexican, so maybe the reason why I encouraged him to commit suicide, or why I pretty much bullied him into it, was because I'm actually trying to reduce the Mexican population in the United States. Nice meme. Nice meme. Nice meme. Nice meme. We guys, we're gonna single-handedly destroy the alt-right on this stream, okay? That's our goal. Wow, 14 out of 420. Nice fucking meme, dude. Fuck, why the fuck is the sensitivity set so fucking high? Holy shit. Options, controls. 50%. Done. There we go. Why is Sargon saying shit like this about Destiny? Is he intentionally being misleading and creating drama? Wow, it's almost like every single person has no integrity whatsoever, dude. This is my big discovery. I think that people just lack integrity. I think that people won't say things and stand by them. I think that people in general are cowards. I think that people have no fucking spine or backbone. I've said some crazy shit in the past, dude. You know, I have. But I stand by everything I've ever fucking said. I stand through my development as a person. I stand through my current beliefs now. I stood by my beliefs then. I will never deny anything I've ever said. I never delete a tweet. I never delete a video. Unless it's Sargon's videos. I never delete a post. People can't own what they've said or have any integrity or whatever. I'll admit when I make mistakes or fuck up. But some people like elevate themselves to like godlike status, so they have no room for error, I guess. I don't know, dude. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get something real quick, and then we're gonna listen to this house bullshit. Do you ever run into this problem where people will take all this fucking time to create this perfectly good cookie dough and then they ruin it by throwing it in the oven? Why do people do this? Can these guys hurt me while I'm in the safe zone? What the fuck? Why am I getting shot? Whoa, what is this server set on fucking easy? How do I check? How far in until this shit starts on this?
Expect that the proper decorum will be observed.
Oh. Pound, pound, pound. Fuck, you can't build anything with this? Why is he on fire? Is it supposed to be daytime?
The committee will come to order. I would like to welcome our witnesses, Director of the FBI, Jim Comey, and Director of the National Security Agency, Admiral Rogers. Thank you both for being here today. Before we begin, I would like to remind our members and witnesses that this is an open hearing. I recognize the challenge of discussing sensitive national security issues in public. However, as part of this committee's investigation into Russian active measures during the 2016 election, it is critical to ensure that the public has access to credible, unclassified facts and to clear the air regarding unsubstantiated media reports. To our guests in the audience, welcome. We appreciate you being here. I also expect that the proper decorum will be observed at all times today and that disruptions during today's proceedings will not be tolerated. I now will recognize myself for 5 minutes for the purpose of an opening statement. The Putin regime has a long history of aggressive actions against other countries, including the outright invasion of 2 of its neighbors in recent years, as well as its brutal military action in Syria to defend the Assad regime. But its hostile acts take many forms aside from direct military assaults. For example, the Kremlin is waging an international disinformation campaign through the RT propaganda network, which traffics in anti-American conspiracy theories that rival the extravagant untruths of Soviet-era bravado. Russia also has a long history of meddling in other countries' election systems and launching cyber attacks on a wide range of countries and industries. The Baltics and other Russian neighbors have long decried these attacks, but their warnings went unheeded in far too many nations' capitals, including our own. The fact that Russia hacked U.S. election-related databases comes as no shock to this committee. We have been closely monitoring Russia's aggression for years. A year ago, I publicly stated that our inability to predict Putin's regime plans and intentions has been the biggest intelligence failure that we've seen since 9/11, and that remains my view today.
Damn.
However, while the indications of Russian measures targeting the U.S. presidential election are deeply troubling, one benefit is already clear. It has focused wide attention on the pressing threats posed by the Russian autocrat. In recent years, committee members have issued repeated and forceful pleas for stronger action against Russian belligerents, but the Obama administration was committed to the notion, against all evidence, that we could reset relations with Putin. and it routinely ignored our warnings. I hope today's hearing will shed light on 3 important focus points of the committee's investigation on Russia active measures. First, what actions did Russia undertake against the United States during the 2016 election campaign? And did anyone from political campaign conspire in these activities? Number 2, were the communications of officials or associates of any campaign subject to any kind of improper surveillance? The intelligence community has extremely strict procedures for handling information pertaining to any U.S. citizens who are subject even to incidental surveillance, and this committee wants to ensure all surveillance activities have followed all relevant laws, rules, and regulations. Let me be clear. I've been saying this for several weeks. We know there was not a physical wiretap of Trump Tower. However, it's still possible that other surveillance activities were used against President Trump and his associates. Number 3, who has leaked classified information? Numerous current and former officials have leaked purportedly classified information in connection to these questions. We aim to determine who has leaked or facilitated leaks of classified information so that these individuals can be brought to justice. I hope that this committee's bipartisan investigation will result in a definitive report on the Russian actions taken during the election campaign. To that end, we encourage anyone who has information about these topics to come forward and speak to the House Intelligence Committee.
Right.
I again thank the witnesses for helping shed light on these issues, and I will recognize Ranking Member Shipp. He's asked for 15 minutes for his opening statement, so I will go ahead and give him 15 minutes for his opening statement. Mr.
Ranking
Shipp.
member, what does this
Chairman,
mean?
I
Paul
thank
Ryan
you.
or?
And I also want to thank Director
Oh,
Comey and
Mr.
Admiral
Schiff.
Rogers for appearing
Ranking
before
member
us
of what,
today
the
as
committee?
holds its first open hearing into the interference campaign waged against our 2016 presidential election. Last summer, at the height of a bitterly contested and hugely consequential presidential campaign, a foreign adversarial power intervened in an effort to weaken our democracy and to influence the outcome for one candidate and against the other. That foreign adversary was, of course, Russia, and it acted through its intelligence agencies and upon the direct instructions of its autocratic ruler, Vladimir Putin, in order to help Donald J. Trump become the 45th President of the United States.
Damn, Daniel.
The Russian active measures campaign may have begun as early as 2015, when Russian intelligence services launched a series of spear-phishing attacks designed to penetrate the computers of a broad array of Washington-based Democratic and Republican Party organizations, think tanks, and other entities. This continued at least through the winter of 2016. While at first the hacking may have been intended solely for the collection of foreign intelligence, in mid-2016 the Russians weaponized the stolen data and used platforms established by the intel services such as DC Leaks and existing third-party channels like WikiLeaks to dump the documents. The stolen documents were almost uniformly damaging to the candidate Putin despised, Hillary Clinton. And by forcing her campaign to constantly respond to the daily drip of disclosures, the releases greatly benefited Donald Trump's campaign. None of these facts is seriously in question, and they are reflected in the consensus conclusion of our intelligence agencies.
Holy shit, he turned into a robot for a
We will
second.
never know whether the Russian intervention was determinative in such a close election. Indeed, it is unknowable in a campaign in which so many small changes could have dictated a different result. More importantly, and for the purposes of our investigation, it simply does not matter. What does matter is this: the Russians successfully meddled in our democracy, and our intelligence agencies have concluded they will do so again. Ours is not the first democracy to be attacked by the Russians in this way. Russian intelligence has been similarly interfering in the internal and political affairs of our European and other allies for decades. What is striking here is the degree to which the Russians were willing to undertake such an audacious and risky action against the most powerful nation on earth. That ought to be a warning to us, that if we thought that the Russians would not dare to so blatantly interfere in our affairs, we were wrong. And if we do not do our very best to understand how the Russians accomplished this unprecedented attack on our democracy and what we need to do to protect ourselves in the future, we will only have ourselves to blame. We know a lot about the Russian operation, about the way they amplified the damage their hacking and dumping of stolen documents was causing through the use of slick propaganda like RT, the Kremlin's media arm. But there is a lot we don't know. Most important, we do not yet know whether the Russians had the help of U.S. citizens, including people associated with the Trump campaign.
Uh-oh.
Many of the Trump's campaign personnel, including the president himself, have ties to Russia and Russian interests. This is, of course, no crime. On the other hand, if the Trump campaign, or anyone associated with it, aided or abetted the Russians, it would not only be a serious crime, it would also represent one of the most shocking betrayals of democracy in history. In Europe, where the Russians have a much longer history of political interference, they've used a variety of techniques to undermine democracy. They employed the hacking and dumping of documents and slick propaganda, as they clearly did here. But they have also used bribery, blackmail, compromising material, and financial entanglement to secure needed cooperation from individual citizens of targeted countries. The issue of U.S. person involvement is only one of the important matters that the chairman and I have agreed to investigate, and which is memorialized in the detailed and bipartisan scope of investigation that we have signed. We'll also examine whether the intelligence community's assessment of the Russian operation is supported by the raw intelligence, whether the U.S. government responded properly or missed the opportunity to stop this Russian attack much earlier, and whether the leak of information about Michael Flynn or others is indicative of a systemic problem. We have also reviewed whether there is any evidence to support President Trump's claim that he was wiretapped by President Obama in Trump Tower, and found no evidence whatsoever to support that slanderous accusation. And we hope that Director Comey can now put that matter permanently to rest.
Fuck. How do I get back on my boat?
Most of my Democratic colleagues will be exploring with the witnesses the potential involvement of U.S. persons in the Russian attack on our democracy. It is not that we feel the other issues are less important.
How do I get back on my boat?
Important, but rather because this issue is least understood by the public. We realize, of course, that the witnesses
oh my
may
God,
not
I've
be
got some
able to answer
fucking
many of
retard
the
following
questions
me.
in
Are you
open
serious?
session. They may or may not be willing to disclose even whether there is an investigation. But we hope to present to you, directors, and the public why we believe this is a matter of such gravity that it demands a thorough investigation, not only by us, as we intend to do, but by the FBI as well. Let me give you a short
Right-click with
preview
empty
of what
hand,
I
it's not
expect
working.
you'll be asked by our members. Whether the Russian active measures campaign began as nothing more than an attempt to gather intelligence, or was always intended to be more than that, we do not know, and is one of the questions we hope to answer. But we do know this. The months of July and August 2016 appear to have been pivotal. It was at this time the Russians began using the information they had stolen to help Donald Trump and harm Hillary Clinton. And so the question is, why? What was happening in July, August of last year? And were U.S. persons involved? Here are some of the matters drawn from public sources alone, since that is all we can discuss in this setting, that concern us and we believe should concern all Americans. In early July, Carter Page, someone candidate Trump identified as one of his national security advisors, travels to Moscow on a trip approved by the Trump campaign. While in Moscow, he gives a speech critical of the United States and other Western countries for what he believes is a hypocritical focus on democratization.
Oh, hey, that speech that he's recognizing? Is the speech that Carter Page gave. This is the speech he's talking about.
Western capitals have impeded potential progress through their often hypocritical focus on ideas such as democratization.
Aww. Okay, sorry.
And efforts to fight corruption. According to Christopher Steele, a former British intelligence officer who is reportedly held in high regard by U.S. intelligence, Russian sources tell him that Page has also had a secret meeting with Igor Sechin, CEO of the Russian gas giant Rosneft. Sechin is reported to be a former KGB agent and close friend of Putin's. According to Steele's Russian sources, Page is offered brokerage fees by Sechin on a deal involving a 19% share of the company. According to Reuters, the sale of a 19.5% share of Rosneft later takes place with unknown purchasers and unknown brokerage fees.
gangbanged by zombies and skeletons right now.
Yo, I might be retarded. Is there a reason why half of the fucking map is water? Holy shit.
Because
They didn't that's the generation, dude.
Oh, yeah,
Don't
the
go north, go
north and
north.
west. I think are both just like water.
Dude,
Dude,
you go
I've-
south? Stay the fuck out of my dense forest if you go south, okay, buddy?
I've
think
gone
me
through
and Eris
so
are
much
north, right?
water. Holy shit,
Yeah,
dude.
they
There's like
they
a
went
rid-
like 2,500 blocks in a direction and it was just water.
Yeah.
Wow, what a good map.
Also, according to Steele's Russian sources, the campaign is offered documents damaging to Hillary Clinton, which the Russians would publish through an outlet that gives them deniability, like
WikiLeaks.
The hacked documents would be in exchange for a Trump administration policy that de-emphasizes Russia's invasion of Ukraine and instead focuses on criticizing NATO countries for not paying their fair share. Policies which, even as recently as the president's meeting last week with Angela Merkel, have now presciently come to pass. In the middle of July, Paul Manafort, the Trump campaign manager and someone who is long on the payroll of pro-Russian Ukrainian interests, attends the Republican Party convention. Carter Page, back from Moscow, also attends the convention. According to Steele, it was Manafort who chose Page to serve as a go-between for the Trump campaign and Russian interests. Ambassador Kislyak, who presides over a Russian embassy in which diplomatic personnel would later be expelled as likely spies, also attends the Republican Party convention and meets with Carter Page and additional Trump advisors J.D. Gordon and Waleed Faris.
Might be time
It
to
was
die,
J.D.
guys.
Gordon who approved Page's trip to Moscow. Ambassador Kislyak also meets with Trump National Security Campaign Chair, and now Attorney General Jeff Sessions. Sessions would later deny meeting with Russian officials during his Senate confirmation hearing. Just prior to the convention, the Republican Party platform is changed, removing a section that supports the provision of lethal defensive weapons to Ukraine, an action that would be contrary to Russian interests. Manafort categorically denies involvement by the Trump campaign in altering the platform. But the Republican Party delegate who offered the language in support of providing defensive weapons to Ukraine states that it was removed at the insistence of the Trump campaign. Later, J.D. Gordon admits opposing the inclusion of the provision at the time it was being debated and prior to its being removed. Later in July, and after the convention, the first stolen emails detrimental to Hillary Clinton appear on WikiLeaks. A hacker who goes by the moniker Guccifer2 claims responsibility for hacking the DNC and giving the documents to WikiLeaks. But leading private cybersecurity firms, including CrowdStrike, Mandiant, and ThreatConnect, review the evidence of the hack and conclude with high certainty that it was the work of APT-28 and APT-29,
Oh my
who were
God.
known to be Russian intelligence services. The U.S. intelligence community also later confirms that the documents were in fact stolen by Russian intelligence and Guccifer2 acted as a front. Also in late July, candidate Trump praises WikiLeaks, says he loves them, and openly appeals to the Russians to hack his opponents' emails, telling them that they will be richly rewarded by the press.
Damn, dude.
On August 8th, Roger Stone, a longtime Trump political advisor and self-proclaimed political dirty trickster, boasts in a speech that he has communicated with Assange, and that more documents would be coming, including an October surprise. In the middle of August, he also communicates with a Russian cutout Guccifer2 and authors a Breitbart piece denying Guccifer's links to Russian intelligence. Then later in August, Stone does something truly remarkable when he predicts that John Podesta's personal emails will soon be published. Trust me, he says, it will soon be Podesta's time in the barrel, #CrookedHillary. In the weeks that follow, Stone shows a remarkable prescience. I have total confidence that WikiLeaks and my hero, Julian Assange, will educate the American people soon, he says. #LockHerUp. Payload coming, he predicts, and 2 days later, it does. WikiLeaks releases its first batch of Podesta emails. The release of John Podesta's emails would then continue on a daily basis up until the election. On Election Day in November, Donald Trump wins. Donald Trump appoints one of his high-profile surrogates, Michael Flynn, to be his national security advisor. Michael Flynn has been paid by the Kremlin's propaganda outfit RT in the past as well as another Russian entity.
Is that
In
true?
December, Michael Flynn has a secret conversation with Ambassador Kislyak about sanctions imposed by President Obama on Russia over its hacking designed to help the Trump campaign. Michael Flynn lies about this secret conversation. The vice president unknowingly then assures the country that no such conversation ever happened. The president is informed that Flynn has lied and Pence has misled the country. The president does nothing. 2 weeks later, the president...
There's Carrie Mikami is definitely not a massive like right-leaning retard in chat. Okay, everybody knows it, right? If Russia Today is propaganda, then New York Times is propaganda. I think the funniest thing about the whole Trump presidency is how many fucking retarded, like, how many retards it spawned, like, of young people that are buying into this belief that, like, Russia is this pure government and Putin is this really nice guy and they give their earnest best effort, like, for all of their media outlets and everything. I think that's really funny.
Press reveals that Flynn has lied, and the president is forced to fire Mr. Flynn. The president then praises the man who lied, Mr. Flynn, and castigates the press for exposing the lie. Now, is it possible that the removal of the Ukraine provision from the GOP platform was a coincidence? Is it a coincidence that Jeff Sessions failed to tell the Senate about his meetings with the Russian ambassador, not only at the convention, but a more private meeting in his office and at a time when the U.S. election was under attack by the Russians? Is it a coincidence that Michael Flynn would lie about a conversation he had with the same Russian ambassador, Kislyak, about the most pressing issue facing both countries at the time they spoke, the U.S. imposition of sanctions over Russian hacking of our election designed to help Donald Trump? Is it a coincidence that the Russian gas company Rosneft sold a 19% share after former British intelligence officer Steele was told by Russian sources that Carter Page was offered fees on a deal of just that size?
What the fuck?
Is it a coincidence that Steele's Russian sources also affirmed that Russia had stolen documents hurtful to Secretary Clinton that it would utilize in exchange for pro-Russian policies that would later come to pass? Is it a coincidence that Roger Stone predicted that John Podesta would be a victim of a Russian hack and have his private emails published, and did so even before Mr. Podesta himself was fully aware that his private emails would be exposed? Is it possible that all of these events and reports are completely unrelated and nothing more than an entirely unhappy coincidence? Yes, it is possible.
Right.
But it is also possible, maybe more than possible.
Can I get a link to the can I get a link to this Minecraft map? Is it mc.live.gg? No, it would be live.destiny.gg? No. Maybe mc.destiny.gg/live? Why do you guys have a map where people can dick ride and follow everybody around? How long does this shit take to load? What the fuck? Is this map gonna load, or is this fucked, or? You have 3,000 people loading and it's going to take a while? What do you mean? Is this like a dynamically generated thing that is taking processing power, or?
I found Chainhard's base.
All right, listen up, guys. How are we feeling right now? Are we feeling okay?
Yeah, why?
Yeah, I'm feeling great.
I have my vanilla tools, dude. I feel good.
There's so much water.
Except for the fact that they still duplicate
ocean
copper. I'm really
world.
happy.
Okay, okay. So I just I don't know how to float this without influencing the opinion. All right, okay. How would we feel? Never mind. We can't even do it. How would we feel about like resetting the map and making it so there wasn't so much fucking water? I feel like
I hate it.
Could we maintain
Well,
inventory? I already suggested that, so you're not inflating my opinion.
Can we, if we do that, can
Oh.
we at least add the chunk loader mod? I'm okay with everything else.
You just have to like swim for like 2,000 blocks, which sucks. But
yeah, but like we've lost like over half the non-PvP zone, no? Is that fair to say, or do you not think so?
I
think you can go back and build on the water.
Yeah, you
Because
could.
the
But,
road
like,
is-
holy shit, dude!
It's definitely a track now. I mean,
Huh.
Yeah, I've gone. I went north, west, or I watched somebody else go west, and then now I'm going east and heading south. And I found one tiny volcano and one desert island. It looked cool, like a strawberry shortcake, but there were no animals.
Is there a way
Is
to
that the
turn
one
off?
that I'm at? Yeah.
Is there a way
Yeah.
to turn off the chords in the top right on your fucking mini map, or is that not?
Yes.
How?
J, then the options button, and then minimap preset 1, and then it has a bunch of options.
What is options button after you push J?
It's like a bunch of slide
It
bars.
looks like sliders.
Okay.
Oh, it's the thing. Yeah, the 3 bar. I think.
And then you go to what? Advanced options?
Minimap preset 1, and then it has a bunch of check boxes.
Oh my god! It's like a fucking debug menu and a. Oh.
Yeah, dude, it's called a Minecraft mod.
Yeah, dude, it's called Sigma
Can you not bully?
Can you
Yeah.
not bully? Got him.
Hey,
I started the bullying. It's acceptable.
Destiny, I wanted to ask you a question about your debates.
Uh-oh.
What's like the reasoning for calling them debates? Why not call them like topical discussions?
What? I always do that. I always push for that. I always say it's called a discussion.
Yeah, everyone
call it
says
a-
it's debates.
And then everybody else
okay.
is like.
Well,
it's
but
debate.
doesn't even fucking
Yeah,
Joe
Joe
Wheel
Will does. Yeah, but
titled then debates.
don't worry,
Okay,
it'll
never
be
mind.
change going forward. Okay.
Do these read?
Did you get your new YouTube dude yet or no?
Dude, will these grow into more?
The problem is trying to find a YouTube guy that really understands the business side of it. Like, I don't just need an editor. I need somebody that can handle, like, I can go and
The
look
names
up
and
all
stuff.
the SEO shit and everything, but I don't want to invest the time into doing it. Like, I want to just pay someone else to do it. I'm trying to, do that non-micromanage shit.
Could you have 2 different people for that?
But who do I find that could do the SEO and everything? Like, that knows it? Like, I don't know.
You
I'm sorry. I
have to look on
emailed,
the actual job.
I emailed
applications,
Cutie Pie's YouTube dude, and he said that more or less, like, none of the people that are into editing and everything have any fucking idea how, like, most of the back end of YouTube works, and it's really rare to find someone that understands it. He admitted as much, so it
Like
seems
the
like...
tags and stuff?
Yeah, like the tagging and the algorithms that YouTube uses to search is all very, very, very important for discovery on YouTube. Discovery, like, you got to get that discovery if you want to grow the channel. But he pretty much said that, like, if I want it done well, I have to figure out how to do it myself because nobody knows how to fucking do it.
I think there are people that, or I know there used to be people that specialized in SEO, and so you'd have to actually like look on actual job.
Wait, have you heard of that
application
game
sites
theory
and
guy?
stuff.
The guy who does game theory?
Yeah.
I could have sworn in one of his videos he said that he did like whole like panels at a conventions talking about how to make money on YouTube. Maybe you could email him.
What am I emailing him for? To learn how to do it?
Well, yeah, or maybe
I don't want to
that's
learn
fine.
how to do it. I want to pay someone to do it for me.
No,
That's-
maybe he knows.
Or
people
if he
who know how
does
to do it.
seminar type things, then whoever you hire, you could say that it's contingent upon them going to the seminar.
I don't know about that, dude.
I know there's
Pyramid
some
scheme.
people who do specialize in YouTube SEO, but
Yeah,
there's not
okay.
many of them.
No. Oh, fuck.
Did you start watching the Comey shit yet, or you just?
Yeah, I have started, but I came on to complain about the fact that 4/5 of the non-PvP zone is
Water?
covered in water, so... Yeah.
Dude, you don't know that because the map isn't updated.
I mean, I just went on a boat for literally like 15 minutes and just went non-stop.
I'm still boating.
Yeah.
At least it doesn't use
purposely went the other
hunger.
direction when I turned around and saw the big ocean.
Yeah, it feels like everyone's gonna be pretty far away from each other.
What? No way.
I feel like everybody's gonna be pretty close.
Yeah, everybody will be really
in the
close.
same island.
Oh, I'm claiming this fucking meteor.
A meteor, what?
Really good one, Mr. Moon. That was real funny, dude. Keep it up.
That wasn't supposed to be funny. That's a.
There's
your
nowhere
back
else
pedal?
for him to go.
You're
He'd have to.
trolling me,
He'd
dude.
have to go on a boat for 20 minutes to find anything but that meteor.
That was a really good back pedal, Mr. Mooten. Nice job. Keep it up.
Oh yeah,
No
Mr. Moon
balls.
keeps trying to extort me for money. Can you ban him yet?
Wait, are you being
Oh.
serious or are you just joking?
Steven, he wasn't streaming. How could you tell, dude?
He keeps telling me to send him money on PayPal to play
Yeah,
games.
anytime he has to play a game with me, I tell him, send me money. Fuck.
Mr. Moon, I know why you bully people now. It's because all Destiny does is bully you.
Dude, I asked if he wanted to build with me, and he says, "Yeah, sure."
$50.
$50 PayPal. What the fuck?
Mr.
Dude?
Moon,
Mr.
let that
Moon,
fame
what
go
happened-
to his fucking head.
What happened to your Facebook? Send me your Facebook, you fucking pussy.
Dude, I still ask people to send me their Facebooks. I want Kane's Facebook. That's who I want really bad.
What's wrong with Kane?
Go to his logs and control F my name.
Oh,
Wow, dude, what's up?
What's up, Steven?
How's it going, Ian?
Pretty good. Other than you know, some DMCA's that you shouldn't have filed.
Oh shit, dude. All right, so let's back up a little bit. So you are a fan of Sargon, and you've been following things loosely online, I assume.
Yes.
All right. Whew. Okay. Do you want to get right into it then? We'll talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, why would you do that?
Well, I mean, it's kind of legally within my right to do so. Do you disagree with that?
I disagree with that because what he did was he posted these videos and then he said almost word for word in the title what you were saying. How is that out of context?
Okay, so first let's address the legality of it. So you admit that these are 100% my videos, right? That this is my content, right?
Right.
So I own
Yes,
the intellectual property.
You created that content, yes.
Yeah, so why do you think he legally has the right to rip that and put it on his channel?
Why now, when you have no problem with anyone else doing that, would you have a problem with him doing that?
Okay, so when a police officer pulls someone over for speeding, and you go, well, look at all these other guys speeding. Why am I getting in trouble for it? Is that a legitimate defense, do you think?
You know what? I just got pulled over for running a red light that I didn't think was a red light. And I've noticed a lot of people actually running red lights. And you know what? It's not fair that I got pulled over, but you know, why the cop? I mean, what's with the police? I mean, this says, I mean,
well, does that make
this
it right
has
for you to
nothing
run
to do
the
with
red light?
police, man.
Well, no, I'm just saying that, like, so this is how it works, okay? This is how I function, okay? I'm a really chill person, okay? If there are people that unauthorized, they will upload my content onto YouTube because they want to share it with a friend or because they think they're putting together something funny or cute. And you know, it is within my right legally, 100%, to DMCA every single person that does that. Usually, I don't do it because I'm a really chill dude, okay? I make a living online. I know that
Is it because you're a really chill dude, or is it because you want to get your name and your face out there?
More because I'm a really chill dude. Very rarely is it ever profitable for me. I'm usually larger than most of the people uploading my stuff. But getting your name and face out there isn't a legitimate reason to steal somebody's intellectual property, right? That's not a defense, right? Like, I can't go and find some artist whose video I really like and then re-upload that to my YouTube, and then when he DMCA's it, go, well, dude, I was giving you all this exposure, right? That's not like a valid defense of what I'm doing.
He didn't steal your content, and actually,
well,
I mean,
what do you mean by that? He kind of did.
Well, if anyone of Sargon's people had an affinity for you and didn't know really anything about you, then they would know something about you, right?
Well, they would know that I supposedly like communism and don't want white people to ever talk. but
Well,
this is
you know
regardless. This is regardless. How
Well,
does this
you know-
justify? How does this justify him stealing
Here's
my
the thing.
content?
Here's the thing. But I mean, here's the thing. If they want to go to the whole video, they can do that because he linked it. He linked your video to that. So if they want to, if what you actually said was out of context, then they can go and look at that, and they can find out for themselves.
Okay,
and then you get more views.
Okay, so let's move piece by piece, okay? For the first part, do you at least admit or acknowledge that what Sargon did violates my intellectual property rights? Do you acknowledge that or no?
I mean, I don't I mean,
It's
why
kind of
why would
important.
it violate? Why would it violate your intellectual property rights? Why
Because
would it?
he took a piece of content that I owned, that is my intellectual property, and he re-uploaded it, unedited, unmodified in any way, to his channel.
Yeah, about 15 seconds of it.
Doesn't matter. It's still
About 15
100%.
seconds.
Was still 100% my content that I created, that I have the intellectual property ownership of. I didn't license it to him. I didn't authorize him to redistribute it or. So
This happened to him with the BBC as well, and you know they rescinded that. Why did you do it again? Why? I mean, you did the first 2 DMCA's, and then he privated the other ones.
Okay, so this is not true. I filed 4 DMCA's all at once. All 4 were filed at once. Even Sargon should have known that, because in the video, in the image that he posted himself, it said that 3 DMCA's had been filed and that he would lose access to his channel today if he didn't counterclaim any of them. So even Sargon knows that. So it is not true. I didn't go back and Sargon's initial narrative that it sounds like you're buying is that I filed 2 and then I came back like a ninja 1 week later and filed 2 more. I didn't do that. Like the whole thing that he's talking about, how like I re-DMCA'd like.
So you're just saying YouTube is slow, basically.
No, this is my guess, okay? I don't actually know for sure because I don't have a ton of copyrighted content on my channel, but this is my guess. My guess is that I filed 4 DMCA's. Since Sargon is a large channel on YouTube, rather than instantly take down his channel, after 2 DMCA's are filed, they probably give the channel owner the opportunity to respond without automatically destroying a channel. That's my guess of what happened. So if he would have responded, then, you know, the next one would have popped up, and then he would have had to respond to 1 more, and then he would have only had 2 strikes on his channel. That's my guess. I don't actually know for sure, but that's what it read like to me. But the problem is Sargon didn't respond to any of it. He just left it, even though there was a warning on the picture that he posted.
He did that?
Why?
Do you know why he did that?
Why?
Because he was waiting for you to take them down, because you and I both know that that's not stealing your intellectual property. He was putting a spotlight on 15 seconds of an hour and a half long conversation.
Okay, 2 things here. 1, it was stealing my content. There's no way to look at it. He was stealing it. Now, whether you say it's for promotion or what, he was stealing it. And 2, if he was wanting me to take it down, he never asked ever for me to rescind a content claim. And when I brought him on to talk about it, he shunned over that part of the convo real fast, where I said, do you want to talk about the DMCA stuff? And he's like, oh no, I think we understand that, blah, blah, blah. And he didn't even want to talk about it. So originally I assumed that it was because he knew he was in the wrong, because if he makes a living on YouTube, he knows he's legally in the wrong. He has no case here. He has no, obviously he just, flatly ripped my videos. But I think what actually happened was, what?
How many DMCA claims have you had in your lifetime?
1.
Was it rescinded?
No, I got a strike for it.
So it was blatant. So it was blatant then.
Kind of. Basically, I did a review of a couple episodes of Rick and Morty that involved the utilization of a lot of Rick and Morty content, and oh my god. And that video, after it got posted, was DMCA struck by the company. It might have been possible for me to fight it, but I didn't want to risk it, because if you fight a content strike and lose on YouTube, it remains on your account permanently. So I just kind of left it.
Well, I mean, he's been through a whole hell of a lot of these, right?
Well, I mean, if anything, that should mean that he knows what's going on. He should know. He's fought him in the past. He knows what he can or cannot do. So,
right. Well, here's the thing. He's fought him and won. He's fought him. He doesn't have a legitimate strike on his account.
Well, he's got 4 now on that deactivated account. If he's fought them in the past and won, then won. Well, he should know how this works, right? So I don't know why he didn't counterclaim my DMCA strikes. 2, you're saying that he was counterclaiming like BBC stuff. Was this stuff that he used as part of a larger video?
I'm sure it was. It was okay, maybe something having to do with This Week in Stupid or something.
Then that's totally different, because Sargon made a video.
His voice was because he put his voice over top of it. If he would have said one thing, if he would have said one thing, if he would have said "Free Kekistan" while you were talking in that, would that have not been a DMCA according to you?
So you're acting very incredulous at this point, but yes, this is part of taking somebody's copyrighted material and posting it as your own, one of the tests of fair use is the question of whether or not you've transformed this comment, right? Is this a transformative reinterpretation of somebody's work, right? Part of making content transformative is, yes, modifying the video, adding voice to it, adding commentary to it, stringing together multiple clips, contextualizing it as part of a larger piece. This is why news organizations are oftentimes able, or educational institutions can take a piece, copy it verbatim, but contextualize it in a larger report and add material around it to make it a transformative work. This is why this works, right? This is part of how copyright on the internet and everything works.
What you're claiming is that you're claiming libel against him, right?
No,
Basically?
that has nothing to do with it. No. I think he is a little bit, but that has nothing to do with the DMCA. All of these issues are side issues. The fact of the matter is, he took content from my channel, ripped it verbatim, and uploaded it verbatim to his channel with no edits, no modification, no voiceovers, no commentary, just straight ripped the video. That's just a violation of my copyright. Like, there's no way around that.
The reason why you did that, though, is because you're saying he took you out of context.
And the reason why a cop might pull over somebody for speeding is because they're having a bad day. But if the guy was speeding, it doesn't matter if the cop was feeling down or not. The guy's going to get a ticket. It doesn't really matter the reason why we can get into the reasons next, but I just want you to understand that legally, Sargon has no leg to stand on. It's not like I'm going out of my way to do some extra legal harassment or something. Like, legally, I'm within my rights to DMCA anything I want if somebody steals my content and reposts it online. I don't need a reason for it. I could do it because I'm sexually frustrated. I could do it because I don't like white people and Sargon is white. I could do it because I hate right-leaning or left-leaning, but like, it doesn't matter what the reason is. It's my content. I'm within my legal rights. I reserve the right to DMCA my content at any point in time by default position, like, unless I give somebody authorization to use it.
All right, so it's in the hands of YouTube now, right?
No, it's past that because Sargon didn't file a counterclaim. It's settled now. It's done. He had until today, that's what that clip said, that he jerked himself off over when he posted it on Twitter. He had until today to counterclaim it, and he didn't. I don't think he read it, honestly. It doesn't seem like he did, because he's really surprised today when YouTube followed through and, you know, terminated the channel. But yeah, there's nothing really to talk about at this point.
So I really think that list of dangerous YouTubers is kind of true, huh?
Which list of dangerous? Am I on a list
because
of dangerous
if
YouTubers?
This is what takes him down. No, but
Okay.
he is. People that they don't want people to hear from. They don't want people to hear from people like Mr. Meccater. They don't want the Jim, or in other words,
I know
they don't
him.
want
I've talked to him.
Yeah. They don't want to hear from him. So they're gonna use any excuse, even if it's flimsy, they're gonna take him down, huh?
Okay, so again, you're not understanding this, okay? And I'm not trying to sound rude or mean, but it's not flimsy.
Let's get into the hows and whys then.
Well, I've already settled it. This is kind of cut and dry. You can't take somebody's video and just re-upload it verbatim to your channel. You can't do that. There's not really much to discuss there. Like you're just not allowed to do that.
Isn't there like a time frame? There's like a limit of what you can and what you cannot in the context of how long the video is. You can't upload more than what I don't even know what it's not even. There are guidelines for the DMCA.
No? What are you saying?
I'm saying that I've heard in the past that if you upload a certain amount of someone's content, if it's small enough, it doesn't matter.
So, okay, so let me talk a little bit about fair use, okay? Fair use is a defense that you would use. You would employ this defense in court. It is not a hard and dry thing, okay? This is a defense that you use in court, okay? So part of the arguments that you can make for fair use is you can argue for length of time that you use a clip. Like if you use enough to substantiate a point or something, these are arguments that you can make. However, generally, this is talking about the utilization of a clip in a larger piece of work. So let me give you an example. If you were making a critique of a GoldenEye film or James Bond film or whatever, right? You could argue that you needed, you had a clip of the film in there and it was only 2 minutes long, and you're not, damaging that person's copyright. It was was necessary for the criticism. You added so much material around it that this can't be seen as a threat to the copying abilities of the original owner, right? These are the arguments you do, right? You cannot do like a review of a James Bond film and have the entire film in the review without talking over it or doing anything at all, and they'll be like, oh, well, look, I'm reviewing it, right? So that's an argument where like the time of a clip can be relevant, but that doesn't mean that you can just take a clip and upload it somewhere and say like, oh, well, look, it's short, so it's okay. Well, no, it's got to be contextualized in a larger piece. Does that make sense?
See, he contextualized it in the title.
But that's not part of the video. That video can be embedded independent of the title, right? That video can be put onto other websites independent of the title. That title is not a part of the video itself. And even if it was in the video, you can't just upload a video and give it a title, right? Like if I uploaded a video of the Super Bowl and titled like some touchdown is like the Patriots suck so hard, and then upload like a minute of the Super Bowl onto YouTube, like I can get DMCA'd for that because that's not I don't own the Super Bowl. I don't have rights to it. I don't have licensing agreements or the ability to, authorization to, retransmit it or anything. Like I can't do that.
Right, that's the NFL. I mean, you are an LLC. I mean, you
doesn't
you are
matter.
A company.
You don't need to be a company to own a copyright on on material that you create.
Right, but would you have done this if it didn't make you look less than stellar?
I don't. Maybe not. I don't know. But the first thing you have to understand, we can get into that part, but the first thing you have to understand is that legally, Sargon has no basis to stand on. Like, and then we can talk about why I did it if you want to move on to that. But legally, Sargon has absolutely right. This is why he's never going to get a lawyer. He's never going. Maybe it's why he didn't even bother counterclaiming it. Although honestly, if he would have counterclaimed it after talking to him, I probably would have just released it because I mean I don't really care that much. I'm not very much into like destroying people's YouTube channels.
Why did he have to ask? Why did he have to ask? I mean, you guys talked. It seemed amicable. I mean, of course, you didn't agree on anything.
So two things going on. One, I mean, it's my content, so he should have asked initially before even uploading it, firstly. Secondly, he never asked me to, like, rescind a counterclaim. He didn't even want to talk about it, so I really didn't know what... I figured maybe he dealt with it, or he...
I'm thinking he was thinking that it was kind of, implied that...
Okay, so if I had 100...
Since you were talking it out, I kind of implied that, and the stream didn't end with, go fuck yourself, It didn't end like that. It ended like, yeah, we can't agree on things. We don't see eye to eye. Nice talking with you. I mean...
So
let
me ask you a question. If you had a 100,000 sub YouTube channel, would you really leave it up to chance like that?
Well, he is a self-proclaimed shit poster, and, it's not like he can't start another channel and he won't be right back up to 100,000 plus in no time. I mean, he's gonna be around. He's gonna keep coming around, man.
Sure, I don't deny that, but
just because
so then it sounds like the channel wasn't that important then.
Well, I mean, yeah, to him, I guess not. I mean,
so then what's the issue if he didn't really care about it that much?
Well, the thing is, I mean, you shouldn't. I mean, I think, and I'm not reading your mind or anything, and I think what you were waiting for was an apology from him.
No, I don't really care. But if he would have asked me to like rescind it, I probably would have. Like, I'm not like the stone cold character killer assassinator dude. I'm a pretty reasonable person.
Well, I mean, you understand that the same thing happened to Bearing, and he got his channel back. So
the same thing happened to who?
It could Bearing.
I don't know who that is. I'm sorry, but okay.
He's an Australian. He's Australian. He used the copyright cartoon bear from some cartoon in the early 2000s or 90s or something like that, and those people, it got back to those people, and they talked it through, and he got his channel back even after YouTube completely destroyed it, demolished it. 3 strikes you're out kind of thing, and he still got it back, so he could still get it back.
Well, I mean, it sounds like he would have to go through me to do that, no?
Well, No, I think it's really it's in YouTube's hands now. I
Well,
mean, you put
but
it.
it's not
you
in
put it
YouTube.
squarely.
It's
You
not
put
in
it
YouTube's
squarely in
hands.
YouTube's hands when you filed the DMCA's.
It's not in YouTube's hands. It's in my hands. Right? The
Well,
DMCA is filed on behalf of me. It's my content. YouTube doesn't get to decide what happens to my content. They don't own the rights to it. I own the rights to it. So YouTube can't supersede me, right? This is an issue. This would be a civil issue between me and Sargon. YouTube has no say over whether or not I let him ultimately use it.
I don't think that I don't think his channel's gone, man.
I mean, you know what? You know that this isn't his main channel, right? It's just his like side meme channel or whatever.
It's got like 4 channels.
Sure.
Was it which one was this from? Was this from the Thinkery, or from actual Sargon of Akkad?
No, this was from the meme media, I think.
Okay, I think he changed it to the Thinkery, but
oh, maybe
maybe it was still the meme media. So that was literally his shitposting channel, and maybe that is why he didn't care. Maybe that was why he didn't care. Why he didn't ask you to release the DMCA's, because maybe he's trying to prove a point.
What is the point?
I guess the point is you can shut him down. You can shut one channel down, but I mean, his main channel is still there. I mean, yeah, maybe this was a planned thing that he created this shit posting channel just in case, just in case someone decided to have a bad day, like a cop. I mean,
So
were you having a bad?
His way of trolling was to go out of his way to create and cultivate another YouTube channel where he got 100,000 subs and then get it shut down by violating someone else's copyright. That's his idea of trolling. It doesn't make much sense to me, dude.
I don't know, but he's definitely got Twitter talking, doesn't he?
I mean,
he does have a way of getting people to converse, does he not?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, when you act exceptionally stupid, people are likely to talk about it, yeah.
Well, I mean, honestly, I mean, do you think that those were taken out of context?
Absolutely, yes.
Absolutely.
So, to back up a little bit, the reason why this bothered me so much, okay? So, I'm going to assume that you don't know anything about me, right? For the most part.
Well, I didn't up until about 2 weeks ago. And,
Okay.
Well,
So
I've been trolling your channel.
Gotcha. Okay. So I am somebody who has had their career witch hunted by social justice warriors in the past, probably more than any random, edgy YouTuber, any Sargon of Akkad, or anybody that you've ever seen, okay? I've had multiple threads with hundreds of posters who were not only emailing my sponsors to have me dropped, but emailing the clients of my sponsors who wouldn't drop me, okay, to witch hunt my career into the ground. So I have had personal experience
Sounds like PewDiePie, a prequel.
A little bit, but I don't have I never had the support system that PewDiePie has set up to resist, big attacks like that, okay? So I have personal experience in the past of dealing with people trying to end my career because they don't like what I have to say, okay? So for the most part, this is something that I empathize a lot with right-leaning people about, that SJWs are crazy when it comes to censorship, when it comes to trying to destroy people's livelihoods, okay? Even after my conversation with JonTron, I specifically told people, I don't think you should unsub to his channel. I don't think you should stop supporting him, I think that his views are pretty crazy, but he does art. It's funny. If you like his entertainment, I think you should continue to enjoy it. And the only thing you can possibly do by witch hunting people's careers is to drive people into more extreme positions, which I don't want to see, right? I think that JonTron is wrong about most of what he said, but I think that if you're nice to them and you keep talking and you open dialogue and all that people eventually come around. Like, that's kind of my approach to things. Now, most right-leaning people say that they are similar, right? I don't know if you remember, but Sargon had a video about PewDiePie. Do you remember this?
He said multiple videos about PewDiePie. Yes.
Sargon was very upset that Sargon was very upset that PewDiePie's career was witch-hunted by the Wall Street Journal, right? So I kept up with this story quite a bit. I think that PewDiePie made a couple of edgy jokes with his little, Nazis did nothing wrong or Hitler did nothing wrong, et cetera, et cetera. Subscribe to Keemstar or whatever, I don't remember. Funny, pretty funny jokes, pretty edgy, right? Maybe I probably wouldn't do it in his position just because so much can be used against you, but I don't think PewDiePie's a Nazi, and I think that the hit pieces that the Wall Street Journal did were pretty disgusting, right? I think that there's a giant conflict between new media and old media, okay? People that run journals online and whatnot, trying to do character assassinations of people in gaming or people in new media.
Yeah, they want to shut you down. And PewDiePie was just the first one. They said, well, let's go after the biggest one. If we can take them down, we can take them all down, and then no one will have credibility on YouTube.
And I don't like that. I think that's really disgusting. Okay. Now, people on the right claim the same thing. So what happens, to my surprise, when I find that Sargon is cutting out 30-second clips of speech from a 2-hour conversation I had with JonTron to make it sound like I hold extremist positions that not only do I not hold them, most of them I had spoken out against in that same debate with JonTron. So if you remember, there's like some 4 clips. One was, Destiny thinks that white people shouldn't talk. That was the first clip that he cut out. In the beginning of my conversation,
thinks white people should shut up.
Yeah.
But I mean, when JonTron brought up the crazy lady that's saying, I'm going to shut white people down, and he said, "Do you believe that?" And you said, "Yeah, I think they should be quiet."
So I qualified that with a lot of nuance beforehand. I was saying that sometimes when you're a minority and you're talking about minority issues, white people have this tendency sometimes to brush it all aside, and it can be really frustrating when you're talking about somebody that doesn't recognize that you face any unique or individual problems being a minority sometimes. And I said that in those cases, I can understand the frustration of people who are in these positions who constantly have white people telling them that there are no problems, blah, 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 right? And I said in those cases, I can understand those positions. Never in that entire video will you hear me say something as stupid as white people shouldn't talk. And the beginning of my conversation with JonTron, I specifically laid out this position that I think that one of the reasons why people have been pushed so far to the right is because SJW fucks on the left are so extreme in their positions that white people can't have an opinion on anything, that white people can't contribute anything, that white people can't be proud of their culture. I said specifically at the start of my conversation with JonTron that I do not agree with these positions. All it does is it serves to radicalize people. It serves to demean and hurt people, right? It makes you feel like shit. If you're a white person and you go online and you read like #white genocide, fuck all white people, like this doesn't serve any good, right? Sargon knows that I think this. I've already talked to him in the past. And if you watch that whole debate, you know that I don't think that white people should shut up because I said the opposite in the beginning. So do you see how taking that 1 30-second clip out of context like really bothers me?
Well, yeah, I see that, but you do understand that every individual has unique problems of their own.
Of course. I definitely understand that. As I said as much in the beginning of the job, there are black people born with more privilege and opportunity in the United States than some white people are born. Like, I acknowledge this, of course. I'm very realistic when it comes to these things. There are tons of poor white kids that are born in the United States that will never have the same opportunities as a Barack Obama,
Yeah.
Okay, so there was the first clip. The second one was, what's wrong with communism? So when I was talking to JonTron, I asked JonTron, I said, don't you think it's strange that with all of these anti-immigration, like white pride kind of things that you're pushing, does it bother you that a lot of the people supporting you online are literal Nazis? Not like, oh, this guy thinks that the United States...
JonTron pushing white nationalism? How is he doing that?
So, well, because he was talking about keeping America majority white, and he was making skin color the most important thing, is why I eventually asked him that, right?
Well, skin color was not the most. He wants to keep American. He wants to keep America American.
We can talk about the specific point if you want, but that's what led to that question, right? So in response to that, JonTron said to me, he was like, "Well, this is a guilt by association. Like, what do you think about all the communists that support you?" That was like a really weird thing. I've never heard that levied before. So I was like, my mind was like blown for a second. I was like, what do you mean? Like, what? I don't even like what's even wrong with? And I said, like, what's wrong with communism? Like, it's just an economic thing, right? As opposed to like,
he didn't say communists support you. He said communists that support the left. left.
Yeah, sure. It was something along those lines. So that like I was like really taken aback, and I think I asked her, I was like, well, what's wrong with communism? I think I said, what's wrong with communism? It's just an economic thing as opposed to Nazism. But that was that was probably a dumb thing. Although I'm still not fully convinced that people read into communism as like you have to go and murder tons of people. I guess if you follow it to its logical extremes, you could argue that communism advocates for class warfare. Maybe, I'm not entirely sure, but like I didn't even offer a defense of communism. I was just curious what JonTron thought was so important about it. I was just curious at that point, right? Because I don't know enough about other forms of economies to advocate for them. And if you've listened to anything I've said in my stream or in prior talks with Sargon, I am an unabashed capitalist. I am very capitalist. I am very right-leaning on all of my economic belief. I very much believe in the power of the free market. I said that Bernie was an idiot for proposing a $15 an hour minimum wage. These are all things that Sargon knows about me. I do not support communism in any size, shape, or form. I'm half Cuban. My parents came from Cuba, right? Like half my family fucking swam over here from a communist regime. So can you see how I might be bothered when Sargon takes a 30-second clip and says, Destiny wonders what's wrong with communism?
It's because you said, what's wrong with communism?
Okay,
that's
so,
what it was. That's what it was.
Sure, but before I talked to you right now, you probably thought that I was somebody that maybe defended communism on some ideological level or even advocated for it, right?
Well, no, I didn't. Can you see how people would see that? I thought that you misspoke. I thought
you thought that I misspoke. Well, then why would he take a 30-second clip of me misspeaking?
Well, why would you say it?
You just said because I misspoke, and I just gave you the context of why I said it, because JonTron made a weird comment, and I was very taken aback. But we never talk about communism for the rest of the 2.5-hour conversation.
I mean, communism has nothing to do with anything. I mean...
Yeah, I know. That's why it was so bizarre when he brought it up. I was so confused.
Yeah. JonTron started and ended that stream confused.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, he took a 2-second thing there.
Not prepared. He was not prepared. Okay.
Sure.
And
Well,
it's obvious he was not prepared.
I don't think
you backed him into one corner after another.
No, I didn't.
He said some stupid shit.
Okay,
yeah.
before
that he said some stupid shit.
Before we talk about what JonTron said, okay? Do you remember what the third and fourth clips were? We had the white people thing should shut up. We had the communist thing, and then there were two more. Sargon tweeted the picture.
Not off the top of my head. Hold on a second. I know he posted the DMCA's
yeah, the picture with the 4 videos.
Yeah. I'm looking for it. But man, I mean,
he posted the clip that and I think his text title was something like Mexicans Run Silicon Valley.
Yeah, it was something like that. It was
we were having a conversation about the destructive impacts, right?
Right. That had to do with the influx of immigrants in the California economy.
Sure. And so my argument there was that if immigrants are so damaging to an economy, why is it that California, who's had to deal with more immigrants than any other state, has the most successful economy in the United States and seems to find jobs for these people and integrates them into the economy? Does that sound like I think that like the CFO and everybody of Facebook is like a Mexican immigrant? Do you think I believe that? I know Sargon knows that I don't believe that. Like,
of course not. These people are not these immigrants are not getting jobs in Silicon Valley.
Okay, so then why would he make a clip saying Destiny thinks Mexicans run Silicon Valley?
Because Silicon Valley runs California.
But that's not true. California has a massive economy. I think the tech sector only makes up like 1/5 of it. It's a big part of it, and it's a big part of our national.
And the other is the service industry, which is where they all end up going.
Well, no, agriculture makes up a bit of it. Transport. There's a ton of different. Like California is a massive economy. California does a lot of stuff. It's not all their tech. Like that's just one part of California. But regardless of what you believe California's economy to be, you don't think that comment means that Destiny thinks that Mexicans are running Silicon Valley, right?
It may have been immigrants.
You don't think that I think that he said that Destiny thinks Mexicans. Can somebody link me the picture of this? There was a picture where he posted the 4 videos, but like I think he pretty much the title I think was Destiny thinks Oh wait, here I found it. Okay, I'm sending. Can you click a link on Skype if I send it to you? You can cut the video feed too. It's not on stream or anything. Yeah, and I don't need the video, and it'll make the connection a little better.
I don't know how this shit works.
Oh yeah, that's fine. There should be a video camera icon. If you click the button, it'll put a slash through it, and then it saves you on data. Yeah, there you go. So okay, so we did what's wrong? Okay, so destiny implies Mexican immigrants run Silicon Valley. Do you think that's a fair assessment of what I? Do you think I really think that?
No, and I think maybe that's the one thing that video title right there was untrue.
Okay, and then so now we have the first one is nothing is happening in Europe, okay? So one of my big problems with the narratives that the right likes to push is this idea that Sweden and Germany are literally collapsing because of strains from immigration, right? That these countries are falling apart. And John Trudge said something to the effect of, there are riots happening all over Europe. And then I think I responded with something like, no, there aren't. Like, this is not true. There are problems in Europe, and there are problems even specific to immigrants or refugees. And there are riots that happen, but there aren't riots happening all over, right? This is what I said. Do you really think...
What is your definition of all over?
As in, like, on a daily basis, these countries are in the process of collapse because of immigrants throwing riots everywhere, rather than, like, in some cities there are occasionally riots.
Well, if it's not a full-blown riot, it definitely is mayhem.
It's not mayhem. What country do you think is experiencing mayhem right now?
How about Germany, Sweden?
So Germany is still posting massive budget surpluses, all right, and has even had explosions in certain sectors of their economy in response to the demand that some of the people have moved in from. They do have a lot of people that they need to integrate into their economy. I don't deny that. They had the issue going on in Cologne with all the rapes and everything, but all of that shit is from North African immigrants, right, that are from disproportionately high crime areas. These aren't even the Syrian refugees. Now, I could be wrong, but so far I haven't even seen any study pointing to Syrian refugees actually committing crime in disproportionately high numbers. I haven't seen that data. I do know that there are countries from North Africa where these people seem to be a lot more prone to crime for whatever reason. But even with that being true, these countries are not on the verge of collapse. Germany is doing fine. Sweden is doing fine. Do they have some problems? Yeah, sure, but who doesn't? Right? Like, everybody has some problems, and they have to figure out ways to address these. The welfare state is very high in these countries. It is possible that immigrants can be leeching off of the welfare system without contributing via labor. Like, these are issues that they have to deal with, but these countries aren't falling apart. They're not on the verge of collapse. I don't think it's fair to say that.
Why is the right gaining so much ground over there?
For a variety of reasons, but that's a very different conversation. Part of the reason why the right gains so much ground is because they fool people into believing that the entire world is on the verge of chaos, that we're on this precipice, we're about to fall over, where Sharia law is taking over like the high courts across all of these lands, when that's just not really true, you know? I mean, and again, like, I acknowledge that there are problems. So, like, this video clip, nothing is happening in Europe. I read the news. I read a ton of news. I know that there are problems in, I think it's called Malo in Sweden. I know that there are problems in Germany with North African immigrants. I'm familiar with the Cologne. I know that Paris had attacks. Like, I know that there are problems. So it's so bad that the police won't even go there. I mean, don't think that you have to.
Did you read the article about they wanted to build a new police station and they wouldn't let them?
You can link me the article, but there is a lot of bad information and bad news out there where things are being misconstrued, kind of like how Sargon misconstrued almost everything that I said here into things that aren't necessarily true. I would be curious to read an article saying immigrants blocked the construction of a police station, but
I'm under the impression that everything is fake news unless you see it for yourself.
Well, but unfortunately that's not good for a variety of reasons. Human beings aren't capable of individually interpreting events in a non-biased way, and an individual human being is not capable of collecting representative cross-sectional statistics that accurately represent a society, right?
But they can see what's happening in front of them.
Yeah, but you can only see what's happening in front of you, and the problem is what you see
is never. That's all they care about, man. That's all they care about is what's happening right there, right in front of them. I mean, people won't go out at night. In some of these areas, I mean, they feel like prisoners.
You're saying this right now, but have you ever been to Germany? Have you ever been to Sweden? No, but it seems like you care an awful lot about what's going on over there, even though this isn't right in front of your eyes.
I don't want to right now.
But
I
you're
mean-
making these judgments and you haven't seen any of this. This isn't right in front of your eyes. You're not seeing these crimes happening. So it's obvious that the media and the news is having some impact on your thought process about these countries, right?
I don't watch the news. I get all of my news from YouTube and Twitter.
Okay, but that is a form of media. That is the news. That's just
Well,
the particular news.
Yeah, it's our news. It's our news now, and you've got to believe something. And how come the mainstream media is not saying any of this, and it's all this media, the the low stream media, that the people's media that is bringing all this to light. That is actually. What about the guy that went to Sweden I don't even know. I can't even remember his name.
Okay, wait.
Paul Joseph Watson paid this guy to go over to Sweden, and I mean he had a flak jacket on, and he's getting told to leave, or else you're gonna get your ass kicked. I mean that's ridiculous.
Okay,
that
so
is scary.
Can I ask you? Can you give me? Can you give me an example of a large story that you think has been important to the international discourse that hasn't been reported on by mainstream media? Can you give me an example?
That hasn't been reported.
Yeah,
on
like what's a
mainstream
single, like I can look up the Cologne attacks. I can look up the attacks in Nice. I can look up, I can even see probably riots in Malo. I can probably find stories on Reuters or the Associated Press.
See, the only thing the mainstream media reports on is these huge riots. They're not reporting on the 5 immigrants that raped the 7-year-old girl. They don't want to report on that.
Okay, firstly, you can't report on every single crime that goes on internationally, right? This is a world of 7 billion people, right? Oh, it's Malmo. My bad, not Mallow. That's just not feasible, right? So if you want to pick
it's not feasible to. I mean, the mainstream media wants to report on all this carnage because that's what gets them clicks. That's what gets them their money.
Okay,
so
but then why wouldn't they be reporting this?
Certain things, because certain people are the aggressors, is
Okay.
underhanded.
Do you think that if this happened, do you think that the story of a person being raped, it warrants international headlines? Is that really a fair?
It does when it's 5 immigrants raping a 7-year-old girl. Yes.
Okay, so now it sounds like you're the one that wants to cherry pick stories because immigrants are committing the crimes. You want to see these news stories. I could probably find hundreds, if not thousands, of crimes committed by immigrants over the past week. But I could also find.
Can you imagine how quick the mainstream media would report on a rape if it was done by an actual like a German, a born and raised German or a born and raised Swede?
You think that if a German rapes somebody, you think that would make international headlines?
I think the media would definitely pick that story up and run with it. Yes.
So you don't think Germans or Swedes or British people you don't think any of these people rape anybody ever, and it's never reported on because nobody does it? It's probably in like local news everywhere, but like you can't report on every single crime. Like CNN reporting today in the Kingdom of Great Britain, there was a small town outside of this place in Scotland, and a guy got raped there. Like, are these really international stories that we need to be listening to every day? Like, I don't know. That just seems really strange. Like, there would be a lot of news to go through if we got the local
Thanks
crimes
to the
report.
internet, the world is so small that everything. This is an entire community now. I mean, the world is extremely small now. And
But it's not.
If you do something that is against whatever the narrative that they want to push is, then they will report on it.
Okay, but the problem is, so, what can I ask you, like, what city you live in or what state you live in, whatever you're comfortable giving?
Well, Las Vegas.
You live in Las Vegas.
Right now I'm in Las Vegas. I live in a 14-foot travel trailer. That's what I do. I work part-time delivering pizza, and it's not because I don't work part-time because I have money. I work part-time because I don't need money.
Sure. So, do you play like poker or anything?
Yes, I do. I love playing a little Texas Hold'em.
Okay, so if I were to say something along the lines of like, poker in Las Vegas sucks, right? And then somebody's like, well, what do you mean by that? And I say something like, the poker rooms in the Bellagio are garbage, right? Like, let me give you all these examples of poker being horrible, right? And then let's say that somebody's like, okay, well, that's bullshit. Poker in Vegas is really good. What about, I don't remember the names. There's like a set of a really sick poker room in one of the casinos there. They have like a ton of different jackpots going all the time. Do you have any idea what I'm talking about? Or maybe the Flynn or I don't remember. Maybe some of your children know, right? But like, if I was talking even very specifically about the availability of good poker games in Vegas, I could come up with very different conclusions about whether or not like poker was good or bad in Vegas based on which particular casinos I was talking about, right? You understand that, right? Some of the casinos that have really good poker rooms and other casinos that have shit. Oh, the Wynn, it might be the Wynn. And the MGM have some good rooms too, yeah. Some of those rooms are really good and some of those rooms are really shit, right? But I could put together any kind of narrative I want based on, you know, which examples I decide to cherry pick. Do you agree with that you could do that?
You mean to say that all the rooms are shit?
Well, I could extrapolate it to that. How many people have you ever heard that travel to an area who say something like, oh, that area is shit? And they're like, oh, why is that? It's like, well, I went there once and I had this one experience, right? So they're able to write off that entire area, right? You could do that in Vegas with any game you want. You know, like the poker there is bad. The magic show sucked because one time I went and saw this no-name dude, you know, and, you know, like, you know, this is shit, and, you know, the food was bad, right? And then someone else could say like, what? I went to Vegas and that place is awesome. I went to Bizarre Meats and the place was so good and I saw Penn and Teller and it was the best act ever, right? That people could form very different opinions depending upon which stories you tell them, right? Or which casinos you farm for stories, you know?
It's all a matter of perspective, right?
A little bit. It's not so much a matter of perspective. It's the fact that even in the small area that is the Strip, right? That you could put together vastly different narratives about what kind of place Vegas is depending upon what you decide to talk about, right?
Right, just like the people that live in Sweden have a different perspective than the journalists reporting on Sweden.
Sure. Or what I'm saying more is like you could go to different cities in Sweden and get very different stories, or you can go to different neighborhoods in different cities and get very different stories. You know, I live in do you know where Nebraska? Anything about Nebraska?
I know it's in the middle of the country.
Okay, it's a fuck all here. I wouldn't expect you to. So I live in a city called Omaha, right? I could put together very, very different stories about my city based on where I go. If I go to North Omaha, right? Omaha has a lot of black people. It's very crime-ridden. There's murders here and shit. Like, it's a pretty rough place. It can be, depending on where you go up in North Omaha, you know? Right? Or I could say,
wait. Now, when you say it's full of black people and crime-ridden, someone could take that out of context.
Sure, they could. But if I go to North Omaha, there's a lot of fucking black people there, and a lot of them commit crime. I mean, these are facts, right? I could also say Omaha. Oh, that place. If I go to South Omaha, I could say Omaha. That place has a ton of Mexicans. You know, they're pretty decent people, not a lot of crime, a lot of kind of poor neighborhoods and whatnot. And they blast like this annoying mariachi music and shit at night sometimes. But yeah. Or I could also say, oh, Omaha. You know, if I move out west, that place has a ton of fucking rich white people. Warren Buffett lives there. Rich people love Omaha, right? It's a great place, dude. There's awesome houses. You know, it's affordable. The land is cheap. Like, you see how like I could put together insanely different stories about my city depending on where I go to kind of get my information. Does that make sense? And my city is a small city, right? So imagine if you're a Swede or you're a German and you hear somebody from across the Atlantic trying to summarize the condition of your entire country based on a few stories of some people rioting in a small part of a small town that exists in your entire country, right?
But it's not just one. It's not just one small town. It's
a few.
There are pockets in those countries that you know are they're caliphates.
Yeah, that's not really true though. There are pockets of America that are swept up in crime, but that doesn't mean that you could categorize all of America as being, you know, on the way out or in total mayhem, right? Even though we have a lot of problems, and
maybe it's just the mentality of an American police officer, but there's places that the police won't go there.
I would have to look at these specific stories because I hear vastly different reporting on this depending on what you look at. A lot of these no-go zones that people like Lauren Southern talk about are vastly over overstated depending on your particular source of media. You know, like some people will go as far as to say, like, some people are setting up Sharia law courts that, you know, and then other
Right.
people
I mean,
will point
if
out
I was
that
if I was internet savvy, I could right now be, you know, sending you links to everything. I mean, I can do that in the future if you'd like.
yeah, no, I'm not asking you. I'm just saying, just you have to be really careful where you get your news from, right? Because people can put together very, very different stories based on how you farm your information. For example,
why is that a thing now? Why is it that we have to be careful where we get our news from? Why? I mean, that doesn't make sense to me. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Because all of us are very, very ill-equipped to live in this world, right? So as a human, you evolved tons of different things in your head that let you function in an environment where you need to survive. One of the things that humans excel at more than any other creature is recognizing patterns, right? We can look at something and very quickly just put together things in our head about how the environment is, about something that's poisonous, something that's safe, a safe place to go, a dangerous place. Like, we do this very quickly. Humans are really good at recognizing patterns, okay? And this served us really well in the past when we were living in, you know, in jungle environments and hunting animals. But the problem is today, what psychologists recognize, and even I'm sure you're aware of to some extent, humans have a lot of cognitive biases that make it really hard for us to objectively interpret events and really remember things and not fall prey to like these different cognitive biases we have that make it really hard for us to be fair about the information that we can keep track of. Our brain kind of works against us in a lot of ways, and that our intuition doesn't work for a lot of situations. And you should know this of all people, right? Because you live near Vegas. The only reason the casino industry exists is because it capitalizes on our cognitive shortfalls of our inability to remember losses over wins, right? People have a very bad tendency to remember their wins and forget their losses, and it tricks people into spending way more money at the slots than they're supposed to, right? And you know, our reward centers, you know, the dopamine that explodes through our system when we get a win overrides and makes us forget about the pains of our losses, right? All of Vegas is built on this idea that we are imperfect, illogical machines. Sorry, go ahead.
You know that the same dopamine effect happens when you lose too.
To some extent, but the way that people, well, I'm not sure of that, but I know that the way that people learn, like the reward systems, where if you reward somebody after a random number of repeated actions, that these kinds of reward systems encourage addictive behavior very much, right? You would, right? You know that, like, if everybody was a perfectly logical being, Vegas would collapse tomorrow, right? Because nobody would go to a slot machine ever, because you're always losing on every roll, you know?
Well, Vegas is here because people have vices.
Yeah, but vices are to some extent a manifestation of your irrationality, right?
Well, they're you know, when we have a society that's based on if your pocketbook is full, then your heart should be okay. You should be okay. You should be happy. But, you know, I'm old enough to know, and, you know, I'm 40 years old. I've never been married and I don't have kids, but I know that that's not something that was going to fulfill me, you know, and people want fulfillment. That's what they're looking for. They're looking for freedom, actual freedom, and I know it's not working a 40-hour-a-week job. All right, and I know you do this because you know that too, and you were lucky enough to find a niche, and you know, you're making probably some pretty decent money. You know, you're not worried about your bills, you know.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Not, you know, 99% of the rest of us, we worry about our bills all the time. That's all we worry about.
Of course.
And if that's all we're worrying about, we don't get a chance to actually live.
Sure. So something that's happened that you've seen far more than I have, I'm only 28, but even I've seen it to some extent, is when you were growing up, right, to some extent, you kind of had to get along with people that you didn't like. Like, it was your reality. You were around these people, right? One of the things that the internet has given us is the ability to find anybody that has a particular belief, right? So we don't actually have to ever confront somebody that disagrees with us. We can go online and find communities of people that will always reaffirm whatever it is we think, you know?
Well, in my experience, being being a shit poster myself, I've learned that the internet is a way to find more people that hate you.
Sure, that's possible, right? But but I guess the kind of what I'm trying to bring it back to is like that people are very quick to form particular narratives, and then they only farm information that reaffirms that belief. Like that, for instance, if you believe that Trump is a good president, if you see a story posted by CNN saying, new Russian ties found, blah 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 blah, you're very quick to immediately say like, okay, well that's bullshit. Like I know that's fake news because I like Trump, et cetera, et cetera. You might not necessarily think that, but that's a lot of what's going on. But if you see a story posted by Breitbart saying something like, okay, record economy, all-time highs in the stock market posted, people pointing to Trump as the reason, it's easy to look at that and be like, oh, yeah, of course, yeah, Trump is president, the stock market loves him because he's great for the economy, I believe this story, right? So people start to farm news stories only because, they agree with their particular narrative, right? This is like, do you agree that people do this? People on the left and right do this, right? Where they only listen to their particular news sources?
Well, I think, being a person that was, cognizant before the internet existed,
Mm-hmm.
I know that people tend to want to gravitate towards people who think like themselves.
Yeah, exactly, sure. And this is would you agree that this is probably an objectively bad mindset, that this fosters circle?
It's horrible. Because,
yeah.
It's horrible because you don't. You need both sides of everything. If you don't, you're destined to you
to be
only
fucking
get half
stupid, right? Yeah, and you can get
half the story.
And you can be manipulated. People can manipulate you into believing crazy things. Your mind is being abused. Like, yeah, it's just an objectively bad thing. So to tie this all back together, right? You've talked with me now for a brief period in time. Okay, we haven't really talked about anything too serious, right? Sargon has had a very serious conversation with me in the past for like a 2-hour long one, right? Can you see that after this conversation and maybe knowing what you know about me, can you see how irritating it would be to me I have a position right now on online media to some extent where I talk about politically related things. If I have another person that is incredibly offended when people witch hunt PewDiePie and misrepresent what he says online, that I have this person now posting these 30-second out of context clips of me, making it sound like I am a person that supports communism, that I think white people should shut up, that I think that Mexicans run Silicon Valley, and that I think that whatever other the fourth view was. Like, do you see how that's really irritating to me? That I could see somebody's trying to assassinate my character based on a couple 30-second clips taken out of context from a 2.5-hour conversation?
Everyone, no one is going to agree with you 100% on anything.
Sure,
there's no way that.
It's not that. It's not about that. I don't expect anyone to agree with me. But for instance, I disagree with Sargon about so much stuff, and I think he is so wrong when it comes to things like agency or minority struggles in society. That being said, I would never, ever say that Sargon is a racist. Because he's never said anything to me that makes me think he's racist. I would never make that claim, right? However, if I was playing Sargon's game, I could very easily take out small clips and bits of even our recent conversation to make it sound like he thinks that black people are unique in their responsibility for their plight in the United States, that it's because they're black that they have these issues. And there were enough things he said that I know I could very easily...
It's not because they're black. It's not because they're black. It's
sure, I know, but what I'm saying is
I could the merit issue.
Sure, but I could put together clips making it sound like he thinks that, right? But that wouldn't be very honest of me, But what purpose would that serve? For me to construct straw men to make it feel like, I'm really smart and I'm gonna crush Sargon by showing things that he didn't really say or mean? That's not very charitable to his arguments, right? So when he puts together clips of me trying to imply that I'm a communist or communist supporter, or that I think these other equally absurd beliefs, and he's complained about people doing this in the past, do you see the frustration on my end? Like it seems very, very hypocritical to me.
I mean, I understand that you're frustrated with being portrayed as something that you're not. But with the platform that you have and the subscribers that you have, I mean, you have a very loyal fan base. These people don't believe that. All right?
Sure. But I'm not interested in speaking to my fan base. I'm interested in speaking to other people's fan bases, or people that aren't fans of me yet, or people that are just looking for political commentary, right? Especially as somebody that lives online, we're always seeking to grow our fan bases,
to expand our influence. I understand.
Of course. Yeah, of course. Now, I don't want to do that dishonestly. Like, there are things that I say that I know that some people will never, ever, ever agree with, which is fine. But I don't want somebody that might agree with some things I say to never watch me because they think Destiny, and I get a lot of people tweeting at me this kind of stuff. Destiny, the guy that supports communism, right? Like, well, this is a guy that might have agreed with a bunch of thoughts that I've had about different things relating to economics, who's never going to watch my stream because he thinks that I'm a total idiot. Because if you watch those 4 clips that Sargon posted,
these people that are going to watch a 15-second clip and then tweet you, oh, you like communism? These people are stupid, all right?
But that's not true. Like,
they're not going to go back and look at the clip, look at the entire video, and see that that's not what you represent.
Sure,
right?
and I agree with that. That's why I don't think that the argument that Sargon posted a link back to your stream, I don't think that matters at all, right? We both know this, that there are people that will only watch those clips and come away with those thoughts and ideas about me, right? If you watch my stream and you have ideas about Sargon and they're negative ones that you got from me, your ideas are going to be something along the lines of, I think that Sargon has a very naive view about agency. I think that Sargon has a very poor understanding of economics. I think that Sargon talks about a lot of things. These are the ideas that you'll get from me, right? And even though these are negative, I think that these are somewhat substantiated in the ways that I argue them. But you will never come away from my stream thinking, or at least with me saying, like, Sargon is a racist, right? You're never going to go to a forum and say, like, oh, Sargon, I know him. Destiny says he's a huge racist, right? You're never going to have those thoughts coming from my stream because I'm very careful not to mischaracterize how I represent my opponents, right? Or even JonTron. I don't even think I went as far as to say JonTron was racist, even though he was pushing the line really, really hard in some places, you know? Because I don't think it's fair to do that to people.
JonTron may have been stoned. Who knows? But
JonTron might have been.
JonTron was not prepared for you, Destiny.
But I didn't do anything. I wasn't. There are debate tactics. Like, a lot of people have this mindset that, like, I'm tricking JonTron, these horrible things. Most of my conversation with JonTron, I was just asking him questions. Like, what do you think about this? Why do you think this? Like, what about this? Like, there were comments that he made where I was desperately trying to throw him a rope. I didn't think the conversation would go that direction. If you heard one of the worst comments he made, he kept making it about race, and I didn't want it to be about race because I don't think, or I hope, JonTron isn't a racist, right? So he talked about Mexicans and whites becoming the minority, and I gave him the example so that we could pivot the conversation. I specifically gave him the example. If 100 million Mexicans came to the United States instantly, but integrated instantly, would that be okay? And then JonTron said, and they integrated immediately? And he asked for clarification, and I said yes. And he said, okay, that would be okay. So that's awesome. So I was like, okay, let's pivot and talk about culture. This is a much less scary topic, right? And then JonTron was like, well, but normally it wouldn't happen that way. And I was like, wait, well, what do you mean? And he's like, well, normally it would happen slower so they could integrate into the gene pool, right? That comment came out of nowhere. And I was like, I thought we pivoted to the culture thing, but now he's bringing up gene pool. Even though I tried to throw him a rope to move the conversation more about culture, he constantly went back to the race thing in our conversation. So, like, I mean, I don't agree. If you think that there is, I'd be curious. I'm sure maybe you haven't watched all of it, but can you give me any examples in my conversation with him where it felt like I was trying to trap him into saying something bad, or I was trying to trick him into getting out debated or something?
I think he kept going back to race to try to show you that it's not about race. I mean,
okay, wait. Listen to what you just said.
I'm going to give you an example. I'm going to give you an example here.
Okay.
I grew up without a father. All right, I grew up without a father, just like. I mean, my parents were married when they had me, but, you know, he left and whatever. I didn't turn to crime. You know, I've never been in jail in my life. All right. Maybe I'm the exception to the rule, but why is it that the statistics show that black people commit more crime?
Okay, why do you think that is?
I have no idea.
And you can't speculate at all, or think of any potential reasons why?
I can go back. I can go back to the fact that they're, you know, these are mostly young men, and you know, I can attest that it would have been a lot easier for me if I had a father figure, you know, to help me out through my adolescence. Okay. I didn't have that. I mean, I made it through okay, but I mean, these fathers are supposed to be the enforcers, all right? They're the
don't
ones that
disagree, sure.
mold you. They're the ones that mold you into the person you're going to be. So if they're not around, I mean, where does that leave you?
In a really bad spot. Single-parent households are one of the leading indicators of a lot of different types of problems. I don't disagree with that. But my question is,
you're a guy going through puberty, and all you have is a mother around that doesn't know what it was like going through puberty as a male, then that's where the problems arise.
So my question is, why do black people have these problems disproportionately than to white people? Why?
It's something that you see. This I think this is what Sargon was talking about.
What?
It all has to do with the individual. You can't quantify a group of young fatherless males. You can't quantify a group of young fatherless males and say that this is the reason why they turn to crime.
But
because
we can quantify
every individual is different.
But we can quantify it. I can tell you some facts. Statistically speaking,
there's
people...
There's no way to quantify why someone turns to crime.
Of course there is. We can look at...
Not in a group, individually, yes, but not in a group sense. There's no way to do it. There's no way to do it. That's why you need to go to every individual fatherless black male and ask him, if they have a criminal record, ask them why they made those choices.
But that's not true.
Why did they choose to rob the store? Why did they choose to rob the store when they could have gone out and got a job?
Okay, but we know that people that are born into single-parent households are more likely to grow up and become criminals, right? We know this to be true, right?
Statistically, yes.
Yes. So then the question, so if you have a group of people that are disproportionately represented in single-parent households...
They didn't all turn to crime for the same reason, though.
Sure, but what I'm saying is, why do these issues impact the black community per capita so much more than white people? These are the questions that you have to ask to figure out what's going on, right?
It could have been the environment they grew up in.
And the environment was influenced by what? What makes their environment different from white people's environment?
Because they lived in ghettos. They live in poverty-stricken areas where the only thing they turned to crime because they had the opportunity to do anything else. They turned to crime because they saw everyone else doing it and profiting off it. And then they decided, well, you know what? I'm going to follow this guy.
Sure. So part of what you said, I wholeheartedly agree with, and there are many sociologists that will argue the same, that being born into an impoverished area can greatly increase the chance of you committing crimes. Being a criminal or being locked in prison can greatly impact your future earnings. Earning less money can greatly impact your likelihood of getting married. These are all very good points to bring up, and they're very good arguments, right? So what you're talking about is there are a lot of people in the United States that are disproportionately represented in poor communities, right, that due to lack of access to economic opportunity or education or whatever, end up committing crimes. Like, these are all totally valid arguments. I don't disagree with any of these. What?
A lack of father figures.
Yeah,
positive role models, positive male role models.
Sure, yeah, that all plays into it. Yeah, I don't disagree. So these were the arguments that I was trying to make for Sargon, right? Because now, if you believe these things, okay, and tell me if I'm not being fair to you, or if you think I'm trying to push you in a certain direction, but if you believe in these things, that things like poverty and whatnot are hurting, black communities really hard, then shouldn't our goal then be to find ways to lift these communities out of poverty so that we haven't created conditions where these people are likely to grow up and fail, where they're likely to grow up and become criminals, or...
How do you lift them? How is this accomplished?
So, I mean, there's a variety of ways to do it. You can look at different types of funding for education. You could look at different types of organizations that seek to provide mentors to black communities, right? Maybe you give funding to like a kind of Big Brothers program where you've got older men or I'm sorry, younger men like in their early 20s that go in and serve as mentors to black people that don't have father figures or whatever, right? These are all, now I don't know the correct answer here, right? I don't know the correct answer, but this is a great conversation in my opinion. If I turned on the news every day and people were screaming and shouting at each other over the best ways to lift black people out of poverty, that's an amazing world, right? But the problem is, and this happened with my talk with Sargon refused to speculate on any of the issues. He wouldn't say that it was because of poverty. He wouldn't say it. He would just say something along the lines of, well, black people typically don't have fathers, like white people do, and I'm not going to speculate why. So, well, if you're not going to speculate why, then we don't really get any solutions other than telling people to, pick themselves up by their bootstraps, which doesn't really get us anywhere,
Well, I just can't agree that, I can agree that, these communities need help.
Sure,
but
this is my
through,
position.
It's not through what I can't even think of the term right now.
Affirmative action, government.
It's not through affirmative action. It can't be, because you're not teaching these people anything by just handing them things. You're not teaching them anything. You need to teach them when they're impressionable and young. All right, that is when the education needs to take place. They don't just get, I mean, this is all about equal outcome. You want equal outcome, I want equal opportunity.
Sure, and I don't want equal outcome. I don't think equal outcome will ever exist, and I don't think I would hope that most reasonable people would acknowledge that. But affirmative action, it has gotten a bad name, but affirmative action can take many forms.
Can't be. Quotas cannot be the way.
Sure, and I'm not a big fan of quotas. I don't think that they get the job done in the best way.
Affirmative action can take the form of the Big Brother. Affirmative action can take the form of the Big Brother program. And this is, you got to get them when they're young.
Sure, I agree with that. Yeah, for sure.
And I'm sorry to say it, but the media and culture is what does this to them. They see Snoop Dogg putting a gun to the head of a clown Trump, and they're like, yeah, that's what I want to do. Why?
Sure, but white people see this just as...
Why can't Snoop Dogg sit down with the clown Trump and have a discussion about his policies? What's wrong with that?
Sure, but you keep in mind that white people see this too, but they don't become criminals en masse like black people, right? So clearly there is something else going on here, right, that you have to address. Also, keep in mind that a lot of these rappers and whatnot that have these really bad views of the police and everything, a lot of this is reactionary, right, to a lot of the culture that did exist that kind of served to kind of fuck with black people, like NWA and all of this. These people, that these early gangsters that kind of did like this gangster rap thing, these early gangsters that had these thoughts and beliefs on police, they didn't just do that because they were like, fuck the police, that's how we treat them. They did that because they were getting their asses beat by police just for being black, right? Like a lot of that early hip hop rap shit that had such a negative view of police was counterculture. Yeah, of course. Back when back when segregation and whatnot was legal and encouraged and was an everyday fact of life for a lot of these people, right? That why would black people make that kind of music and not anybody else, right?
Snoop Dogg and Dr. Dre and Eazy-E didn't grow up during segregation, all right?
No, but their fathers did. But their fathers did.
Okay, and their fathers did. If they stayed around, maybe they heard about it, but they never lived it. All right.
But that's not how family shit works, right? Your family is really important. If you have a child, having grandparents around, or parents around, grandparents of the children, right, to help you take care of that child while you work, saves you a lot of money on health care. Having family around or grandparents around to help pass down wealth from generation to generation. Maybe you get a house from your mom or dad. Maybe you get some sort of savings passed down. Somebody to buy your kids presents for Christmas. Like having a strong family has been one of the hugest advantages that white people have had throughout all of U.S. history, which is amazing. I don't want to take that from anybody. That's a great thing, But like you have a great grandpa who helped your grandpa, who helped your parents, who you probably helped you at some point, right? Like, or maybe not you in particular, but in general, like that is an awesome, generational advantage that white people have been able to enjoy. That black people largely have kind of gotten fucked out of, right? Like a lot of their grandparents, even today, if you had a grandparent and you're a black person, your grandparent was directly impacted by Jim Crow. Your grandparent probably went to a segregated school where they weren't allowed to be in the same school as white people, right? This has impacts on people, the amount of wealth that they could have passed down, the amount of help or guidance that they could have given to their children, whose children's children are now in media today.
So instead, they're passing down the hate, and they're passing down the angst, and they're passing down the, you know, the bad feeling.
Again, so when I'm talking about these,
what they're passing down.
When I'm talking about these issues, I'm not trying to pass statements of good or bad. Obviously, what they're doing is bad, but I'm trying to pass down, I'm trying to make people understand what's going on, right? So let me give you an example. Let's say that you moved in and you killed a whole group of people, and then afterwards you started to, you know, populate the area with your own people, and then you found those people again and you wanted to make nice, and say you really did want to make nice with them. Understandably, those people are not going to like you, right? Whether that's right or wrong to do so, they're understandably probably going to be very hostile towards you and the rest of your people, right? Now, that doesn't mean what they're doing is good. It's just kind of a fact of life that you have to address and then, you know, seek to rectify in the future, right? I'm not saying that gangster rap is good or positive or points black people in a good direction. I'm just saying it helps to understand where it comes from so that we can eliminate the situations that cause that kind of hatred to arise so that going forward in the future, we don't have to deal with it as much, you know?
Yeah, I can agree on that. I mean, when you pass down hate, all you do is perpetuate hate.
For sure, and I agree with that. But when you expose somebody to a ton of hate, it's pretty predictable that that's all they're going to want to pass down, right?
And that's really all gangster rap has you know, perpetuated. The angst and the hate and everything else. I mean, and you know, the rap community aside, I mean, black people have really strong family ties. All right, they I mean, you'll never hear a black guy talking bad about his mom, right?
Sure. Colored people in general seem to, for whatever reason, compared to white people. I don't know why, but half of my family is Cuban, so I noticed this.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know why either. I don't know why. You know, you'll hear Sean King throwing his mother under the bus, but he'll still call himself a black guy.
Sure.
Right? I mean, that's disgusting.
Sure.
But that aside, I mean, they are really strong family-wise, you know, with family ties and everything like that. But it's the fact that they keep perpetuating this. You know, I lived in Georgia for 7 years, and it's a different world. It really is. Georgia is a different world, and I'm not saying that because, you know, everyone's still fighting the Civil War down there, because it's really not. You know, they're not fighting the Civil War. It's the fact that why is it the stereotype that you know, the South? Why is there a stereotype that the South is still fighting the Civil War? Because that's not true.
Sure.
I mean, when I say that the South was different than what I thought it would be, there's really not that much racial tension. I mean,
so I would be really careful
I'm
with
not
this.
I'm not gonna,
because I mean, I've talked to people in the South, and I've gotten much different impressions than that. In my opinion, the South is probably one of the few areas in the United States where, like, that true, delicious, pure racism, to some extent, is still alive.
No,
but I mean, like,
people like to fly that Confederate flag, but when was the last time you heard about a lynching? All right.
So one of the big problems.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but so
That's
like
all
this
I'm
is.
saying. You know what?
Well, you know
Racism is racism is shit. All right.
So like here's a big problem that we have to deal with in today's world is when you talk about things like racism and sexism, you really don't have like these KKK people standing on the street looking to murder black people. You don't have these men saying it should be illegal for women, you know, to get a job doing this, right? These aren't really the ways that, you know, people are racist or sexist today, but people can still be racist or sexist without being like openly like super hateful of people, right? Do you think that's true, or do you not agree with that at all?
Yeah, people have biases against people because of the way they were raised. Yeah.
Sure.
Everyone does.
can manifest in really negative ways. Like maybe you don't hire a black guy because you think he might be more lazy than a white dude or a Mexican, or maybe you don't want your daughter dating a black guy, right? And then this black guy gets shunned by a nice girl because her parents are racist, and it kind of drives him further into thinking that white people suck, right? There's a lot of different ways that racism can kind of, you know, rear its ugly head that doesn't necessarily have to be. Yeah, and perpetuates, all right?
It just perpetuates itself.
Yeah, which is bad, right? Which
it doesn't need to. It doesn't need to.
Well,
because I mean, it doesn't need to.
It does. It hopefully it doesn't, but we know that it will, right? Have you ever been in a grocery store and you've seen some kid whining and screaming?
Why do we know that it will? I mean, why do we know? Why do we just accept that racism will just happen?
Because
it doesn't need to. It doesn't need to just happen.
It doesn't need to, but the way that people work is people respond predictably to predictable environments. If you put somebody in an environment where they are hated and ostracized, then this person will grow up to be resentful of the people in that environment, right? I think that's a pretty.
Can you agree that overt racism and racist laws? There are no racist laws, and overt racism is, I mean, if someone was overtly racist, it would make the news. Can you agree?
I don't know if it would make but like I agree for the most part that like overt racism is for the most part not a thing in the United States. I would agree with that. I don't think that like people walking around the street screaming like get out of here, you know, N-word, you know. I would agree that for the most part these kinds of things don't really exist. Or like women, I don't think a woman should ever work any type of job. They should all be like, for the most part this is pretty minimal in the United States. Minimal to like almost non-existent. I would agree with that, sure. But like what I'm trying to say is that racism or sexism can manifest in a lot of different ways that isn't that overt kind of thing. And that when you've removed all the overt racism, some of the covert racism or some of the more insidious, not as well seen racism can still have a really detrimental impact on you, especially if your parents were raised in an era where there was overt racism, like Jim Crow, you know?
Right. And I think the only thing that the internet has done positively is that people with overtly racist parents, if they have an internet connection, they can identify that their parents are overtly racist.
Well, but not necessarily.
And if they perpetuate
that, I mean, your parents have a very strong influence over who you are, what you grow up to be. The example I was going to give earlier, right? And you wouldn't even blame the kids necessarily on this, right? The example I was going to give earlier, have you ever been in a grocery store where there's some kid that's screaming and crying because he wants a candy bar, and you see the parent cave in and give him the candy bar? Have you ever seen like this kind of stuff happen?
I've also seen, well, actually more so I've seen, no, you're not getting that. Shut up.
Hopefully, right, yeah. But you know that, like, if you see parents that are caving into the kid, you know this kid is going to grow up to be fucked up, right? He's going to grow up to be a spoiled little piece of shit, right? Yeah. But it's almost like, and to some extent, you know, we have, you know, personal responsibility and all that, but to some extent, like, that kid is fucked, you know, right out of the gate. Like, if he's got parents that aren't going to set any hard rules or guide him in life, this guy is going to grow up to be a fucked up person, right? That's...
You know what, Destiny?
What?
You know what, Destiny? If I had a child, I mean, he would probably be around college age, at least close to college age. So why is it that these college kids are pushing segregation? They want to be segregated through their safe spaces. What is this? This is regressive. This is counter. This is counter to what my generation was taught. Now, here's the thing. These kids that are now in their 20s or close to it, their parents are the ones that always gave them that goddamn candy bar. And this is what we have now. This is what that turned them into. They always got their precipitation, the trophy just for being there kind of thing. You're so special. You're mommy's special little boy. Don't anyone ever tell you anything different. And these are the same people that are burning the free speech sign at Berkeley. That is...
Yeah, I mean, I think that's really bad stuff. I don't agree with any of that. I think that people like Ben Shapiro should be able to go to any college campus they want and give a speech. I'm not in favor of censorship of thought. I don't think that's a very American idea, and I don't think that serves anybody well.
Why is it that you know, the bad ideas, you're supposed to want to hear them so you can refute them and then the bad idea goes away. Now, if you keep if you stop the person with the so-called bad idea from even talking, then people are going to follow him even more because they want to hear what he has to say.
Sure, that can happen to some extent, but part of what you're talking about, witch hunting somebody who has an idea and misrepresenting it, that's another form of that kind of thing, right? Is taking clips of something that somebody says to try to intentionally mischaracterize what they're saying to encourage people not to listen to them, to kind of bring it full circle, right? That's kind of the same thing, you know?
I think the reason why you're getting a subscriber bump is because people want to know what you're actually saying.
Well, I'm getting a subscriber bump because a lot of the things that I'm talking about are things that people agree. Like, I'm sure I have some right-leaning people that have unsubscribed, and I'm getting, more left-leaning people that are subscribing, but...
Why do they have to be right and left? Why can't they just be people? Why can't they just be people?
Well, because,
when you're talking about subscribers, there's no right and left, all right?
Well,
there's people that want to hear what you have to say.
Uh-huh.
There's people that want to hear what you have to say, and there's people that want to... troll you for to take you out of context. All right. You have the people that are there to hear what you have to say, and you have the people that are there that want to try to destroy you somehow. And Sargon is not one of the people that want to destroy you.
Then why would he post all of those clips?
He wants to shine a light. He wants to shine a light. He wants to shine a light there.
Shine a light that I'm a proponent of communism, or that I think Mexicans run Silicon Valley? These aren't very honest statements. I don't really believe any of these things. I think by this point you know that I don't believe any of these things, right?
Yeah, but I watched the entire stream, and the things that he put on the header were the things that you were saying.
Yeah, but now, based on our conversation now...
Look, he didn't say either way. He didn't say either way that you do believe in communism. He put it on the header. He gave the 15-second clip, and then he let people decide.
Well, but that's not really fair to say, right? We know what those clips were leaning towards, right? This wasn't just a
you know what? Leaning towards is all about perspective. You, and in your perspective, said they were leaning towards you affirming communism and affirming that yes, these Mexicans run Silicon Valley. That was your perception of it. I mean, leave it up to your subscribers.
Don't you think it's fair that the average Sargon viewer that is very, at this point, right-leaning in a lot of regards, is going to hear that one clip and share the same opinion that Sargon edited into the title?
Why are they right-leaning? How are they right-leaning?
Because that's...
I'm not right-leaning. I'm not right-leaning. You know what? I voted for Obama. I voted for Obama in both his elections. I did not vote this year. Or last year. I did not vote. I did not vote because neither candidate had my best, had everything that I wanted in a candidate. And,
I think it's fair to have general conversations about like the leaning tendencies of a particular fan base, right? I think that in matters of talking about like SJW,
not when the right wing has a connotation to it. When you say right leaning and left leaning, those you are saying something about someone when you call them right or left wing, aren't you?
Yeah, of course. You're saying that they have right or left-leaning beliefs.
Yeah, but that's not it anymore. And I mean, we both know that calling
I agree
someone
that
left
both sides use them as insults now.
Your hand, it doesn't mean which hand you're right with now. When you call someone right wing, you're basically saying that it's all right to punch them, and when you call someone left wing, you're saying that they're in with the establishment, with the popular thought of the moment.
Okay, right? But you could argue the opposite. You could argue the opposite from Sargon's point of view. When Sargon calls somebody left-leaning or SJW, right? When Sargon uses the SJWism terms or whatever, right? He's probably saying this person is crazy. They have a lot of dumb beliefs, etc., right? So I mean, you could argue.
SJW. I've never actually heard Sargon calling someone out as left or right wing.
Yeah, well, that's
he's been
because he
called
considers
right wing
himself
so
left-leaning.
He's a classical liberal. He's left of center. That's what he is.
Sure.
And that's what I am. That's what I am. You know why? Because I agree that it's a woman's body is her choice. All right. You know, I am pro-choice, and you know why I'm pro-choice? Because everything is situational. All right. Everything is no one has a everything is about the situation. All right. So a woman's body is her choice. All right. Yes. Okay. So that makes me left. I'm also for freedom of speech, but somehow that makes me right now. That makes me right wing now.
Sure. I don't necessarily disagree with that political labels can be cancerous sometimes. But I mean, I think it's fair to speak generally of people. Like, I think that most of my fans are
everyone calling, people calling you left and right. It's a pejorative now. I mean,
I'm not about using it as a pejorative. I'm just saying it into like my fan base is generally left leaning. I don't mean that as in they're correct or they're better. They're just like in general they tend towards left leaning ideals, and it seems like a lot of Sargon's current fan base is typically right leaning in a lot of ideals. I don't mean that as like better or worse or right or wrong, but just in terms of like when you're talking about like SJWisms and you're ragging on SJWs, you tend to acquire a kind of right leaning fan base, right?
You acquire what you acquire is people that can think by themselves, people that don't think with a group, people that consider themselves a child of Kekistan.
Okay,
And
so if Sargon's crew is capable of independent thought, why not just post clips or post the whole debate? Why would he post one thing and then add like inflammatory text to it, like Destiny thinks Mexicans run Silicon Valley?
You know what? He works the same channel that you do. He runs the same.
No. I never do that. I never do that to people because I hate that. But this is my problem, is the hypocrisy. I personally hate this, but he claims to, but then he does it to me. I never do this to people where I go, look at this 45-second clip. Doesn't this guy like... That's why I'm constantly, if you watch my Twitter or if you followed me over the past 2 weeks, this is why I'm always trying to bring people on to talk to them. I would much rather prefer to have an hour or two conversation with somebody to flesh points out than to try to soundbite assassinate people. Like, look at this 30-second soundbite. This guy's so dumb, right?
Right. I mean, and he did that before you even talked, right? Maybe he did that so he could get a conversation audio.
Well,
who knows?
If he wants to talk, he could just message me and do it. We've talked before. I don't think that's the reason he's doing it. I think he was doing it because he wanted to do like a little hit piece on me, kind of like what the Wall Street Journal did to PewDiePie.
Well, you didn't lose Disney.
Yeah, sure, of course not. But, I mean, there are a lot of people now on my Twitter throwing vitriol at me based on those clips. Like, oh, Destiny, is the next CEO of Facebook going to be a, Pablo from fucking Mexico? Or, oh, Destiny, like, how's the communism going? Like, you love that a lot, right? When it kills 93 million people? Like,
you've got to admit you've been having vitriol thrown at you ever since you got big, right? Ever since people knew who you were, you've had vitriol thrown at you.
But I don't mind vitriol. I don't mind vitriol
because you're successful.
Sure, but I don't mind vitriol to some extent. Like if I say something and you vehemently disagree with it, I said it correctly. If you vehemently disagree with it, then whatever, dude. If that's vitriol, that's fine. I've earned that, sure. And everybody will have haters to some extent. But when I'm getting people hating on me for supporting communism, like, I've never supported communism before in my entire life. It seems kind of strange that now that's something that I have to respond to because Sargon, put out a hit piece on me, right?
People are only asking why you support communism because
but I don't.
Said, what's wrong? I know you don't. But you said live, what's wrong with communism?
What do you think is wrong with communism?
It was a half a second.
What
do I think wrong? What do I think wrong with communism? Because, people still need... People like choice. People like their choices.
But
And if
that's
you don't
actually
have to,
that's actually
if
not
everyone
true.
if everyone just drives the white fucking Honda, there's no individuality.
So,
all right?
firstly, you can still have choice in a communist economy. Secondly, the idea that everybody loves choice, that's actually a tested theory in psychology. It's called the paradox of choice. The more choices you offer people, the more miserable they end up being because they feel like they missed out on something if they picked, there's a higher chance they picked a suboptimal choice. So even that could be argued, against.
I'll tell you what. We got a lot of choices in this world,
Mhm.
and everyone is free to make whatever one they want. And if
Sure.
they make a bad one, it's up to them.
Sure, but what I'm saying, like, even under a communist society, you're still free to make choices. Just because you're in communism doesn't necessarily mean you have no choices to make. Like, that's not necessarily true.
You certainly don't have any free thought.
Why not?
Because if you can, I guess you can think as free as you want, but if you express those thoughts, you're dead.
I mean,
If they're out of line with the narrative.
I mean, I don't think that communism necessarily dictates the murder of political opponents. That's how it's manifested in the past in some ways, but I don't think
See, I don't know. I have absolutely zero knowledge about communism and socialism and all that shit.
And I agree with you. And I'm glad you said it, but I think that JonTron probably does too. That's part of why I asked, like, what's wrong with communism? Because I was really curious why he brought that up. Like,
okay, well, there you go. So you said what's wrong with communism as a question to JonTron, but he either didn't hear you or he didn't answer, and the conversation just continued.
Yeah.
So everyone, all that people heard was, "What's wrong with communism?" And then the conversation just continued. So yeah, he put that up there.
So like, Sargon has me. I've had a 2-hour combo with him in the past, even before our most recent one. He has me on Twitter. He has me on Skype. He has my email. Why wouldn't he just email me asking for clarification instead of? Do you see how bad it looks when it almost seems like he's rushing to JonTron's defense to throw up? Because there's, again, and I know even you agree with this, I could clip out a lot of clips that make JonTron sound really bad, but Sargon is very quick to make excuses for everything JonTron said and then nail me to the wall on the exact wording that I use in a 30-second clip. That doesn't seem too fair, does it?
It's all about exact wording, really. I mean, yes, you said something considered inflammatory. In this political climate, you said something inflammatory in that half a second right there. What's wrong with communism? I mean,
sure, but JonTron also made comments about the gene pool.
You know what's wrong with communism.
Yeah.
So why would you do that?
Because I was curious what he and I don't really know.
You wanted to know what he thought. Yes,
yeah.
You wanted to know what he
and
thought.
I don't even necessarily know
he
if
either didn't hear it, he either didn't hear the question, or he just didn't want to respond to it because he's as dumb as me about political ideologies. I mean, it's a non-issue really. It really is.
But it turned it into an issue by clipping.
So it turned into an issue because you started getting vitriol, right?
Well, because he clipped it with it was very clear what Sargon's intent was there. His intent was to frame me as somebody that either, I guess at best, didn't know anything about communism, or at worst, somebody that supported communism and all of the evils, I guess, that some people assume go along with it.
Are you talking about JonTron or Sargon?
Sargon. But notice that Sargon didn't clip a single thing that JonTron said in that debate. He only reached to 4 or 5 things that I said to cut out 20 or 30 second clips. You could do the same to JonTron, right? Why would he?
It's already been done, though. It's already been done. See, here's the thing. He's already been getting the vitriol, all right? Maybe he thought you deserved a little, too.
Does that sound like a fair... Does that sound like a fair, good, honest way to run a channel where you're supposed to be informing people of political thought?
I don't want to be the guy that says life isn't fair, but you are a very successful man, sir. So is he. I mean, it was funny.
It's not a matter of being fair.
People laughed and you didn't. People were okay. I think maybe it comes down to yeah, your ego was hurt there.
No. It's not an ego thing, dude. It's an integrity thing. I say what I say, and I stand by what I say. And when I attack people online, I attack them based on what they say and the meaning of what they say. When people start clipping 20-second convos to try to misframe or mischaracterize what somebody says, you've crossed over into a realm where you're not attacking ego or anything like this or being trolly. You're intentionally mischaracterizing what somebody you disagree with says to try to beat them in an argument that they're not even defending, right? You're creating straw men, right? Like, I'm going to make Destiny look so bad by posting these clips that shows that he thinks communism is okay. He thinks Mexicans run, Silicon Valley. He thinks all white people should shut up. He doesn't think anything's happening in Europe, right? These aren't ideas that I have, but now there's a lot of people that follow Sargon that will never look at a video of me who, as soon as they hear my name, will think, oh, Destiny, the communist who thinks Mexicans run Silicon Valley, right? That's not a very fair assessment of what, like, if people are going to not like what I say based on what I say. I understand that, but I don't want people to not like what I say because they've heard me, straw man from some other big figure on the internet.
People are going to think what they're going to think, man.
But I would rather them either form the thoughts themselves or at least think what they think because they don't like my actual ideas. If Sargon made a video saying, like, Destiny believes that we should redistribute some wealth from higher people to help lower class people. Destiny wants to disenfranchise rich people and de-incentivize, highly economically advantageous activities to help, like, unwealthy people or poor people. That's fine. Like, those are legitimate criticisms of my platform. Destiny is in favor of mass immigration that hurts, particular people in the economy. Like, that's a fine characterization of things that I believe. Like, those are legitimate vectors of attack. I would have to argue those points. But that's so much different than mischaracterizing what I'm saying to make me intentionally look like an idiot.
I mean,
as like a second example,
you only look like an idiot to people who aren't willing to do the fucking research, man.
You admitted as much earlier that there are tons of people that are just going to click Sargon's clips and never watch the full debate, right? He had over 200,000 views on those 4 clicks. You know that not everybody is going to go and watch a 2.5-hour debate, right, to get their ideas or opinions or facts about me.
People are going to do what people are going to do. And
yeah, but we should encourage them to do the best.
You're going to remain successful whether or not people think that you believe in communism or that Mexicans run Silicon Valley.
So you don't think that it should be our goal as content creator. When I say our, I mean like me and Sargon's. Shouldn't it be our goal as people that have a large following to try to represent the conversation and the dialogue as honestly as possible? That by not doing this, we in a way do a disservice to the people that both agree and disagree with us, because the people that agree now don't have a good view of the opposition, and the people that disagree with us are, only being further polarized, and they don't want to engage in any type of conversation at all because you only serve to mischaracterize their arguments, right? I feel like as content creators, I feel like we damage every part of the community, both our community and the ones that we interact with, in horrible ways. I don't think it's an excuse to just say, well, people will be people.
Even though you didn't intend to, you damaged JonTron's credibility. You damaged him.
But he damaged his own. I didn't put words in his mouth. I was only asking him questions. He was the one stumbling from hole to hole, right? With his little shovel and digging, as deep as he could. I was never trying to put words in JonTron's mouth.
Well, either way, he didn't advocate for racism, and he's not a white nationalist. How could he be? He's not even white. I mean, but yet those are the things that are being thrown around about him.
But those are the ideas that are
because of the conversation that you had with him.
Yeah, but those are ideas. Those are ideas that people are arriving at based on what he said, not on 20-second excerpts. Although some people are probably doing that. I agree, right? I don't think that's a good thing. But, like, you can walk away from that conversation and develop your own thoughts and ideas about what we said based on what we said, not on a 20 or 30-second clip,
Yeah, I don't know if you've been watching the video. I need to take a look.
Yeah, sure thing. Oh, I didn't even realize he had made this tweet.
All right.
What's up, buddy?
I agree that you know, it's taking 15-second clips of someone and you know, just
Ascribing
you know,
beliefs to them is probably not a healthy way to foster discussion.
okay, yeah, fine, but
to go, can I give like the
DMCA?
Yeah, I guess
I
it could be kind of a dick move, but man, dude, when someone is so against these kinds of attacks and then does them to me, like that really bothers me. Like,
I mean, this guy. I mean, you're talking about a guy that has been attacked ever since people knew about him. You know.
so I feel like he should understand it even more then.
Of course, yeah. That's probably true.
Can I give like one quick thing too? Like, I don't. Have you seen the hit piece video that a guy named Naked 8 made about me?
Yeah.
Have you watched the whole video?
I did.
So that video has a ton of insanely out of context things, right? I have never in my life. What?
Did you DMCA it?
No, I didn't, because that's a transformative work. He didn't just straight rip clips; he put commentary over it. I would never DMCA something like that. I think that's fair use.
Okay.
But
do you think that the I guess you can't put a percentage on it, but you think some of the vitriol came from that?
From his video?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, every time somebody disagrees with me, people start linking that video. Sargon himself tweeted that video at me like 4 hours ago. And these are people who have dug up things that are, one, sometimes just completely false, two, sometimes horrendously mischaracterized, and then three, sometimes bringing up incredibly personal things, right? My best friend growing up, when I was in my early 20s, ended up committing suicide, right? There's a whole story that goes along with everything that happened with that. I didn't encourage him to kill himself. I didn't tell him to kill himself. I wasn't advocating for his suicide. I would never do any of these things. These are horrible, horrible, horrible ideas, right? And I've never done.
Did you tell him not to?
Kind of, yeah. I talked with him a lot, and I said that it was a really dumb thing. But because of my stance on, I was like ultra fucking libertarian at the time. I didn't call the police or anything to tell him to stop. But yeah, I mean, we talked a lot about it leading up to it. I didn't want him to kill. He's my best fucking friend. He was the dude that I played games with all the fucking time. I picked this guy up every weekend to go and play poker. He's the reason I got into poker or played RuneScape or like all these old games. Got it, am into gaming as much as I am today. I didn't want him to fucking kill himself. This dude was like, I spent a large portion of my life with this guy, and growing up. I know this dude since I was like 6 years old. He lived in the house behind me growing up. So no, I mean, I never wanted him to kill himself ever, and we talked a lot about it.
Any of that? What you just told me? Did you tell him any of that? I mean,
yeah, of course, I told it to him all.
All you have to do. I mean, I've been suicidal before. Who hasn't, man? This world is shit. This world is shit. But no.
To be fair, just to be a little sensitive, there's a difference between like just feeling suicidal and like really keen on. But the point of my video was that knowing what I know today and knowing my personal beliefs today about how I feel about life and death and all of that, if I knew somebody that was close to me that was suicidal, I would absolutely do. It wouldn't be enough to talk to them. Like I would be going to the police or going to their work or talking to their family to make them not do it, right? I would go as far as that. that before letting things go. But because of where I was at in my life at that point, I thought that was really disrespectful. I didn't think I was respecting the other person's autonomy, right? These are all things that I've talked about. If you look at the post that Naked Ape quotes in that video, right? I am a very non-regretful person, okay? I have at one point, it was 2 regrets in my life, and now it's down to 1 because I rectified one of them. My only regret in life is that I didn't talk him out of doing it, or that I didn't go farther and actually force him not to by way of calling the police. And if you look at the post that he quotes, that everybody quotes and throws at me, I literally write that in the final line, that this is the largest regret that I have in my life. Do you think it's fair for people to take that incredibly personal story and throw that at me online, trying to claim that I'm telling my friend to go, right? That's a pretty...
No,
right?
that's bullshit.
And there are a variety of other...
Naked Apes video was a hit piece, all right?
Sure.
That was a hit piece.
That Sargon tweeted today.
Not what Sargon did.
No, Naked Apes goes way farther than Sargon's thing. I'll never say that. But Sargon tweeted that video a few hours ago. And Sargon is also making false claims. Sargon is saying that, like,
Are you saying that his retweet of that video is a hit piece from him to you? Because
in a way, yeah,
so what he's doing is advocating for what he said because he retweeted.
Yes, of course.
No, that's like saying let's put some guy in jail because some guy tweeted a strobe to someone and he had a fucking seizure. Do you agree that is bullshit? Kurt Eichenwald? That is bullshit.
That gets into a lot of weird stuff. I don't like that example.
A lot of weird stuff. But
that gets into weird stuff. But like, let me give you an example. Let's say that somebody, and this happens all the time, where there are left-leaning outlets that really want to personally attack people, right? When I retweet stories or I'm talking about stories, I don't usually retweet things that are unfactual or are just hit pieces, because when you're retweeting something, that's usually an endorsement of whatever you are retweeting, right? If you're tweeting something to your fans, you're telling them, watch this. I agree with this. I think this is true.
Is definitely an endorsement. I agree. It's an endorsement. But Naked Ape did the hit piece on you.
Sargon is spreading it.
Sargon spreaded the hit piece to you that you already knew about?
No, he's spreading it to all of his fans to make sure that all of them have seen it. You don't think that's a little bit not good?
I can almost guarantee you that a third of Sargon's fans are also Naked Ape fans. They all follow in the same circles, man. It's not like that retweet got like a million more impressions or anything.
No, but what am I supposed? But this is a retweet of a piece that is a hit piece on me that has a lot built-in fiction. If anybody else were to do this about PewDiePie, Sargon would be calling them out, saying why. And not to mention that Sargon not only just tweeted that, he also endorsed it. Right? For instance, somebody asked him why it wouldn't be a good idea for him to counterclaim his stuff, right? And then he tweeted back, this is why I wouldn't do it. And then he tweeted a video that is a hit piece. So it's kind of like he's saying all of the stuff in this video is true. Like he thinks I'm going to hunt him down and kill him or something. Like, I feel like this is...
You gotta get yourself into the mind of the man, I guess.
I know the mind of the man.
Why would he not counter your DMCAs and then retweet the Naked Ape video? What is he trying to say when he does that?
He's just trying to do this is very standard character assassination. I don't like this person, so because I don't like them, everything bad about them becomes permissible, no matter how absurd or how extreme. People on the left do this all the time to people. How many times do you hear people say things about the piss hookers or whatever to Donald Trump, right?
I mean, you did the exact same thing when you DMCA'd him.
But that's not a hit piece. I'm not saying that he said something wrong. That was me protecting my content. He had already farmed almost 250,000 views off of my stuff. He did it without asking me, and he did it in a really disingenuous way that you as much admitted would spread, misinformation about me. I don't think it's the same thing. I don't necessarily, I'm not asking you to like hate Sargon or, you know, completely come over to my camp or anything. I understand that we probably have differing views and everything, but like, I hope that in talking about all this and in thinking about this in the future, like you can at least like kind of understand where I'm coming from, right? Like,
of course it's going to spread. He has a 600,000 viewers, all right? You think that your it was down somehow, but I mean, not in the eyes of the people that are subscribed to you. And I mean, your fans propagate your content everywhere, all right? And they got your back, just like Sargon's people got his back.
but Sargon has 10 times my fan base.
I guess it all comes down to. I mean, so really, it comes down to you feeling that your integrity has been compromised.
Well, no, my integrity remains intact. I feel like his integrity is compromised.
Well, why would you? No. If you were just to say, you know what, fuck him. Let him post whatever he wants. Then that's his integrity that's on the line. But when you DMCA him, you know, you send the message like, I don't want people to see this.
But the whole debate is up on my channel. How am I trying to keep people from seeing it? The whole debate is posted on my channel in unedited, unaltered form. For instance,
linked through every one of the videos.
Not even
It's
actually,
linked.
but
People
why?
with a brain,
if he
people
wanted,
with a brain in their head are going to go to that link, and it doesn't matter how long the stream is, you know.
but if he wanted to link to my content, why wouldn't he just post on some social media? Here are 4 different links to that video where I think Destiny says some stupid things. Why wouldn't he just do that instead of clipping the videos and posting them on his YouTube?
He wants people to know what you're talking about.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, why wouldn't he just post links like, hey, look at here, here, and here. Here's 4 separate links time-stamped to his YouTube video. Go look at what he says. Why wouldn't he do that instead of just ripping clips and putting that on his YouTube?
I mean, he did link the entire video.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is,
correct?
Why not post
what you wanted was timestamps so you could see before what you said and immediately after?
And it also wouldn't violate my IP rights.
Okay, I don't know what that is, but
my intellectual property rights. It wouldn't allow him to farm tons of views off me with me getting no credit, and then people, you know, not getting any context to the clips as well. Because there are a lot of people that only watch a 30-second clip and aren't going to click a link to a 2-hour discussion and watch the whole thing.
This is about ad revenue, isn't it?
Not only, but I mean, partially, sure, you could argue that. But you don't make a lot of money in ad revenue on YouTube. But partially, sure, you could argue that it is.
All right. Well, how much of a part?
Not a big part. I would imagine maybe $10 worth.
Well, you did take the time to mention how many views those videos got.
I'm not more so that the ad revenue bothers me. It's the number of people that will watch them and then get a bad impression of me as a result.
If people are willing to take a 15-second clip and make that impression about you, you don't want to know those people. All right?
But that's
you don't want to have anything to do with those people, and that has everything to do with it.
No, but that's the reality of it. People are susceptible to headlines and buzz pieces. This is why social media plays such a big role in news today. People are very susceptible to just reading a headline or getting a buzz clip, right? So it should be our
responsibility. All the mainstream media are on these channels as well, so they can get their clicks as well.
Sure. So my responsibility.
Fake shit too.
Sure, but my integrity, my responsibility to my fans is to avoid engaging in that type of misinformation. I don't want people to think that I do those things, right? So I try not to engage in that type of, clickbait.
Listen, you don't advocate for communism, all right? You know that you don't think that Mexicans run Silicon Valley, all right?
But now there are a lot of people that do. That's the problem.
No, they're not. If they are, then they're more misinformed than my aunt that watches Fox News all the time.
Sure,
alright?
but they're misinformed by way of Sargon, who hates people that do this type of misinformation. Sargon is essentially filling in the role of the media doing a hit piece. It's the same type of thing.
No, like I said, Naked Ape did the hit piece. All right, he did the hit piece.
No, I'm talking about, well, Sargon retweeted it and endorsed it and said that it was good and right.
Well, you were calling those clips hit pieces before, and that's not a hit piece.
Well, but they
what
kind of
Naked Ape
were. They
did
were.
Was a hit piece. All right, that was the hit piece.
Sure, but I mean,
I don't even know what the timeline. Did that come out before Sargon put those 4 clips up, or
Yes.
was Sargon's 4 clips before the hit piece?
No, it came out before Sargon's clips.
Okay, well, was that? I mean, I'm not in your head, but I mean, it almost sounds like reactionary. Like you knew that what Naked Ape did was not against fair use, but you're suspecting and you went through with the DMCA's for what Sargon did.
Well, yeah, because what Sargon did wasn't fair use. No, Naked Ape was most likely fair use. It was a very transformative work. He added a lot of commentary and ideas around the videos that he took. So, I mean, I think that's probably okay.
I mean, that was the hit piece.
Yeah, it
And
was a
if you
hit piece,
saw-
but you can't.
if you saw
But
that-
DMCAing
saw
isn't
that-
about hit pieces.
Right, but if you saw that before you saw the Sargon stuff, then I mean you have already formed a bias against that Skype that you made, and you're like, well, let's I don't want this one out there too. If I can't do that to this guy, I don't want these.
Wait, but what you're saying doesn't make sense, because my whole debate with JonTron is already posted online. It already is out there. It's on my channel. I'm not trying to censor that or hide that at all.
Right. And Naked Ape took, he did the hit piece on that, and that's the same clips that Sargon used. I'm sure that the clips that Sargon used were in the same video that.
But
Naked Ape
Sargon didn't use clips to make a video. Sargon just copy-pasted videos. This is the difference. This is why his use is indefensible.
Okay. I mean, I guess it's up to the YouTube gods at this point.
Yeah, maybe. All right. Well,
But,
hey, man. I mean, I appreciate the conversation. Do you have any final?
Hey, I'm glad. I appreciate you taking the time, because I know you're a busy man, and I wish you the best. I know you're gonna do fine. You're
Yeah,
doing fine right now. I know you're gonna be fine.
Sure.
But yeah, he's not just gonna go away.
Who, Sargon?
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna have to have a conversation with him about this one day, right?
Probably not. I mean, when I brought him on, to talk, what?
Come on, you gotta have a convo with him about this.
I mean, I brought him on. He came on to talk after the DMCA, and when I specifically asked about it, he said he didn't really want to talk about it.
I know, but now that everything's happened, you got to give him a rematch, right? You got to give him a round 2. I don't know.
Well, he said I'm a dishonorable man, and like.
Look, he did that over 160 characters. All right, and what is Twitter except a platform to be a dick? All right, that's what it is. If you got 160 characters, are you gonna have a Algonquin roundtable, or are you gonna shitpost? That's what it is.
Sure. All right. Well, yeah.
Come
Again,
on.
I mean, I really appreciate the convo, buddy.
Please, you gotta have a stream with Sargon. You gotta hash this out, please. I mean,
Yeah,
you're both human beings. You both are doing really well for yourselves, and you both have really strong ideas. And I agree with a lot of what he says, and I agree with a lot of what you say. But I mean, come on, you gotta hash it out, please.
Yeah,
I mean,
we might in
at
the
least-
future, but we'll see what happens, I guess.
Come on, man. I mean, I don't know what time it is in I don't know what time it is in England right now, but I mean, at least try to hash this out. Even though, I mean, yeah, he might not get that channel back. Whatever. I mean, it doesn't matter. Just please, just talk with him. I mean, talk with him. Come on. That's how our species has been able to survive, because we have communication skills. All right, we're not writing on walls with pictures, man. We're adults. We're human beings. We have differences. We have likenesses, and come on, man.
Yeah, sure. I mean, if he's up for it, I probably will. Sure.
You know he's up for it. You know he's up for it, and I know you're up for it because you're a man who loves to debate, and I love to debate too. I love hearing different ideas. I love bouncing ideas off of people that don't have the same, exact, and no one does. Like I said, no one has the same exact principles and everything that the next person does. I mean, it's
sure.
That's how we're gonna survive, man. That's how we're gonna survive is by actual conversation, man.
Yeah, I agree.
Not shit posting on Twitter and not,
Yeah, I definitely agree.
I mean, you're a good guy. You're a good guy, and I'm gonna keep listening to you, and I subscribe to you, and just because I don't agree with everything you say doesn't mean I don't agree with anything you say.
Sure. All right. Well, I appreciate that.
I mean, hey, keep on doing what you're doing, man. You're a good guy.
All right. Well, thanks a lot. I appreciate it, dude. I'll talk to you later. All right.
All right.
Bye. All right. Tomorrow, I guess we're doing the Comey meme. Jesus, these people won't give. Talking to that French dude, the neurobiologist, PhD guy or whatever, was a massive fucking mistake. I think, dude, I feel like I will never, ever have a conversation with somebody like that ever in my entire life, where I could listen to a dude, he could make clear points. I could restate and rephrase his argument. He would still accept it. I could bring up a point. He could bring up a counterpoint. And we could go back and forth and have a conversation where we were both on the same page the entire time. I don't think I will ever I shouldn't have talked to that dude. I will never have a conversation like that ever again in my entire life, dude. Oh my God. It's because he is an American? Is that conversation uploaded? No, not yet. He said some questionable stuff. Kind of. I think you guys are a lot more harsh on him than I think you should be, though. But yeah, sure, there's some things I still disagree with him about, but the conversation was very, very, very good. It was the best conversation I've ever had on stream, bar none. Just in terms of being able to communicate different ideas and have an argument that had structure with an opponent that wouldn't constantly fucking change what the fuck he said every 2 fucking seconds. Jesus Christ, that's so fucking irritating. When you are so ineloquent that you cannot clearly state your argument and have somebody rephrase it to you and then stand by everything, like, for what, love him or hate him, that dude was consistent as fuck. Like, you know that he knew what he thought about and thought about everything and went through everything. Like, what about Maddox? Well, Maddox, we were just agreeing with each other. But I'm talking about somebody that I disagree with and have an argument. Like, the guy, like, remember, like, look at my issues with Sargon, right? I couldn't get anybody to agree on anything. This is what happens when you argue with people who, 1, argue in bad faith, or 2, are just dumb. It's hard to pin down what the fuck they actually mean. You can't do it, right? Usually you don't have to guess what I mean. At this day, I have no fucking idea what Sargon thinks about nature versus nurture, right? Where do we go? Like, okay, nature, nurture is 50-50. Okay, well then why do women were represented here like this and now they're like there? Okay, well that was more nurture than nature. Okay, so it used to be nature, nurture wasn't like that, and it was, and it's like, oh, I don't fucking know. And he's like, I just don't think government should be involved in changing any of the, you know, genetic or nature nurture thing. It's like, okay, I guess so. And then we talked about black people, and he's like, government definitely needs to be involved in helping some people. And it's like, well, I don't know, wait, but I thought you said you didn't want government involved, but now you do. And it's like, like every single thing Sargon said, I couldn't ever find like where to talk about. We were always arguing about like what the fuck he actually said. Like I would have to constantly back up and try to rephrase. Like every time I tried to rephrase Sargon's argument, or every time I tried to figure out what the fuck he was saying, it was impossible to do it. I couldn't find his points anywhere. I couldn't find them anywhere. Was he just disagreeing so that he was never on the same side? Yes! Sargon wouldn't give anything, ever. He would never, ever, ever, ever. This is like Sargon is like a fucking train, dude. And this is how all of these people seem to function. He's like a fucking train, and he's on the track, and he's like, choo, 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 choo. And you're like, dude, like, come look at this point. And he's like, choo, choo, no, I'm on this fucking track, choo, 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 choo. I'm never giving any inch on any point. I'm never considering any other thing. I'm never considering anything. I'm never looking at anything else. I'm never choo, 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 like just constantly chugging ahead. Like there was no stopping anything. But the French scientist, like, I would listen to his arguments. It's like, okay, so you're saying, so he would say a bunch of stuff. Okay, so let me say, are you saying that this and this is like this, right? So, and he would say, yes, that is a fair characterization of my argument. And then I would say, okay, and then I would attack his argument. Here is what I disagree with. I think that you're wrong about this thing or this thing. And then the thing is, he would then respond to my arguments. Whereas when I tell Sargon I disagree with this thing, he would be like, whoa, no, hold on, that's not what I meant. I didn't mean that thing there. You're wrong about this thing. Like Sargon could never give a proper rebuttal to anything I ever said, ever. Instead, he would just go back and like, well, I didn't actually mean that there, and I didn't mean this thing here, and this doesn't exist, and that's not like that. Like he would just constantly dance around the points, and we like could never have a conversation, right? Whereas the whatever the French dude, even though I disagreed with him on some of his things, the conversation was so good. It was so logical and so rational, and we went point by point by point. You know, like, okay, this is your point. I disagree with this and this. Okay, well, here's my rebuttal. Okay, and then we'll go down that chain. And it's like, okay, and then we'll go to the next point. And then here's my argument, rebuttal, counter rebuttal, and go down like, oh my God. And he never, and not a single time in that conversation was like, well, hold on, I didn't mean that. Well, hold on, I didn't actually mean that. Well, hold on, that's not what I meant by there. Don't use the term representative. I almost blew my fuck. I'm glad I keep my gun locked away sometimes, because if I didn't have it under lock and key, I would probably fucking kill myself. Well, every time someone was like, don't use the word representative. Oh God. Fuck me, dude. Because if you never have to take a real position, you can call every attempt at a counter-argument a straw man. And that's what fucking bothers me so much. And everybody does it, right? People are fucking cowards. They have no conviction or integrity behind what they say, right? I stand by everything I fucking say. If you ever want to know anything I've ever thought in my entire life, like, well, what did Destiny used to believe about foul language, right? You don't have to fucking guess, dude. You can look up the interviews where I very clearly state, you know, this is what I believe. This is why I believe it. These are my exact beliefs, okay? I used to believe that you should be able to say any word ever, any bad word, any racial slur, probably similar to what iDubbbz or whatever believes now, right? All of these words are just words, and I very clearly state it, and I don't back away from anything I've ever said. You're never gonna find me saying things like, oh, well, Richard Lewis, he backed me into a corner there when he asked me, like, you know, he's, you know, right? Like, you're showing a ball sack on stream with your friend request. What, is this a ball sack? I don't know, dude. There you go. Am I not online? Oh, there it is. What about the other PhD, the pull girl? Sounds really bad to say, but there are people, I think, that aren't of the level of being able to form rational thoughts or arguments. That poll girl was on another level. Oh, she actually messaged me saying that she wanted to come on and wreck my shit. Oh, wait, what was her name? What was her name? Does anybody remember what her first name was? And I can find it on Skype. Aiden? It was something like A-Y-D. Oh, yeah. No. A-I-D? No. A-Y-D-I-N. Ah. Oh, no, she removed me. Why did she remove me? Her last message was, "Hey, Steve, sorry to see you get destroyed by Sargon. You literally shaking made me feel bad for you. If you want to have a legitimate talk and now a narcissistic display of your virtue in front of your cult, I am down." Oh, and then she removed me after sending that message. What a fucking coward. All right, I resent the contact ad. We'll see if she'll stand by her memes there. Oh, she blocked me on Twitter? I didn't even tweet anything mean at her. Wow, how is she going to back down that hard? She was the Assad Putin girl, yeah. She's trying to make like a YouTube channel now.
Hello, Seeker. Now, don't feel alone here in the new age because there's a Seeker born every minute. Yes, I'm Dr. Happy Harry Cox, and call me happy because I am. Because you're listening to N06. Everything you know is wrong.
Yes, everything you know about Trump is wrong! Well, maybe. So the purpose of this video series is because for months now, I have seen liberals and centrists alike make a lot of claims about Trump that I feel are not only unfounded, but downright absurd. Now, in a previous video, I mocked Ashley Judd for making such statements and asked, where are the proofs? But I realized that, in part perhaps due to mainstream media blockage of factual information, and in part perhaps of willful ignorance or any combination of circumstances, that for most people who believe these things about Trump, they do not believe the burden of proof lies upon them, because they find these facts to be self-evident. As such, in this video series, I'm going to break down the common tropes and misconceptions regarding Trump, as well as the truths. I may love the man, but I'm not a brain-dead fangirl, and I will readily tell you when I disagree with him on something, think he's misinformed, or actually guilty of a claim levied against him. Thus, this video is going to dissect the man, the myth, the God Emperor, Donald John Trump, based on the assertions I've seen most commonly made about him. Part 1. Sexism and misogyny. So this one comes first because I view it as low-hanging fruit, since the sources of the claims of his misbehavior are the easiest to isolate and deconstruct. Hold on to the war on abortion and women's rights that Trump is supposedly waging, because I'm going to tackle that in a different video altogether. Instead, let's move into the first major issue that most have with Trump, at least on the left, sexism. As an aside, this video is called The Biggins because these are the most common claims I've seen getting thrown around. There will actually be a second part to this part of this multi-part series. Yeah, I know that's a bit confusing, but the other video will be about the more minor, less frequently brought up claims and issues. There's just so many of them, I'm gonna have to split it. But let's start strong with the now infamous grab 'em by the pussy comment. First of all, let's just for the sake of argument, ignore the fact that this was said in private between the Donald and his friend Billy Bush, and pretend like it was said in public, okay? What Trump said is, and I will quote, "When you're a star, they let you do it. Grab 'em by the pussy." Let's identify the operative word in that sentence, okay? Let. Implying consent. You know that thing feminists are so
implying consent? When you're a teacher and you've got a little 9-year-old girl that looks up to you, they just let you touch their boobs. They let you do it, right? That's consent, right? Oh, dude. Do you think she'll ever talk to me? I should just go through one of her videos. Oh my god. What a horrible fucking argument. Alert, alert.
And he got baited into a debate with the most disingenuous scumbag on the internet, Steve Bonnell II, aka Destiny. So this video is not about John, it's about Destiny.
I can't watch it, dude. I can't do it.
Oh fuck, we're solid, dude.
I'll watch it after, okay? Maybe. Well, hey, what's up, buddy?
My dude.
Whoa, I thought you were about to get me banned from Twitch. Oof.
No, dude.
Hey, I'm going to big guys.
I'll go A, dude. I'm going A.
Static.
Oh my god.
I'm going with static, dude. You go mid with that deagle, dude.
Wow.
You get a headshot.
Alright, dude.
We got a good team, dude.
Fuck.
You don't get put on like watch lists in the army when you play these kinds of games?
No, dude.
I don't see any. I think they're going.
I can play whatever the fuck I want.
I don't see any.
They're not A.
Oh god! I try. Oh my god! I tried to zoom in with my USP and I tried to take my scope off. All right, I'm ready, dude. I'm focused after this round. I tried to scope an op, guys. I fucked myself.
Go, Russian, right there. Russian. You gotta be quick.
Is that how this whole game's gonna go?
Dude, we only have one more bullet than a USP. A headshot, that's all I can do.
I'm going A. Fuck me.
Just try not to be so bad, okay? And we'll be okay.
Static left me. He wasn't even fucking listening
Alright,
to the
dude.
plan.
Try to keep up with me this game, alright? That's your goal.
Go mid.
Alright, I'll try.
I'll go mid.
Or I'll go mid.
Alright, no one cat. I
Pushing.
think it's gonna be B.
It's not B.
Nope.
It's not. It's
Okay,
A.
long.
It's A.
Everyone will take.
I just pushed through the entirety of
There we
B.
go. Oh my god. They're all at fucking A long. Like, all. Fucking go. Get him. They're on site already.
Arne, are you fucking serious, dude?
Dude, it took like a 120 damage nade, okay? I wanna hear your shit.
You see that shit? You see that shit?
Rip.
That's how a
He's
god.
at 60.
That's how a
I
god
didn't, see, I,
plays.
didn't, I didn't see anything, dude.
You gotta be quick.
Let me show you how a god plays this RNA, okay?
God.
I'm watching, dude.
One's at 60. That guy. There you go.
Oh,
Rip.
hey, you almost did it, dude. I was almost really proud of you.
Thanks, dude.
Ass and warm up.
I'm actually doing okay. Fuck
Pretty close,
you.
pretty close.
I'm the only one with kills.
Fuck, dude.
Me and Destiny, dude. Alright.
Wait, are we buying
A.
this round? Oh my
Long.
god, we were supposed to save. I fucked up, dude.
Same.
I'm gonna go cat, okay? Come on, guys, let's move. Whoa, guys, what is this split? What's going on here, guys?
I said that. Oh my
Okay.
god.
got a leg because you lagged, by the way.
No way, dude. Cat. There is one more cat. Oh
mid.
my god.
Op mid.
RNA with the double dink. Ooh, you got that aimbot on, huh? Oh my god, dude. How many shots in a row can you miss? RNA, his
What
head is
the
there.
fuck, dude?
Just click him, dude.
Yeah, let's buy.
I bought last round. You bought off.
Fuck yeah, dude, I'm going hard. I'm about to carry this team, dude.
Glass cannon.
We're doing it.
There's a lot of flashes along. I'm so scared.
RNA, cover me. Come back. There's a guy scoped here, okay? He's scoped here. I hear him scoping. Are you yellow?
What?
Oh my god. What the fuck?
Bomb is long. I'm running.
Cat. They're on site. Yellow, watch out.
Bomb is long.
What are you doing, dude? Are you having fun over there?
Oh shit, I'm so tired. Fuck, we waited too long for this.
That's your excuse, dude?
Yeah, dude, it's 2 o'clock in the morning, okay? I got work in like 30 minutes, okay?
Okay, dude.
Reload.
Hey, dude, have you ever thought about reloading?
Oh, he's good.
Shut the fuck up.
He's coming. You hear him to the left. You hear him. He's sneaking right now. He's about to push.
There's 2.
You tried, dude.
There's 2. I had 32 HP. I'm still top scoring.
My fucking op, dude. Poor fucking baby.
You got off.
Yeah, what do they do to the sprays? I can't spray anymore. I need graffiti?
You're
is
probably
this?
looking for a Call of
You
Duty.
don't have any fucking kills.
No, like-
It's round 4.
You're a piece of shit.
Dude,
No, it's
You
okay.
carried, dude.
what the
Try not
fuck?
to, when you
I
play this
got
game, try
lagged.
not to
Are you
move and shoot at
shitting
the same
me?
time, okay?
Here, take this gun. Somebody.
You dink someone.
Guys, how are we
watching you,
doing A?
We don't know.
Dude, you run so much.
Me?
Hopper in there at 20.
dude.
Oh my god.
You see that work? You see that
I can't
marksmanship?
move, dude. I'm stuck.
I thought you like stand still and present your beautiful forehead
He's right outside the
to
door.
his AK.
Double doors. Oh my god.
That guy's up.
Hide. Oh! Oh my god! Just hide! Just hide!
Just stay. Just put.
He has 25 HP. Don't fuck around.
He's in tunnels.
Not him!
He's in tunnels.
Your teammate!
Oh. Why you say that? Wido.
Because I said don't fight him.
Fucking go, dude. Just spray.
You did it.
You got your op back.
Obviously I did it, because that's how I roll, RNA.
That nigga's gonna take it from himself.
Hey, dude, you're top fragging. I'm so proud of
I
you.
get shit done, okay? Try to keep up,
You
kid.
don't fucking keep it now.
Wait, what? Do you want it back? Who wants it?
That'd be fucking sick.
There you go, dude.
Thanks, man. That's pretty sick.
These guys are some hardy memers.
It's B, like 4 or 5 tons. All 5.
Oh my god, all 5, yep.
They're not lurking
Rush.
anywhere. They're not. Yeah, just go.
All 5, yep. Taking B with 2 offs, hell yeah. We got this. I just have to peek you. You guys gotta go.
There's a bomb.
Oh my
There's a
god,
kit.
smiley face! Oh no.
Did we try, dude?
Close.
You see that fucking op, dude?
Dude,
fucking...
did you see that fucking flick by Happy Face, dude?
Sounds
you
like
see
Wallace
that
to
man
me.
walk
He was
out
probably hacking, dude.
Shh, dude.
Dude,
Man her up. Man
Alright,
the fuck up, dude.
come along and throw a grenade with me, okay? It'll be a lot
You're
of
gonna
fun.
get me back banned, okay?
Just come along and get. Trust me, with the way you're playing, there's no chance you're getting back banned. Fucking got him, dude. Fucking got him, dude. Easy.
Fucking piece of shit. Hey, watch out! I'm throwing my nade. Good luck.
I think it's B.
Yeah, they're not here. Good luck.
Liz, do we gotta push
Yeah,
them?
but B. B.
No, you push.
I am.
You're the push master, dude.
I know it. Oh no, he's this guy with a fucking.
No, okay.
Faggots. These kids smell like fucking cheese.
Oh, okay. Lit for 70.
Oh, that's rude as fuck.
Why the fuck is
no,
there
are you serious?
There's one top of mid.
B?
It's a dead body, bro.
Why is Donald Trump holding a dove? That's... Okay.
You like how I buried that in the boxes
Yeah,
so
that's
it wouldn't
pretty-
impact the
pretty-
dude at all? Yeah.
Pretty solid flash,
I
dude.
thought it was pretty good.
I can tell you've been playing.
Yeah, thanks. Alright. I know, you gotta pick your shit up, dude, because... Hey, I think we should save, guys. Hey, let's just stack aside, okay? Like, literally. Let's stack the fuck out of A long, okay? Let's do it. Hide everywhere, okay?
I'm hiding.
Long. Go long. We're gonna get him hardcore, okay? We're gonna really get
I'm
him.
going in, dude.
Don't fucking... Oh, there's one! Oh my god, how you guys let this guy peek me and not kill him? Yeah, push these motherfuckers down.
Nah, you guys are fun.
Okay, I don't think they went long.
B. Throw it at B.
Nice. Got it down.
Solid.
Solid.
RNA, are you serious, dude?
I remember a time back in like 2000, whenever the fuck, when the Deagle wasn't trash.
Oh yeah, that's your excuse? Deagle nerfs?
Yeah, dude.
Go.
Go. Go. Go. I'm here. Push.
There's one left in the back side. You think you got it, dude? Do you believe?
I don't believe.
Why wouldn't we let purple do this with the kid? No,
we're
you
not
got it, you got it. Easy, dude. So easy.
Nope.
What game?
That was so close.
I had a...
You know why he didn't defuse the bomb, Steven?
And
Why
I
didn't he
killed the
defuse the bomb?
guy.
Because he didn't believe.
I agree. Amen, brother.
I'm
Debate.
fucking scouting this shit, dude. I'm fucking solid.
This Pazmataz dude is like fucking our butts.
What's this?
He's a fucking smurf. He hasn't even set up his account yet.
He's a fucking god, dude.
He hasn't even set up his account yet. Oh my god.
Should I eat this red pill?
We got it.
One's lit 60.
Do you want me to eat
The
this
last
red
guy's really
pill?
hurt.
Would you eat this? Okay, I'll eat this red pill.
Yeah, who the fuck is buying scouts? Let's be real here.
Me, dude. Me.
A lot of people.
I fucking know how to use that shit.
The bomb's down.
You gotta be quick. 3, 2, 1, peek.
Be live, and then we'll post it up later, and we'll just add a picture for you, and put it in the frame.
One dig
And
Yeah, one anything
yeah,
kill.
I mean,
Yeah,
you know,
he's
I
like
think you have a
fucking
sense of it.
Paul.
I'll sort of
Oh no, he's
set the
running.
conversation
Yeah, I
up,
don't have this, guys. I'm fucked.
and then we'll
Now
just.
you do.
No, like, I'm not joking. I'm actually fucked. I'm terrible.
Yeah, sounds good.
You got this,
Sounds
dude.
good. It's what time is
He's
it?
on you can hear him.
9:30 at night.
Okay, great. So
Reload
not too.
into his
Are
voice.
you in London?
No, don't.
No, but near it.
He can't hear. He
I
can't hear
almost,
reloads
I almost was
unless
in
he's
London a
running.
couple years ago, but I didn't know I was gonna go to LSE, but ended up deciding.
Oh,
Just Sharia, if you answer those questions. But look, for sake of moving things along, good.
Oh, pick that up. Oh my god. This guy.
Alright, you're not very good, okay?
Don't be
Don't
a
let this
loser,
round
but
get to your head.
diffuser.
Okay, yeah, dude, we're got this.
Sorry, dude. I was too busy tugging on my penis.
We got this. Fucking T-sided map.
What was that? What did you say?
I said, don't let this one go to your head.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I got the fucking.
She said so, dude.
We're done.
Oh, don't worry. I got an even better gun.
How am I top?
Yeah, I'm gonna get that good mid pick. Good luck.
I got this, dude. I'm going A long with this shit. They're all gonna die. Oh, okay, they're pushing A long. A long. All A long.
The one round I don't go long.
Yellow rotate, go, 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 go.
I already
They have an
did.
auto now.
Why the fuck did you buy an auto?
Cause I got a kill with it. Hello? It's worth the kill.
What did you? Oh.
Oh my god, dude, he's lit for 50.
Yeah, we did it.
Pick up that auto. Pick that auto up.
Give it to me, give it to me.
No, it's my auto. Fuck you.
No, dude, I'll trade you a nog. No, dude.
I'm still listed as Minecraft? Oh, my bad.
Oh my, Happy, if you don't throw that shit over to me right now, I swear
Have
to
a what?
fucking...
You have a default
kill
knife?
you in...
Default knife?
Yeah, I thought you got fed like all that good shit.
All of it.
Are you thinking about like a nice skin?
We'll get killed,
Yeah.
don't worry.
Oh.
Go cat, go cat.
I don't give a fuck about that shit. Okay?
It's B.
Yeah, bomb's on B.
Just go B. It might rotate out lower.
Where are you? Alright, go lower. Come on, let's fuck them all up, dude.
Nah, dude.
That's why you buy an auto. Literally the only
Oh my god, dude.
mow down a team.
Come back, dude. Fuck.
With the auto, I'm only using this gun.
Anyone want an AK?
Can I have an AK?
You already have it, dude.
Oh my god, thanks, dude.
Yo, dude. Yo, dude. Mine's better. Mine's better, dude.
The default?
Yo, go long. Okay. We got hold long. Don't fuck it up. I'll cover you, dude, okay?
Okay, dude.
I don't see any mid. None cat. I think it's
They're
B.
playing it slow. They're playing it slow. That's what they're doing. Oh, I hear one outside long.
You're weak.
Yeah, I hear him coming long. Blue, get ready. Don't let me die over here like this, Blue. I'm in pit.
Where?
I have one too.
Oh my
Suppress
God.
fire. Suppressing fire. Oh my god. He's gonna burn! Kill Donald Trump with fire.
These guys are quite the memers, dude.
Man, you guys are pretty excited.
The auto.
All right, listen, dude. I think the auto sniper is working. Okay, I'll join you.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, Purple. Do you know what the totem is?
The totem.
Listen, go long, okay? Go long.
Okay, I got you.
Hold the corner and crouch,
Me and
okay?
me and Purple going long, dude.
Okay, yeah. Whatever you want to do.
We'll do a triple totem, dude.
I don't think we can do a triple totem.
Watch for B.
Yeah, crouch it, crouch it.
B.
Nice job, dude. Are they really B?
Smokes.
No, they were lying.
Alright, dude. Move forward slowly so I can stay with you. Crouch and walk. Yeah, there you go, dude. Yeah, there. Keep going,
Ready
keep
for
going.
this?
Oh, yeah. There we go. It's a strategic combat.
Oh no! It was
might be
almost
rotating
strategic.
out.
Okay, guys. Come on. Who's watching mid? What's going on, guys?
I'm going lower tens.
They're all mid.
Green,
to
what
B.
the fuck,
Okay,
dog? What
fucking
happened,
right.
dude? You didn't hold that shit?
They're on site.
Yeah, we noticed.
Come on, jump.
I got this, dude.
We got this.
Oh my god, no,
There's
I
two
don't.
backside.
Yo, push.
Oh god, I got this.
What?
We got one.
I got one too. Oh no.
RNA, listen.
Dude,
RNA, can you drop me an M4?
He might
Thanks.
be a cheater.
Yeah, dude.
But he might be just a fucking smurf too.
Throw it over here, like in the middle. Ah.
Well, he's
Thanks,
reported.
buddy.
I knew he was gonna drop it. So
No,
it's-
you didn't know that, RNA. You're shit. Shut the fuck up.
Eric. The fuck, Green? You're fucking stacked.
Damn.
Yeah, I'm gonna just chill mid for a little bit, you know. chilling CT pretty much.
Oh my god, I was so... One cat, lit 91.
Long.
Fuck, I...
Oh my god. This nigga smells like fucking dick.
Too long.
Oh, I shot him, but he shot
Green,
me, so...
this is your time to rise up as the bottom fragger and earn your keep. Right here, dude. Just push through the flames. They'll never expect it. Run through, dude. They won't be ready for it. Don't flash. They'll know you're coming. Oh, no. There you go, dude. That was a valiant as fuck effort, man. That's all that matters sometimes.
Dude, I hate when they crouch and they shoot.
I hate when they crouch. I have no money.
Alright, well this is the last round, so I'm gonna fucking B tons rush.
Whoa, hell yeah, dude. I'm behind you. Let's do it.
A nice kit,
Look at all
Steven.
these pistols, dog.
What'd you say?
Nice kit, dude.
Why would I buy a kit?
Last round.
You think this round is gonna be determined by a kit?
Yeah, dude.
Okay, guys, I think it might be A.
It's A.
Mid, it's mid. I just got shot at mid. Through the wall. He didn't even see me.
Couple long.
Oh my god, they're just sitting up top of mid.
Oh, top mid, they're just sitting there.
Why though?
I killed one. You fucked yourself.
Smiley face, don't fuck this up, dude. Come on, you fucked up so many rounds. Oh my god, dude, are you gonna cry?
Oh, 1D.
1D. You fucked it up, dude.
Yo. Listen, I'm only 4 frags down, okay?
Alright guys, we're going B. Let's do it.
Okay. I guess. I'm just gonna hold the bomb and get points and hope I don't D-rank.
Listen guys, do not stop in tons, okay? Fucking push like men.
Dude.
Push!
Stop it, D.
Run and gun. What the fuck was that flash? Run and gun, keep going! There we go. Oh, one window? Oh god.
Eric.
Two outside, two are outside.
Yeah, I got pre-fired.
I don't know.
Guys, why would you go out there? Do you want to die?
Yellow, dude.
Okay, fuck it, dude.
Scared.
Yellow.
Oh,
Who's shooting at me? What the fuck? Where's my ally at? I thought you were supposed to be fucking doing shit over here. What the fuck?
I was watching the fucking bomb go.
The bomb is gonna blow up,
You didn't
whether you're
die.
watching it or not, dude.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
And
come with me to
before
B.
he
If you want to
defused.
go to the sub, just give me the bomb. Actually, give me the bomb. Give me the bomb, Blue. Can I have it, please? Okay, bring the bomb to B. Wherever you want to do the bomb, just bring it to B. All right. RNA, you better not slow me down here,
Yeah,
okay?
dude.
I'm about to be on a fucking
That's the
tear.
funniest shit Give me the bomb. You know what?
RNA, get the fuck out of my way.
Keep going.
I have my Zeus out for the guy in car, dude. Oh fuck. I was
Oh
gonna
my
kill him.
god, dude.
Tunnel.
Yeah, well, deal with it.
Tunnel.
No! This cuck, this high dude is such a fucking cuck, man. He's like a born again cuckschin. Like he's an. Oh my
How
god.
did that not kill him?
You have to headshot with the Zeus for a kill now.
You have to
They
headshot?
nerfed it.
Oh,
yeah.
that's fucking retarded. I
No,
didn't even know
what?
that. I,
I
thought it was
just made.
a one shot.
I just made that up, dude. You totally missed.
What? How did I miss though? You saw the fucking crosshairs.
You're such a fucking
I'm just kidding. I don't actually know anything
What?
about this.
Oh, you're
Dude, I
so
walked
gay.
up right behind this guy with the Zeus and Zeused him and it didn't kill him. I don't understand.
That's
No one
okay.
saw it, dude.
No
Don't worry.
one-
Nobody saw
Let's
that.
go cat. Let's go cat.
Well, I'm about to get a pick long, so do you want to go long?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Sure.
All right.
Why not?
I'm about to watch you get picked long.
Yeah.
Rush. Just go.
Hold on. Let me get my pick real fast, okay? Oh my god. Get the
I hit
guys.
him. Push the site.
Gotta protect my ass.
I got CT. Watch cat. Watch cat.
Dude, I didn't get any kills this round at all.
Cause I'm getting them all.
Find this dude. Don't let him save. Don't let him save.
Is this the
Oh,
elusive
cat
pistol save?
cat with MP9.
Wait,
Cat
back
with
off,
MP9.
guys. Back off. Back off. He's gonna kill you if you're not careful. Get back. Get back, guys.
He's good.
Oh my god, you guys are massive fucking cucks, dude.
Cucks. Only Donald Trump supporters say that. Are you fucking Donald Trump supporter?
Whoa, what's wrong with? Wait, are you the real XXX Temptation?
Yeah, dude. I'm in jail right now playing the game.
No, listen, dude. Destiny is the biggest.
Shut the fuck up. Somebody in my chat said you're like a famous dude. Are you really the dude?
No.
Oh well, fuck you, dude. Damn.
He's a rapper.
I don't know, man. Maybe he's playing fucking Call of Duty from or what? I don't know. Never mind.
God. I agree.
You see how I do that? You see how I roll like that?
We got lower tents.
Oh!
Lower tents.
Good job.
I didn't see anything, dude.
Oh, what do you mean lower tons? There's two people fucking CT.
That's okay.
That's okay.
Lower tons. What did I say?
Oh my god, the king
What
of
did
the
I say?
cucks. One window.
Yo,
I keep
yo,
suiciding in the
Let
dumbest
95,
ways.
let
dude.
95. Nice. Oh,
Yo, Temptation, my boy.
Nice job, dude. You really honed your FPS skills in jail.
What are you trying to say, dude?
Alright, guys. Hey, if you want to get a free win, come be with me, okay? Oh, group envy happy, dude. Just back me up. I'm gonna rush in, okay?
Oh, dude. Yo, dude. I'm going fucking. Yo, you know what? You can take that. I'm gonna watch mid.
Why did you skip trying to debate Dick Masterson? I don't know. I don't know anything about him. I'm just gonna carry the bomb in because that's how confident I am, alright?
There's two going B.
One lit mid.
There's a guy pushing long. I'm gonna wait for him.
I can't follow you, dude. There's too much fire. I'm
about
scared.
to get an assist right now. Fucking sick.
No!
Fucking
One door,
Destiny
B
just
doors.
cut.
God damn it. Alright, Nate. Just don't be bad, okay?
There we go.
Dick challenged Destiny to a bit debate. Oh, wait, what? I didn't even see this. Wait, when was this? This was 2 days ago?
Dude, Donald Trump with a fucking.
If Glenn Beck wanted to debate you,
Piggy
to
in
do it,
his
I would
lip.
talk with Glenn Beck. Yeah, for sure. I mean, it would be a
Seagull.
no-brainer. It's a massive fan base
Are you-
compared to what I.
Are you debate dodging, dude?
No, fuck off.
Easy.
Do you think I would debate dodge?
I don't know, dude.
You don't know. That sounds like a bad.
They're gonna think I fucking toggled. I was bottom fragging this game.
What the fuck, dude?
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and
What the
get some
fuck
picks
happened?
mid. Okay, be careful.
You be careful, bro.
Easy pick coming up. Guys. Two B.
Yeah. Go through cat. I'm gonna go through cat.
All right, are you gonna try to get any kills this game, or are you just gonna be content to bottom frag in a golden over 3 game?
Playing for cat.
I'll be honest. I just reinstalled.
Oh yeah, that's your excuse.
Yeah.
Okay.
That is my
Oh
excuse.
my god.
Where is he?
Cat.
CT.
CT.
One cat. One cat.
3, 2, 1. Oh my god.
Listen, it only took 3 shots. Okay.
All right, hey, stop. Hey, chill. Face. God damn.
Trying to knife me, you piece of shit.
No, of course not. All right, guys, I'm gonna get a guaranteed pick B if anybody wants to plant there.
Right.
Listen, as long as I break even, it's okay. Yo, Mr. Auto Snipe, you have the bomb.
Yes, sir.
Can you actually hit somebody with your op, dude? Maybe.
Yep, I'm about to.
Oh, nice. You called
Yeah,
it. I'm so
I
proud
did.
of you. Okay, I can't cross that fire. It's too dangerous.
I can cross.
Who the fuck, like... Who is doing this shit?
What shit?
Like, who is, like, trying to counterpick you with an M4 in a Golden Nova 3 game?
God damn it, dude. Ah, he was standing there. Can somebody clip that? Did I actually miss that? I thought I would, like, skim his fucking helmet. Fuck me, dude.
Nice off, dude.
Shut the fuck up, RN. Gay. Got him.
You're going back to the classics there.
The classics, dude.
Really reached for that one.
Oh, baby, a triple.
You're welcome.
Even Destiny blowjob by now.
What did you say?
How'd you get blowjob, dude?
Fuck you up, dude.
Probably like a sloppy one, too.
Guys, 2B. Take it long, guys. 2B. Take it long. 2B. Take it long, guys. 2B. Nice job, guys. 2B.
Yep. Oh, sorry. Yo, dude, watch this.
There's a guy that sits car.
Well, fuck him up, dude.
One's at 95 on CT ramp.
There's no one car. He moved.
Yeah, I noticed. Oh my god, I'm so bad. Oh my god! Guys, 2B, take it long. Come on. Purple, you better get that fucking... Oh my god, run to B, dude. It would be so sick.
Oh, no. I didn't even have the chance to switch guns. Oh my, look at all the players, dude. Look at all of them.
Listen, if I was as half as good as you, okay,
I still got
we can
money.
be winning this game. That's what I aspire to be.
Same.
We don't need 3 ops, though. I like opping, though.
No, dude, you're right. We don't need 3. We need 5 ops.
I'm gonna go ahead and pick B again. We're lazy.
Oh, you're the only guy. Orange, you got the bomb.
Don't worry, he knows.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't know I had the bomb, sorry.
Rushing. I think they're...
Wait, they are. Yeah, just chill. They'll push. Don't make any noise. Blue, don't make any fucking noise.
Got you, bro.
Get ready, dude.
Push A, push it.
Yeah, push A, dudes. Wait, Blue. Yeah, get in there. Blue, get in there. Blue, let's go. Walk it. Blue, what the fuck?
Solid, dude, solid. We're
solid, dude. We did him a solid,
go,
man.
go. Solid.
You flashed me, you fucking retard.
One CT.
Oh! Okay. One long. Last guy's long.
Last one's long, yeah.
Oh, Happy, you're lagging like a... Oh, God.
Blue, come on, dude.
Don't peek him.
He's lagging.
Don't worry, I'm gonna get this, dude.
They think it's A, dude. Don't worry. They thought it was A. They thought it was A.
Blue, you gotta kill him. We can't let him save that up.
Got you, dude. Got you.
Go get him, dude. My dude. Oh, what?
My dude.
Oh, guys, there's a B spawn. It's an easy B spawn. Yellow, green. Oh my god, purple. Let me entry frag, okay? B. It's so easy, guys. It's so easy. This is so easy, okay?
Fucking hella flick that shit.
Green, can I go in first? Oh my god, I fucked up. All right, never mind. Let's just do it. Good luck.
Walk.
No, fuck that. We're pushing. Oh no. Good job, guys. Wait, what happened? We lost?
We lost, dude.
Died, apparently.
Guys.
They stacked B.
Turn around, B. Hey, Blue. Turn around, Blue. Come here. Come to me. Come to me, friend.
I got this, man.
Come here.
Because you're never going to answer. But again, I just want this notated that you still, over 20 minutes into the debate, have not defined your terms and you've not answered any questions. Now I'll talk about Sharia.
Right.
Okay. In terms of reality,
Here, Blue.
here's how Sharia works.
No,
I don't.
Jesus, I'm pushing.
Dude, I gotta listen to this. It sounds spicy as fuck.
You gotta be quick.
What the fuck are you guys doing?
I don't fucking like long, dude.
Support. I don't support. I don't support. I don't support. For me, in West, I don't. Okay.
Let's not talk about how it really works, because I don't think you live in an Islamic country under Sharia law, and neither
I don't
do
think you do either. Yeah.
Well, that's what I just said.
Okay.
And let's talk about what they tell us about Sharia law. Let's see their words repeated via this data, shall we? Let's see what they actually think and see if you agree with it. Should we do that?
If you would answer my initial questions, we can definitely do that, and I'll also make the conversation a bit larger. But yes, I still would love to give you another opportunity to answer any of my questions.
What? So, like you agreed to. So,
any questions? Any questions that you can answer? No. Okay.
All right, I gotta go back and listen to this. Oh
Look,
shit.
my ass. I've just been carrying. Like, what the fuck?
All right, Nate, can you push a site with me so we can win this game?
30 kills right now. Hello.
Dude, no.
All right, Nate, go B, go B, go B, go B, go.
And I'm not a
Dude.
Go, just don't be shit.
Dude.
Okay, I'm gonna push in. Okay, let me entry. Okay.
Dude.
1, 2.
I'm flashing.
1 lit.
Ah, fuck, there's one back box. All right, Nate, thank you. Just, that's all you gotta do.
I'm
See?
coming,
See how easy that was?
One lower 10, one going lower 10, lower 10, lower 10.
I'm watching lower.
Why does this retard keep buying autos?
He's still lower. He's still lower.
I just mollied him. I mollied him all.
Okay, good. I'm gonna go knife him. Fucking nigger. He's a...
Whoa, dude, hard R, chill.
Dude.
He said it on this guy's stream too. Ooh, it's gonna get banned.
Yeah, you have to get banned from Twitch.
Sounds like someone's gonna get banned from Twitch.
Gonna get banned for saying
Dude,
nigger.
your stream is over, dude.
Pretty much.
They said it twice.
It's all good, dude. It's all good. Peaceful.
Wait, did we win or lose that round?
We won.
Oh, okay.
It's on TV.
Okay, guys, listen. Bring that bomb A long. Bring that bomb A. Bring that bomb A, okay? I promise. I'm getting a pick. Bring it A. Guys, why do we have like 3 ups? What the fuck, guys?
It's okay, dude. It's okay.
Don't push the...
Dude, I am carrying so hard, and you're complaining about me carrying.
Dude, how many marijuanas did you ingest tonight?
A lot.
Yeah, I can tell.
About 21.
21, true.
These guys,
Yo,
these dudes, these
fucking
memers.
Go, dude. Just fucking...
Guy, blue bomb! Blue bomb!
We got this, dude.
There's a guy just sitting in our spawn, so one of them is not there. We won this game.
Well, we won this round.
Yeah, I'm going in for the knife.
Yeah, go get the guy in our spawn. Don't let him save. Don't let him save.
Oh my god.
Wait, where is he? Where is the guy?
About to fucking scout everyone right now. You gotta be quick.
I would be clutch aces right now. Yeah, we did it, dude.
GG.
Oh, I didn't realize that we were the
This he
team
has
with
more than
15
me
wins. I
because
thought we
I
were like
killed
about to lose.
fucking
Holy
Happy.
shit! I'm sorry.
I just ranked up.
Yeah, I got a gamma 2Ks,
dude.
Now I'm number
Wow, dude, nice job.
I'm number 2 now.
Nice frags there, dude. You were really
Hey, dude, it's been a while. Okay,
It's
alright, dude.
Gold number 1.
Oh my god, this game. What the fuck?
I love how you're gold number 3 and I'm still gold number 1. This fucking ranking system. It's trash.
Alright, well listen, dude, I had fun.
Yeah, dude.
Stay safe, be careful, okay?
Yeah.
Rip on, dude.
You rip on.
If you guys want to play in the Minecraft server, if you join the Discord, this is open to everybody that's any level of sub, by the way. If you're a Twitch sub or a normal sub, as long as you're linked to my site, anybody can join the Minecraft server, in case you guys didn't know that. Hold on, I'll be right back, okay? Running 2 minutes ads. All right, boys. What do we do first? Do we want to listen to the intro to the Sargon thing? Or?
Be live, and then we'll post it up later, and we'll just add a picture for you, and put it in the frame. And yeah, I mean, I think you have a sense of it. I'll sort of set the conversation up, and then
I love how the
we'll just
in the real world. Well, I guess not like on college campuses and shit. You've got the SJWs, but on the internet, dude, on the internet, you've got the writers. Holy shit, dude. They come out, man. They come out for these downvotes and shit. Damn.
take it from there.
Yeah, sounds good.
Sounds good. It's what time is it over there?
9:30 at night.
Okay, great. So not too. Are you in London?
No, but near it.
Okay, cool. I almost was in London a couple years ago, but I didn't know I was gonna go to LSE, but ended up deciding not to go. All right. Are we all set? We set, Kelly? Yep. All right. So we'll be live in about a couple of. We're live whenever.
Live whenever. All right.
Yep.
Welcome.
Whoa, there's a
to
spider on
a
my
Majority
hand.
X
Stop.
debate between Michael Brooks
I'm so
and
sorry
Sargon.
I had to kill you. You invaded
You're not
my...
like Sargon of Akkad, because forgive me, I actually confused you with Sargon of Iberius, but this is Sargon of Akkad, and we are going to be debating the progressive left meme, terrorism, Islam, the Middle East, and figuring it all out together. I know people are watching on the live stream. We'll obviously post this again later after it's all over. And before I go further, I want to welcome Mr. Sargon himself. Sargon, how are you?
Hi there, very well. How are you?
I'm doing great. Glad to have an opportunity to have this this confrontation with you, this friendly confrontation.
Confrontation.
So, I guess we'll start this conversation off. This is how it went, because I do a segment for Majority X, which is the Majority Report's YouTube channel, called Debunked, where I take ideas like Barack Obama's a secret Black Panther, or something equally as ludicrous as that, and I'll do a debunk. And I went after this meme that I see a lot on social media of this quote-unquote regressive left. And you had a response to that, to my video, where you attempted to take it down. But let me first frame the argument so everyone remembers what I basically am arguing in that video and beyond. There's sort of three core areas here to this debate. Number one is that a lot of people who, and look, first, before we go any further, I want to concede right out of the gate that if we're doing sort of hunting on social media for people writing stupid things, we can find examples of anything. So I'm sure that there are some people who have justified, even terrorism in some instances. There's people who've justified human rights abuses because of a kind of a delusional cultural relativism.
Right, so we agree from the gate. So there is such a thing as the regressive left.
Well, not in the way.
You just said it exists.
Hold
up.
up.
The end conclusion of your video was the progressive left doesn't exist.
So I'm going to explain that. So it exists as in the same way
I'm going to guess right out the bat here, because I'm not a fucking idiot, right? I like watching this from a third party. I think this will actually be very interesting. So, as not an idiot, I'm going to guess that Michael Brooks is probably going to make the argument that the regressive left isn't the default or the norm of the left. That there is a regressive left, but they exist in an extreme minority, much the same way that Zoe Quinn or Randy Harper doesn't speak for every general person on the left, right? And that you can find people that represent these extremes in thought on both sides. I'm going to guess that's probably Brooks's general argument, right? And then we'll see what, and then Sargon is probably going to find ways to...
Ernie bros exist. In the sense that, yes, you can find maybe one or two examples of people writing dumb things, but as a large, organized, politically effective force, no, it does not. And I'm going to explain the three... Wait, hold up. I'm going to explain the three variables, and then you can go ahead.
Okay, go.
Okay. So number one, it doesn't exist that the sort of prime people driving it are people who seem to be like yourself, unfortunately, that are people who want to claim the term liberal, but also engage in lazy ahistorical generalizations about Islam. So that's why this term floats around a lot. Number two, it seems to appeal to people who do not want to do the actual homework and take on the intellectual challenge of, as an example, studying history, studying policy, understanding why we are where we are with an issue like Islamic terrorism or Islamic extremism. These are people who don't want to engage in a conversation on, as an example, who funded Wahhabism and the role of Saudi foreign policy in developing that and the role of Western policy in developing Saudi foreign policy. These are much more complicated discussions than just internet memes. And people who use the term regressive left almost always want to avoid them. And number three, the reason it's a problem to talk in a reductionist and dumb way about Islam is not because it's PC or it hurts people's feelings or all this other mishigas. That's Hebrew, Yiddish, by the way. The reason is because we need to be very smart and very precise and very strategic in understanding these issues, precisely because terrorism is an important issue, as is multiculturalism, as is the quest for human rights and reform within not just Islamic countries, but in fact globally. So when we make dumb, generic overgeneralizations about Islam, we undermine the work of people like Fatima Mernissi, as an example. I don't know if you're familiar with her. She was a prominent Moroccan Islamic feminist. Asma Jahangir, who's a Pakistani human rights attorney who's worked in Pakistan for several decades. Khatami, Ahmed Musali, who were both Islam and democracy theorists working on theories of reconciling Islam with democracy. Now, these projects may or may not be successful, but if you're saying that you are compassionate and concerned about the human rights dimensions of what is happening inside Islamic societies, and then you turn around and you say that Islam is one monolithic thing or the motherload of bad ideas, which you co-signed on in your video attempting to take me down, then, okay, so you absolutely did. Okay, so great.
I feel like I don't like that this guy is talking for like 12 fucking hours before he gets on to Sargon's point. I feel like we're getting into Gish Gallop territory, but
when you co-sign on that, and then you say you want to support reformists within the Muslim world, you're engaging in a performative contradiction, and again, avoiding doing the actual legwork of the real historical, real policy investigation that is required to forward what you claim you want. So the conclusion is that it's a thing that exists in tiny pockets. It's vastly inflated in terms of its importance. People who inflate it in terms of its importance don't want to do policy or history or geography or economics. And as a result of not wanting to do policy, history, geography, or economics, it leads to dumb ideas, bad policy, simplistic and delusional understandings about very important things. Look, I don't play video games, so I don't make YouTube videos about them. It's important to have a grasp in the ground of what you're talking about.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I'm convinced I'm talking to someone from the regressive left now, if that's any help to you.
Identifying exactly profound help.
Well, you do seem to be under a few misapprehensions.
Okay, but go into actual detail.
No, you just had like a 5-minute monologue. So
go into actual detail, though. Don't do silly ad hominems. Go into actual detail.
I will go into detail.
Okay, go ahead.
So how big is big enough for you to regard someone as important? That's the first question that comes up. Because you think that the regressive left is made up of unimportant plebeians on the internet making...
How about people that can actually enact or influence policy or legislation? That would be my first big thing. It's one of the reasons I get annoyed by people talking about the regressive left. Like, okay, Anita Sarkeesian is not writing fucking bills in Congress, okay? But there are racist Republicans that are trying to keep black people from voting in North Carolina. There are racist fuck Republicans on the legislature in Texas that are trying to cut up the districts to gerrymander the fuck out of them. There are people like Donald Trump who are saying things like, you know, 3 to 5 million illegal immigrants are voting, right? These people do exist en masse on the right with real influence. I don't know if you can argue the same about the regressive left, but we'll see what he says.
In ahistorical generalizations. And not just... The thing you have to understand as well is the regressive left is not limited to opinions on Islam. But that is one of the major issues that people are trying to talk about that the regressive left is getting in the way of. But how big would these people need to be?
What makes me a member of the regressive left?
No,
you just threw it out, so I want to know why.
Question.
No, you answer mine first because you put a direct accusation at me.
I asked my question.
You put a direct accusation at me.
I asked my question.
I care.
I don't care that you care.
I don't care that you don't care that I care. What makes me a part of the regressive left? Go ahead, justify
Literally your opening monologue.
Right, so
and you
that.
said you don't understand why. So let's actually get into that, shall we?
Yeah, tell me why I'm in the regressive left. Go for it.
You have made the assertion that the people in the regressive left, who you agree are the regressive left, are not big enough to be important. How big is big enough to be important to you?
What makes me part of the regressive left was the question.
No, the question is how big do you think these people have to be? I mean, do they have to be in charge of a major news outlet?
I think that you can, this is a semantic game. I think if you want to say, okay, so as an example, you guys wheel out Glenn Greenwald as an example of the quote unquote regressive left, of which I don't, which is exactly, look, and I actually don't agree with everything that Glenn says about foreign policy, but mainly, sorry?
I wouldn't expect you to.
But mainly, the reason seems to be, and again, explain what makes him regressive left. If you don't want to explain what makes me regressive left, you're going to have to answer that question. It seems to me that the main objection to him, again, is that Glenn Greenwald engages in policy analysis and history analysis, which you guys always go to as that's a justification, that's an avoidance of the issue, even though those, of course, are the main drivers. But what makes Glenn Greenwald of the regressive left and or what makes me of the regressive left? You still haven't explained it.
We agree that Glenn Greenwald is agreed to be a part of the regressive left.
Well, I don't even agree to the term. So you still haven't explained to me why.
Is Sargon never going to answer?
I will get to that, but we have to establish what we're talking about first.
We have, so go for it.
So, okay, so Glenn Greenwald, right? Ezra Klein, would you say that he's someone with a wide reach, with a loud voice on the internet?
Yes, sure.
So would I. He's also a part of the regressive.
Okay, so great. I'm excited now. Explain what connects the three of us, other than being Jewish.
Slow down, right? We're not in any hurry, right? So
we actually do have a hard out. We have other things to do. So go ahead.
That's fine, but you have to understand we have to go through this. So the less you interrupt me, the easier this will be.
And the easier it will be if
you
answer questions.
The New York Times, they would also be a major outlet. You'd agree with that. And Salon.com.
I've never heard of the New York Times.
You've never heard of the New York
Times?
Bear
with me. I've never heard of them.
But what about Salon.com? Have you heard of them?
Is that a bar?
No, it's a newspaper. Well,
a newspaper.
I say generously. It's a regressive outlet.
Okay.
Okay. So the main issue is that you're trying to discuss events and people, and we need to discuss ideas.
Okay.
Do you understand the difference between those two things?
Before I answer yet another one of your questions, and you're going to explain what makes Ezra Klein, Glenn Greenwald, and myself regressive. Because insofar, all I can tell, the qualities that we share, is that we are interested in policy, history, and the apparatus of how things are actually done. not in masturbation on the internet.
Criticizing your analysis of these things. In fact, I'm going to just assume that I agree with what your analysis is.
And we're Jewish.
Right?
Is that a factor?
No, why would you think that would be a factor?
Because I thought it would trigger you. I'm just playing with you. Go ahead. Go ahead. Relax. It's all right. I'm just joking.
You have to understand, I probably agree with you on your analysis of US foreign policy. I'm in no way a fan of US foreign policy. However, I am also not a fan of the policy of the regressive left. It's interesting that
What is that policy?
Racial issues before anything else, because this
What's
is
the
something...
policy?
Well, bring up racial issues. In
That's
fact,
not a policy.
What? Oh, is this gonna be it? Is this what I need to do? But then everybody would say that I'm just talking over him. Sargon isn't gonna list an example of fucking anything in this, is he? He's not gonna list a single fucking thing. Is that what's gonna happen here?
It's exactly the policy of the regressive left, right? I've got... Okay. Seriously, right, okay. I'm looking at an article from Salon.com. White people are more racist than they realize. On what possible level do you think it's okay to generalize all white people, or anyone based on their skin color? I mean, that is literally what you're arguing against when it comes to Islam. And this is always a feature of the regressive left.
Okay, so I'm going to engage in, apparently this bar or pub you were referencing published a thing about racism. So I haven't read it. I'm not familiar with the article, but I will go based off of the headline. If you agree, and I just want it to be noted that it is very interesting that you have not engaged at all and are basically conceding the policy terrain, which is the whole point of my video, and what you said was bullshit. But I'll go into the salon thing. I'll go into the salon thing.
Your policy analysis.
I'll go into the salon thing. The whole point is the policy analysis, but I'll go into the salon thing. What I presume is, do you want me to answer? Or go ahead.
Sorry, okay, go ahead.
Okay, so what I presume is that the salon article from this pub, which I have not read, and it's interesting that pubs are publishing articles, that probably what they had done is looked at some research on unconscious racial attitudes and biases. So as an example, you can take a study, and I actually participated in one in college to help somebody for their thesis, where you can rate, when you see names on a screen, you can rate positive or negative reactions to them. Now, you're not told whether or not these are quote-unquote black names or white names or Asian names or whatever, but you can see certain names like, well, apropos of this conversation, say Mohammed. And if you rate it negatively, maybe that is a cue for biases that you might have that you're not consciously aware of. So I would assume that the article is just saying that a fair amount of white people hold some biases that they're not necessarily aware of which that's undisputably true and not terrifyingly controversial.
Great, okay, let's take that point. So now if we have data that's very similar, that shows us that, for example, the large number of Muslims hold a conscious bias. In fact, this is actually their opinion and attitude on a certain subject. And that subject is remarkably...
The pupils!
...illiberal. What should we do?
Well, here's what we should do. First of all, what you need to do when you talk about Muslims, obviously, is, first of all, disaggregate that polling data. And any good polling data on quote-unquote white people is going to do that as well. So we know as... No, let me finish. I'll finish.
No, but that's
I'll finish. No, I'm answering your question. Just because you don't like the direction I'm going in doesn't mean I'm not going to answer it.
That wasn't your first response about the thing about white people. You went on to justify it because it was about white people.
I didn't justify it. I said that was probably what the article was.
Put in a caveat at the beginning.
That was probably what the article was. Well, I didn't say how I would write the article. I've never read the article. So I'm not going to get into these mental gymnastics with you. I can only speak... No, because I'm going to speak to... No, because you still have not defined how I'm a regressive leftist. You haven't answered any of my questions, and you're not responding to anything I'm saying. You're talking about an article that I haven't even read. So I'll answer your question if you stop interrupting. If not, you can go ahead.
Look, right.
Do you want to answer or no?
Oh, sorry, go ahead. Yeah, you answer.
Okay. So what I would say is you need to, first of all, disaggregate between a religion that includes over 1 billion people. That's pretty obvious. Attitudes are not the same. They vary widely. Absolutely. The second point is that primarily, if you look at this historically and not as some static ahistorical idea, and you do the actual legwork and the homework, and I know someone like you could do, because obviously you're a smart guy, and I'm not saying that in any way facetiously. I mean this sincerely. This is partially what frustrates me. You can do the homework and look at and say, okay, so why is it that in different times in history, like in Spain, as an example, Islam was much more forward than Christianity at that time. Why was it? No, I'm going to finish the point. I'm going to finish the point.
Yeah,
why was it that the rise of modern Wahhabism, which is the core point of the problems you're identifying rightly, is a modern product of Saudi and Western foreign policy? As soon as you engage in that conversation, you're talking about policy, you're talking about history, and those where the real issues are. So if you think just quoting some polling data and telling people that their ideas are stupid is going to either help liberals in those societies or solve hard policy questions, it might make you feel better at night. It might make you feel pleased with yourself, but it's delusional. It's not going to do anything. It's not going anywhere. And I've never advocated that attitude for white people or anybody else.
Are you uncomfortable talking about these ideas? Because, like with Ben Affleck and Sam Harris on the Bill Maher show, as soon as Sam was trying to explain that, look, we know who these people are that hold these ideas. We know exactly how many people hold these ideas.
And we know exactly what they're doing.
And we know exactly what their ideas are.
We need to know exactly what they're doing.
Why can we not talk about these ideas?
How many people hold these ideas?
Well, it depends which idea you're talking about.
Well, pick your pick.
Okay, well, Sharia law, for example. I mean, I presume you're not in favor of Sharia law. Right?
Well, I am not in favor of any type of religious law.
But
just a note here, we're still going off, and the wheels are coming off. You have not defined in any serious way regressive left or explained what connects me, Ezra, and Glenn, other than that we want to talk about policy. You still haven't done it. I'll get to Sharia later, but I've already asked 4 of your questions without you answering that one.
It's the fact that you seem to have racial and ethnic hang-ups and sort of cultural hang-ups.
I think you do. I'm not hearing any from me.
I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do think that, right? But
Well, that's just what you're fixated on.
Sharia law now, right? Okay, I've explained why I think you're part of the regressive left.
Because no, you haven't. No, you haven't. You're asserting you have.
One of the
What
reasons
hang-ups?
I call you the
What
regressive
hang-ups?
left is
Tell me what
because
hang-ups.
You will not allow the conversation to go any further forward.
Because I won't let it go in your direction, which was the point of my video.
You're doing that right now.
Okay.
No, you really are, right?
Define it. Define it. All I'm asking, define what are my
I
hang-ups?
literally just did it.
Just do it.
You seem to have a problem talking about people of different ethnicities.
I will talk about any ethnicity you want if you ever answer my any questions.
In this
Go.
specific case, let's talk about Sharia law.
No, after you answer the question, I'll
Why
talk to you
can't
for the rest.
Sargon just say what is a regressive left? Does he actually not have a definition? Is this just a blanket term, like when libcucks on the left call people Nazis? Can Sargon not actually say what makes somebody a regressive leftist? Does he not do it at all during this video? We're 20 minutes in. Can he not do it?
That's the conversation about Sharia. If you can answer the 3 questions that you've avoided the whole conversation. What are my hang-ups? Define regressive left and what makes me, Glenn, and Ezra. Yeah, you can keep repeating it all you want, but you haven't answered the question. This is a liberal debate.
What you're doing now is indicative of your position on the regressive
Not
left.
agreeing with you? Okay.
No, attempting to diffuse and
define your terms. Then we'll talk about Sharia the rest of the time. Answer the questions, then we'll go.
I have answered your question.
No, you haven't. You've
There is
said
no
you have.
answer good enough for you.
All right, I've answered your questions on Sharia. I've answered your questions on Sharia. I have.
Well, I haven't asked any questions about Sharia yet.
Well, let's just say I have.
Do you agree with it? And you kind of went blah, blah, blah about that. So do you
Because I've
agree with
already
Sharia-
answered 4 questions when you've answered none.
It's important for you to understand, right? Do you agree with Sharia law? Do you
I'll
think
go
it's
into
good-
Sharia if you answer those questions. But look, for sake of moving things along, because you're never going to answer. But again, I just want this notated that you still, over 20 minutes in this debate, have not defined your terms and you've not answered any questions. Now I'll
Absolutely.
talk about Sharia.
Right.
Okay. In
Do you
terms of
agree-
in terms of reality, here's how Sharia works.
No, no,
I
no,
don't support.
no,
I
no,
don't support. I don't support. I don't support. For
the
me,
actual-
in West, I don't. Okay.
That's not how it really works, because I don't think you live in an Islamic country under Sharia law, and
I
neither
don't
do
think you do either. Yeah.
That's
Wait, what? So we can't talk about how Sharia law works because we don't live there, but you're going to bring up Pew polling data even though you don't live there? Wait, what?
I just said.
Okay.
And let's talk about what they tell us about Sharia law. Let's see their words repeated via this data, shall we? Let's see what they actually think and see if you agree with it. Should we do that?
If you would answer my initial questions, we can definitely do that, and I'll also make the conversation a bit larger. But yes, I still would love to give you another example opportunity to answer any of my questions.
Like you agreed to. So
Any
let's
questions? Any questions that you can answer? No. Okay. We're
right,
21 in, 22 in, no answers. All right, go ahead.
And I'm trying
Do
to
the Sam Harris Sharia thing. Go ahead.
Right. So do you agree with Sharia law? The answer was no, right?
Well, I was giving you a full answer, but you cut me off.
Okay, but you can just say yes or no. It's not a trick question.
It's not a question.
You can't really.
I think Sharia law is abominable.
Good for you.
Okay, but do you agree with Sharia law?
I can explain what Sharia law is to you. I could also play your game where I could say I've already answered it and try to move on. Okay, I'll explain it to you if you don't interrupt me. You ready?
It's like Donald Trump.
You ready?
Down the KKK.
Look, I'm tremendous like Donald Trump. I agree. I do a fantastic job. But look, it's true. It's true. But look, here's the reality. I do not support, personally, religious law of any kind. That is not my normative preference. Now, the second part of your question, and this is where, again, it's more complicated, unfortunately, than you wish to present it. If you go to a legal scholar like Rafia Sakaria, you familiar with her?
No.
She's a good person to look up. It's a good idea to do some of this stuff. No, I'm going to finish. So she'll explain, as an example, when you do specific polling on Sharia, it means very different things to different people. So as an example, in Saudi Arabia, Sharia means, as implemented by the Saudi system, a vicious, Wahhabi, cruel, human rights abusing system, which I'm sure everybody would disagree with, and everybody would oppose a foreign policy that props that up. Now, in Egypt, what Sharia has meant in the past, and it's getting complicated now in the present iteration, is it became a stand-in for people who oppose the secular dictatorship of Hosni Mubarak. So in other words, the Muslim Brotherhood delivered healthcare services, and they advocated Islamic finance, which doesn't charge an interest rate, and people perceive that as more just. So when you're talking about, and this is why it's so great to do the research and read, because when you're talking about Sharia law, you're never talking about just one thing. And this is a great thing for us. This is a great thing for us because
Destiny, can you explain why he can't, won't, or shouldn't answer yes or no to Sargon's question? So the problem is Sargon is asking him a loaded question that is implying a bunch of things that the guy doesn't necessarily agree with. Let me give you an answer. I'm sorry. Let me give you an example. Answer? Oh, fuck. I'm mixing up words. Let me give you an example, okay? Let's say that there's a guy who believes that black people are predispositioned to crime, okay? Let's say that I know this guy just went on a whole tangent. Or let's say he doesn't even, but I know this guy thinks that black people are genetically predisposed to crime, okay? That, they're just criminals. They've got the warrior gene, the negroid skull, whatever, right? So this guy asks me, and he says, Destiny, true or false? Do you think that black people commit more crime in the United States than white people, right? Well, technically that's true, but I want to add some qualifying statements in here because I don't believe it in the same way that you do, and I don't believe it for the same reasons that you do. Does that make sense? So when this guy is answering, do you believe in Sharia law as a good thing, yes or no? Well, the answer is probably no, but Sargon's understanding of what Sharia law is juvenile at best and intentionally misrepresentative at worst, right? Sargon is trying to make it sound like, which is very common with people on the right or alt-right, is these people that try to make it sound like, oh, Sharia law, that means that every single person wants to, lock up all women, hate all women and murder all women and rape them all and, all that shit, right? This is what, people on the right present Sharia law is, right? And then when you ask them, why is it that people in Indonesia believe in Sharia law and people in Saudi Arabia believe in Sharia law, and it functions completely differently? Why is there such a huge difference if they're both following Sharia law, right? Then they don't really have an answer for you, right? So he probably wants to explain that Sharia law's implementation across different states is vastly different, that Sharia law means different things to different people, that some people believe in Sharia law, but only for Muslims, right? So it's a lot more nuanced than just like, is it a good thing or a bad thing, if that makes sense.
What we can do is we can find the people that we support and want to align with in those societies and build bridges that way, which is far more effective than just quoting Sam Harris.
And you're absolutely right. Sharia law is not consistent. So why don't we talk about certain aspects of Sharia law that we can know that people are being consistent about? That's a great idea, right?
I have no problem. If you're willing to have the type of, if you're willing to have an integrated conversation like I'm having and not just repeat poll stats and a couple of Quran quotes and Sam Harris, great. We can talk about everything. Everything's on the table. Everything's on the table.
Now let's talk about the reaction to homosexuality under Sharia law.
You're not really getting the point here.
No, I think you're not really getting the point. The fact that you're not allowing this conversation to happen.
I've just been having the conversation with you for 10 minutes and you still haven't answered any of our questions that you've avoided.
Finer points of Sharia law and you've refused.
I actually just walked you through them. I will take a leaf from you. I have answered them fully, except I actually have.
Very specific topics regarding this, but you seem to refuse to want to do so.
No, I'm actually getting more specific than you. That's what's actually happening in reality. But go ahead. We can talk about gay rights in Islam now. Go ahead.
Okay, so...
But just again, I want to index. 25 minutes in, you haven't answered any questions and you don't want to talk about policy. But go ahead.
No, look, you don't seem to understand. I agree with you on policy. Do you comprehend that? That is not a point of debate.
So then why are you running around doing all this nonsense about regressive left on Twitter?
I don't understand why people call you the regressive left. And I'm
still waiting for your explanation. I'm still waiting. I would love to learn. I've been waiting for so long.
Learning usually involves being quiet and listening.
I will listen to your explanation. I'm all ears. Go ahead.
Do you understand? Right, okay, so let's talk about the Middle East and North Africa.
Ooh, no answer to my question. You just did it again. I have to admit, as far as filibustering, you're doing a fantastic and tremendous job. It's true. It's true. Okay, go ahead.
Do you understand that you said that and then said that I'm not answering
because you didn't do it? But go ahead. Go ahead. Just indexing every time you don't do it. But go ahead. We'll go to gay rights.
Right. Okay. So you understand that in the Middle East and North Africa, being gay is very illegal in most places.
You don't say. You don't say.
Right. Now, is this something that you think U.S. foreign policy is responsible for?
It depends which aspect of it you're talking about. So, as an example, there is undoubtedly, in places like Saudi Arabia, an official homophobic policy. Who props Saudi Arabia? So it's an all of the above question. Of course. I think if we had aligned, as an example, in a place like Pakistan or Turkey, and I've spent time actually with gay rights activists in Turkey. I'm curious if you've ever spent time with gay rights activists or LGBT activists on the ground. So if we aligned with, as an example, in Pakistan, someone like Asma Jahangir, who we have ignored to support both corrupt democratically elected governments as well as military dictatorships, yes, I think that we would have done a great deal more to facilitate the rise of moderate and progressive and genuinely religious Islam, as well as facilitate human rights activists working on gay rights issues. Of course, fanatical religions oppose gay rights. Everybody knows that. There's nothing breathtaking there. There's nothing exceptional there. Of course.
Okay, so you actually do think that U.S. foreign policy is responsible?
No, I said it's an aspect. No, I said all of the above. All of the above. And that's what we have control over.
This is one of Sargon's principal problems, and I noticed it during our debate. He's not capable of understanding, and this is one of the big... listening to this is really irritating me. A lot of people on the right just don't seem to understand that situations in reality are so fucking complicated. I don't even know like what nothing in life works this way. There is no cause and effect, right? You understand that, right? That nothing in life works that way. When you're talking about culture, sociology, when you're talking about economics, psychology, even when you're talking about biology, right? Even I wonder if some of these people think that like, do you consider biology to be a soft science, right? Because the whole art of genetics and everything is very, very, very imperfect. Like, I feel like people look at some of these like, oh yeah, you've got, the smart gene, the IQ gene, the right? Phenotypes from genetics arise from an incredibly intricate and complicated interaction from thousands of genes that some don't even appear to work with one another, right? All of this stuff is insanely fucking complicated. Even biology is insanely fucking complicated. But like, especially when you're talking about culture and society, like when you're talking about culture or society, you are getting into like, how far are we removed from purely theoretical concepts, right? You've got math, pure math, the laws of the universe that inform physics, right? And from physics, we can get, things like chemistry. And from chemistry, we get biology. And from biology, we get psychology. And from psychology, we get things like sociology and economics, right? How many abstractions removed are we from any form of A equals B, right? We're so many abstractions removed. And despite all of that, and understanding how complicated everything around the world is, people like Sargon are like, show me one law that keeps black people from getting married. Show me one law that keeps this person committing crimes. Show me one law that does this one thing. Is U.S. foreign policy the one determining factor in keeping gay people oppressed in Muslim societies? Like, dog, nothing is ever going to work like that. Ever. Like, nothing will ever work that way, you know? I've seen people argue that the parts of biology are incredibly philosophical. Like,
okay, but how much do you think that influenced it?
Well, I'm gonna try to put on
how
my,
much?
okay.
What are you asking? You are like 45%. U.S. foreign policy has a 42.7 repeating percent influence on.
So now, just so we're aware.
Okay, this is why I agree with you. I think that U.S. intervention in the Middle East in like the 60s and 70s did cause the rise of Islamic fundamentalism.
Very
right?
good.
No, exactly. We don't disagree on these facts.
Okay.
Right? However, at this point, do you think U.S. foreign policy is continuing the trend in, say, Iran?
Well, actually, Iran just had amazing election results from moderates and reformers. So actually, our diplomacy and engagement is facilitating a shift in political tiers there. So actually, it is. With regards to the Middle East, no, I'm going to finish. You asked the question. Let me finish it. Now we're in policy. Very good. With regards to the rest of the region, are you serious? What do you think? Quite literally, this is not a PC justification. ISIS would not exist if you did not invade Iraq and dissolve the Ba'ath Party. We would literally, when we subcontract foreign policy to the Qataris and the Saudis, when we subcontract Qataris to the Qataris and the Saudis, and they flood weapons to Jabhat al-Nusra and ISIS, yes, we are supporting those groups. Absolutely.
It's terrible. It's absolutely terrible.
Okay, good.
But do you think that Muslims have no agency of their own?
No, I think that fundamentalist ideology exists in Islam.
Oh, God, and then the agency cuckening. How can the French philosopher... Is that guy awake? Actually, I really want to talk to him. Somebody go tweet at the French dude and see if he's, like, awake. How is he okay with Sargon's views on agency when the French dude that I talked to, he sounded like he aligned almost exactly with me in regards to our biology and environment being almost entirely deterministic, right? And it feels like I know that this is like a really uncomfortable thing to talk about, but I feel like most intelligent people agree that you have incredibly limited agency, almost none, right? If you actually break things down and look at how people make decisions, right? I'm really surprised that he can agree with Sargon's videos when Sargon holds this view, this incredibly childish and naive, and to be quite frank, religious view that people are capable of spontaneous, what do they call it in Inception? Not motivation. There's a word for it. They say this in Inception. Spontaneous, inspiration, that people can derive inspiration from another dimension, right? From another world that exists independent of our genome and independent of our environment, right? That Sargon seems to believe these things.
Like societies, as it does in others, and it's a problem. There's no disagreement with that. Glenn Greenwald agrees with you on that, my friend.
That's great. But do you not think that Muslim agency plays any part in this at all?
I believe I just said it did, and I don't know anybody who disagrees with it.
He got baited into it a little bit. I don't think it, but...
was reconfirming, sorry. So you do
There's
agree...
nothing around, you haven't gotten a got you. Everybody, if you were listening to people like me, genuinely, we would say yes.
Look, okay, so you do agree that Muslims have agency, right?
Indeed.
Now, 93% of Muslims in the Middle East, most of them living under Sharia law, agree that homosexuality is something that should be illegal, right? Is that not an idea we need to address?
That is an idea and a policy we need to address. And I haven't. So, and this leads to the next part of my argument, which you haven't addressed. So what I said was that indeed there is far too much power, primarily, which you seem to agree with, which is great. Unlike someone like Sam Harris, who sees it as a static, non-geopolitical issue, that there is far too much power given to Wahhabism as an example. I talked to a Bangladeshi journalist last year, and it was really actually quite depressing and terrifying. She was I'm going to finish. She was a Bangladeshi Muslim, and she was horrified of the role that Saudi Arabia played in Bangladesh. So to answer your question, the way we combat that homophobia and that idea is by, again, shifting policy to support activists and allies on the ground, which is contradicted by saying that Islam is one monolithic thing and is garbage. That's the problem. You said it was a motherload of bad ideas. That sounds.
It is a motherload of bad ideas. All of these ideas are really, really held in Islam. And
so how are you going to be an ally for someone who doesn't view Islam that way, who's on the ground fighting to reform it?
Why would they need to reform it if it wasn't like that?
It's like everything. That's what
No,
religion
no,
is.
it's rampantly homophobic. We can agree on this.
At this
right?
particular historical
Yes,
moment.
yes. We're not talking about tomorrow or yesterday.
We
We're
are.
talking about right now.
I'm talking about
One awkward thing, I believe, wasn't Jordan the first country to legalize homosexuality or to make it kind of like more okay, although they're not fully accepting of it? I don't know if that, but... What's the French dude's name? Is it this J guy? Wait, hello?
Hello.
Hi, hey, French dude, what's up?
What's up?
Can you tell me?
Call me JF.
Okay, do you prefer that as a name, JF, or should I, or is there like a better?
That's how most people call me JF.
Fuck that. What's your real name? What do you people that can speak French call you?
François Gariépy.
All right, I'm gonna call you JF. Okay. Okay. Here's a question that I have. Okay, are you ready?
Yep.
Okay. A lot of the times when Sargon talks in terms of policy decisions or in analyzing people of foreign cultures, or he does this a lot in regards to religion, Islam, etc., Sargon is part of this group of people that believes in like this true free agency, that people have like a divine inspiration where they're capable of summoning thought from another dimension or something. How are you okay with this, or do you think that he has a deeper argument for it that he's just never presented, or?
So I disagree with this. I don't know inside of him if he's actually honest with himself and if he actually believes in this. But I have my way of constructing what these people mean when they say that.
Okay.
I think that people, they are either ignorant about the question of free will. So that's my first theory. Maybe Sargon is out there claiming that there's such a thing as agency, that people are free to do their choice. Maybe they're actually ignorant about free will, and they don't mean that people are they don't actually understand that the brain does not have free will, that we evolved to be a certain way, and that we don't have control into the brain networks make decisions. So that's my first hypothesis. They are either ignorant. Now, I have other hypothesis. I think that a lot of people on the right who talk about free will and who talk about decisions, they don't actually literally believe in free will. And that's how I would look at it, and that's how you would hear me use the term choice. When I say that we should leave people liberty, when I say that we should leave people choice, I don't actually walk back on my statement that free will does not exist. I'm saying that choice is something else. Choice does not require free will.
Gotcha. I agree with that. I believe that when you say, so let me rephrase this to make sure I understand. People are capable of making a choice, okay? To some extent, I don't want to say the choice is an illusion, but when you make that choice, what you decide, whether you decide between A or B, that is a summation of all of the ways that your environment has influenced you and interacted with your genome and all that, right? It's like the culmination of all of your experiences will lead you to a particular choice. And you're making the choice, but you're not really like, evenly choosing between A and B, because the choice that you're going to make is something that if you could measure all of the conditions in your brain would be predetermined. Do you agree with that or disagree with that?
Well, you're going too far and too fast.
Okay,
so let's
sure.
establish what choice means first.
Okay.
Choice means, I think it was the Demons Dictionary that was defining it like this, is letting yourself succumb to one set of influence over another.
Mm-hmm.
So choice is this idea that within the actions that your brain output, you're going one way or the other, that you're choosing action A or action B. So everything in the world, every action that you can think of and that you can even think of not doing is boiled down to a binary choice. Do you
Okay.
get that everything that we do in our life can be boiled to yes or no?
Yeah, for the most part, yeah, sure.
Yeah, because even if you had a thing with gradient, with continuum, let's say you have the scrolling of your mouse, you can do it a lot or you can do it average. You can still consider each of these states as being binary. You can say, I decided to move my mouse fast, or I decided to move my mouse slow, or I did not decide to move my mouse slow. So choice here is simply your contribution to the physical universe. It's the output of your brain, and every second you're making the choice of acting or not acting. And in that sense, choice does not require a concept of free will. You can recognize that these choices, these tendencies to go toward A or B, are being done by a network that you have no control over, so you don't have agency, but you're still making a choice.
Gotcha. So the way that I understand this, and again, you tell me if you agree or disagree with this. If we had a magical machine that was capable of measuring precisely every element of your brain, right? Not like the elements, but like every aspect of your brain, every chemical, every reaction, everything could be measured. That if we were to create 100 copies of you and ask a question, the answer would remain the same through every single person. Would you agree with that or disagree with that?
Yeah, so that is the question of hard problem of consciousness and determinism. So if we live in a deterministic universe, as most scientists would believe we do, and if we live in, and I'm leaving aside quantum physics here because I don't think that quantum physics actually undermines the concept of determinism, at least not at the level of molecular interactions that occur in your brain.
Okay.
And so we can leave it on the side and say most scientists believe that we do live in a deterministic universe. And so yes, if I had every atom in my brain, if I was to reprogram these atoms into a model, an actual physical model in a computer, then the brain would always output the same because it would always make the same decision, weight the same consequences, have the same thoughts, and finally have the same decision at the end.
Gotcha.
So, that's if you believe that, you're a monist, and you believe that the mind is totally implemented in the brain, and that there's nothing magical in the universe, that there's no ghost, there's no spirit, there's no soul.
Sure, and I would take that a step farther even, in that even if there was a quantum reaction that was influencing something on a macro scale, it's not like you're exerting influence over that. So even if there was some form of quantum randomness that impacted something on in your brain, it's not like you chose that. So that's not giving you any more free will, even if there was some kind of randomness there, right? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, exactly. And there's a branch of philosophers who do think that quantum physics makes the universe undeterministic, but just like you said,
It doesn't
they
mean free
realize
will.
that it's not a portal for a soul to intervene in your brain's activity. And so they say, despite the fact that I believe that quantum physics makes the world undeterministic, I still believe that the brain is not free.
Gotcha. And then it would seem to me that in order to believe that you are capable of making free choices, that you must subscribe to some sort of either not to sound kooky, but like an ulterior dimension or some kind of extra physical, like I don't want to say non-existent, but some kind of spiritual, like you have to be drawing from a different dimension to acquire this free will, right? To escape everything that we physically know is true about you, right?
There's two positions. There's what you just described, which would be a full-blown dualistic position where we have a soul and it's somehow the universe is magical.
Mhm.
But there's also a more reasonable position, which is compatibilism, which has been defended, for example, by a philosopher of mine, Daniel Dennett, who says, no, I want to redefine what the definition of free will is. And by free will, I do not mean that you are free of any sort of influence, like you're not free of the physical properties of matter. What I mean by free will is that you have the brain networks that allow you to know about the consequence of your actions, to know that your actions will impact the world, to understand these impacts, to understand how these impacts will hurt or favor others. And that's what I define by free will. And if you have this brain network, even if that brain network operates on laws that are ultimately a slave to physics, you are free because you add everything that was needed to virtually represent the consequences of your action, to have a model of it, and to decide that you still wanted to do these actions.
So that's kind of a way of redefining. Tell me if I'm wrong. Is this kind of redefining of free will doesn't really fit what most people talk about free will, right? This is kind of a way to reframe free will in a way that makes it compatible with determinism in a way, or?
Yeah, it's a redefinition with which I disagree. So that's why I call it a redefinition. And I
Mhm.
say, no, that's not what I thought by free will. By free will, I mean your brain network, which evaluates the consequences. Do you have control over that brain network? Of course,
Gotcha.
you don't. You're born with it. It pops out in your brain, and you didn't decide to have it.
Okay. All right. Cool. So I think for the most part, I think we agree on all of that. As much as I don't like those thoughts, they seem to be undeniable. Because you also get into a lot of weird questions like how can you hold anybody, responsible for their actions if they're a slave of everything else, and how do you take credit for any achievements or anything if right that else is kind of uncomfortable. But I think for the most part, I agree with everything you said.
Yeah, so the way to listen to Sargon when he says these things is to say, imagine that Sargon is not talking about ultimate agency.
Mhm.
Imagine that he's just talking about the fact that humans are animals and that they can be confronted with situations where their brain goes to A or goes to B.
Mhm.
That's what he means by choice, and that's how I would interpret it.
Okay, so this is where I disagree with you, and I'll point out a couple specific examples. This is a very huge problem that I have with Sargon. So I think we agreed on this yesterday. I'll kind of re-go over this. So I personally believe, I say this, there are fields of sociology or psychology that agree or seem to agree that humans will react predictably given certain environments or scenarios. That there is very predictable forms of human behavior, right? Do you agree with that in a
Yes.
general, right? So
Definitely.
one of the problems that I have is that when you start to argue with Sargon and you start to get him into a corner of like, well, if this environment exists and we can agree that this environment exists, that if these historical or socioeconomic or sociological conditions exist that we can agree exist, why wouldn't you expect people to act in this manner? It seems like every time you start to back Sargon into this type of a corner, he retreats to this question of, well, don't these people have agency? And it seems like he does that to escape the uncomfortable reality of people being pushed towards making decisions that he disagrees with.
Well, yeah, but then this is not necessarily incompatible with the idea that free will ultimately does not exist. You could take the argument that Sargon is making as follows. So I claim that the brain is complex enough to have some sort of liberty when choosing between A and B. I claim that the brain is a gate to those influences that you describe, a gate that has sufficient freedom of movement in it to generate actions that are headed toward A or actions that are headed toward B. In other words, you could say that the social influences that you're talking about, which comes from culture and which would somehow favor one action over the other, Sargon could make the argument that everyone has a brain that is resistant enough, a gate that is controllable enough that it can obfuscate some of these influences, control and limit their impact on behavior.
So, okay, so then let me give this as an example then. So there are 100 people placed in a room and you put a box in the room, and in that box, if you open it, you can take out $100 million, but what that will do is it will kill the other 99 people in the room or 50 people in the room or whatever, right? So what you're saying is that even though, you might be tempted, it is possible through, reason or rationale or logic or whatever, that these people could make the choice to not do this, even though it would be tempting to do it. Is that kind of what you're arguing, that people can choose better things, can make better choices?
Well, yeah, as long as you don't take my choosing as being a walk back on my idea that free will does not exist.
Sure.
Here I'm talking about the fact that you can ascribe to humanity a certain minimal capacity in its brain. Let's say, for example, you ask me, do everyone have the ability to understand the alphabet, for example, to understand a 26-letter alphabet? The answer is almost everyone. Not everyone. There's some people who have learning difficulties, but let's say more than 90%. And so I expect more than 90% of the population, even if they don't have free will, even if they are manipulated by their environment, even if they are educated in bad or good families, or they face lots of difficulties in their lives, I expect more more than 90% of people to be able to understand a 26-letter alphabet by the age of, say, 9 years old, at least. Let's give it just some loose, okay? 9
Okay.
years old.
Sure.
So here I stated a minimal capacity of the brain, while recognizing that there are social influences that will make things vary across the population, that some people will learn it faster, that some people will have difficulties. So saying that there are social influences is not stating that there's not a minimum that you can expect from the human brain. And when Sargon or any libertarian says we should leave people the choice, what they're essentially asking you to consider is the possibility that we should expect everyone in society, or more than 90% in society, to have this minimal ability in their brain to realize that A is better than B, and that if they don't, they should be punished for it. That's how you should interpret the libertarian choice.
Gotcha. Okay. There are a couple of things that I want to talk about. I'll go over that minimal ability to recognize A is better than B. Okay, we'll do that second. So let me give an example for the first one, okay? I understand what you're saying, and I think there is an argument to be made for what you're saying, but what I'm hoping to argue against, or what I am arguing against, is I think that your interpretation of Sargon's definition of agency is too charitable, and then I'll talk about this, and I'll try to further that point. So, if
I
you
really want to air you on this, but I grant you it in advance. I tend to be very charitable. I tend to give the best space possible to an idea so that I can see what its border are, whether I can agree with that idea in some way. But go ahead, I want to air you about it.
Gotcha. Okay, so. I agree that for the sake of argument, I think the principles of charity, right, I think are good, right, for not only to evaluate an opponent's argument, but to evaluate your own arguments for their legitimacy, right? I do agree with that.
Yep.
Okay, so let's say that you have an experiment where you introduce a stimuli to 100 people, okay? Let's say that I'll be an example, or I'll be exact. Let's say that you introduce a stimuli of a flash of light, okay? And what you do is, over the course of 100 experiments, you sit a person in a chair and you introduce this flash of light, and every time you do it to them, they're startled, right? You do this you do this one time, right? So you run this experiment 100 times, and in 98% of subjects, they have this adverse response, right, where they're startled whenever they see the light, right?
Okay.
I feel like the problem is people will run the experiment 101st time, and then when people continue to be startled, they'll start to make this argument that people need to stop being startled. You need to choose to not be startled. This is not an acceptable behavior. It is not an acceptable response to stimuli. And the problem that I have with this argument is we already have all of this data that says that people will respond in predictable ways to these stimuli. It is not rational for you to believe that a human brain is capable of tending towards a different choice when we have so much experimental and research data that shows otherwise. Do you kind of see where I'm moving towards?
So you're pointing toward mechanisms in our brain that are so automatic. In other words, you're saying that the link between your environmental cause and the behavior that you're somehow fighting against, or that you want to avoid, or that you want others to avoid. And you're saying the link in some cases could be so automatic that there is not even place for rational argument that environment A caused action B.
Yes,
is that what you're saying?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. And do you want to go on, or is that just the problem that you're putting in front of me?
So with that same problem, I'll give you a real life example, right? We can link something along the lines of, we'll say single parent household as being a predictor for crime, right? There are many people that turn to crime that are not part of, or that are part of a two-parent household, and there are people that are in a single-parent household that don't tend towards crime. But we can see that if you are part of a single-parent household, you are incredibly likely to tend towards a life of crime or to be a criminal in some capacity, right? So to look at a community like that and say, just don't do it or make a better choice, when we have tons of research or I can't say experimental, but when we have tons of research that says that people in these positions will gravitate towards this choice, it seems like you have to do something to introduce some other type of stimuli to push them towards a different choice, because it would be unreasonable for them to choose otherwise. And then that would be kind of my example backing that up.
Okay, well, I think that you're making an assumption that libertarians are not making, and that it causes a little bit of the conflict there. Is it true to say that your intervention that you propose in your theoretical example, and let's forget about practicality and about whether it's implementable and whether the science indicates this. Let's say that your example is true for the purpose of discussion. Are you taking for granted that society has a moral responsibility to keep people from engaging into criminal activity and to invest effort in this project of keeping people from engaging into criminality?
When you say taking for granted, do you mean like, am I making that assumption without justifying it?
Yes. Is it one of your axioms? In what context are you asking people to adhere to that project? Are you saying that it's a moral obligation to be fighting against crime that way? To be
Yes.
preventing crime instead of to be fighting against it?
Correct. Yeah.
So the argument that I would give as a response is there is no responsibility to be preventive, to invest X effort in prevention of criminality instead of fighting against criminality once it happens. And I think that that's what the libertarian mentality is about, which is let people do their bad choices and then make them pay if their bad choices are so aggressive that they end up hurting you. So I think that the libertarian the honest libertarian, and I know that you'll get a lot of libertarians on this show who will not say this, but let me be honest there and say, why don't you let people commit crime and then put them in prison? In other words, how do you justify your preventive project as being morally superior to the punishing project?
So you're asking me what my justification would be?
Yep.
So do you remember kind of that, I don't think I even have multiple axioms, but do you remember my kind of where I derive all of my philosophy from? Do you remember the argument that I gave yesterday, kind of the self-interested, an extension of that to other people?
I do.
Okay, so the way that I would argue this is, I'll do philosophical and then give an example. Philosophically, if I was born into a situation, if I had the opportunity for society to prevent me from committing a crime versus punishing me for committing a crime, I would always tend towards the prevention, because I think that would give me better opportunities in life and everything, right? Obviously, everything extending from there. So if I had, let's say that there was an example where, and obviously this is all idealistic, right? Of course, our frictionless vacuums, right, for society. So let's say that society had the choice of sending $1 million to a prison or $1 million to a school. And let's say that I grew up in this society. Let's say that $1 million had been sent to the school. So because of that, I grow up, I go to school, and I'm a non-criminal, right? And then let's say that in the other society, $1 million was sent to the prison. So let's say that I grow up, I am a criminal, but the criminal justice system is able to catch me and lock me up, right? I would say that I could make a moral argument for the preference of the former society versus the latter, because in the former, my personal happiness has been guarded by society, and in the latter, it seems to have been neglected. What would be my argument, how I would argue it from my baseline philosophy.
Yeah, and I think that it would be hard to contest the validity of your argument, but it's within a theoretical example that you've created, and you've tweaked the details of that example so that they would automatically lead to your answer. Of course, I agree with you. If it's $1 million that we're investing on a school or $1 million that we're investing on a prison, do it with the school, you get much less trouble. You won't have to go through a justice system. You won't have to pay the police, etc. So, of course, prevention, when the investment is equal, is of course preferable, because you just have less human suffering in the process, and you don't even have the victim. The crime just never happens. Now, I would point out to other examples that could be raised by libertarians, which is, what's the limit of that system? What if I told you that the preventive project has enormous cost? Enormous cost for two branches of reason. First, because First, you're kind of spamming your preventive project over everyone, and because of that, because you don't know who's going to commit the crime, so you have to apply it to the whole of humanity, right? Or to groups that are just more likely to commit crime, but you don't really know who's going to commit a crime, and therefore you have to overreach with your effort. So that's a first branch of explanation. Why would I be applying a preventive program on people who have not yet committed the crime? The first thing to say is that it's costly, so there's a per money argument there. There's also a second argument, which is that it's morally presumptuous. For example, if I'm going to a university as a professor and I'm hired there, and I get told by my department that I have to follow a 24-hour course on sexism and rape in the workplace, it's very morally presumptuous to be educating me with a program that I do not need because I'm not a rapist. And so you'll have a second branch of opposition from libertarianism, which is that your project has moral condescendence implemented into it. Then the third branch of oppositions that I would raise are those that relate to evolution. So the problem with preventive program is that they do not have some effects that the punishing program has. When you put someone in prison for very long times, you are keeping them from participating to society, and specifically from reproduction. When you are using a preventive program, you are not keeping people from reproducing. And so the genes that you farm into humanity in the next generation, they are genes of people who would have committed crime without your preventive program. And so once you commit to a preventive program of the kind that you suggest, which leaves people free, which leaves essentially people who were about to commit crimes in their situation and in their condition, but did not because of your money effort that you invested through the state. The problem is that you found yourself in the next generation having to invest the same preventive program because the descendants, the genes that were in that person which you kept from committing a crime are still in your population. And so I would point out that not only the costs very important at first, but they perpetuate toward infinity because you're going to have to apply this preventive program forever as long as these people reproduce, whereas the punishing program of prisons has the advantage of keeping people from reproducing.
Sure. Okay. So I'm going to walk through these one at a time. You've made essentially three different points to support this argument. So the first one is the tweaking punishment. Or wait, I'm sorry. I'm just running down. I'm sorry. So in the first one, you're talking about the difference in cost between punishment and prevention. So I gave an idealistic example, and your counterclaim is that if we gave a different example, this would fall apart. So for instance, let's say that I could spend $1 billion preventing a community of 100 people from committing a crime, or I could spend $100 enforcing that community and locking people up for committing crime. That if that was the example, right, obviously that's an extreme, but if that was an example, then the answer isn't quite as clear, right? Would you expect society to spend $1 billion on a community of 100 people just to prevent $100 worth of cost in locking them up, right?
Exactly.
Sure. So I understand the philosophical argument there, but I feel like we have enough empirical data to show that keeping people in prison has a net drag in most aspects of the economy. That even if the cost for education or if the cost for rehabilitation or whatever was higher, that in other countries that implement these programs, you see them achieving not only net savings, but net gains. Like the United States, for instance, locks up more people as a percentage of population than any other country in the world. So you have a lot of people that are committing the same crimes once they get out and going back in. You have a lot of people that, as by nature of going to jail, are cut off from access to the job market, are cut off from, higher education, who are cut off from just a lot of other things that would help them succeed in life and contribute in a positive way to the country. That I think that using empirical arguments, you could show that even if the preventative costs were significantly higher, not absurdly higher, but even if they were significantly higher, that you could argue that one, these these costs are a one-time thing, because once you've lifted a family out of the criminal system, their children will be unlikely to perpetuate these behaviors. And then 2, by lifting them out of that system, they will begin to contribute to society rather than be a net drain on it, would be my response to the first point.
Yeah, so I'm actually sympathetic to this idea that in current societies, your example may be better than my example. But then we're into a discussion of empiricism, and like I would have to look at the facts and make my own judgment, and everyone would do the same.
Gotcha, I understand.
I'm not so deep into the facts that I have a strong opinion on it. I recognize the value of your thinking, and yeah, it's clear that there are theoretical societies where prevention would cost $1 and punishment would cost $1 billion.
Sure.
So of course I agree that there's a zone of societies where everyone would win from prevention.
Okay.
And I think that's what most of the left argue, and they have to, because that's where the good case is to be made, where if everyone is winning, then of course.
Gotcha. So your philosophical argument was similar to a formula, and the right or wrong answer that comes out depends on the empirical variables that are plugged in, right? Just spending money on education versus prison. Okay, cool. All right, so we agree on that point. For the second part, in terms of being morally presumptuous or morally condescending, I guess I agree that this could be a thing, but if there was a society that had a problem, I don't know if this is something that I would care to weigh. So let me give this area is a lot more philosophical, I guess. So let me give an example here. Let's say that you worked for a company, and in this company, 95% of management was involved with bad sexual relationships with employees. Let's say that you found out that happened, right? Let's say that was discovered, everybody is discovered, and these things are discovered, and for some reason you can't fire the employees. So what you do is you force every single person to enter some sort of training class so that they don't do it. I believe that there are ways that you could phrase this and ways that you could present this so that it is not quite as presumptuous. Like you wouldn't go into a class and say, hey, stop raping people, that's really bad, but you would present the material in a way that doesn't feel as offensive or as aggressive. And I feel like the minority of people that are caught taking those classes should be able to empathize or rather understand the reasons why these kinds of things are necessary overall, right? If the data is there that there is an absurd number of people, committing these, sexually horrible acts or whatever, that you can understand the rationale for there being that. Much the same way that so I have a concealed carry weapons permit for a firearm. You could argue that isn't it kind of morally presumptuous that I have to take a test or, prove to somebody that I'm psychologically competent to have a firearm? I guess you don't have to do that, right? But if you did, I wouldn't consider that morally presumptuous. I would say, okay, I recognize the need for some form of evaluation of myself for any kind of licensing for a firearm or a driver's license or whatever, right?
Well, there I will point out that you're making basically an argument with the same structure as our first point, which is that you're invoking the fact that there are theoretical societies in which the good would be so much better than the bad that we should adhere to this. Here I will stand a little more strongly than I did on my first point, and I will point out that there's a principle in the justice system which is innocent until proven guilty. And the problem that you run with what you're proposing is that people are essentially being in your system, they are being presumed to be guilty or presumed to be potentially at risk. And you're opening the gates for preventive programs, for educative programs that people do not want to be exposed to. And you're opening the gates for companies to be using, kind of extorting their employees into participating to ideological missions that they don't want to participate in. I shouldn't be presumed to be a potential rapist. You should prove before you want to do anything to my liberty, before you want to step over my rights to be exposed to the IDs that I choose, you should prove the burden of proof is on you to prove that I'm at risk of being a rapist. And of course, you cannot prove this in current societies.
Gotcha. Okay, so in responding to this, I understand the concept of innocence until proven guilty, but couldn't you argue that that normally applies to a judicial system that is applying punishments rather than an educational system applying teaching? So, for instance, when you go to apply for a driver's license, you are assumed to be incompetent until you've passed your test. Or when you're trying to pass any sort of licensing requirement, or acquiring a diploma or getting any kind of certification, you're typically always assumed to be incompetent until you've proven otherwise. Couldn't you argue that those scenarios exist as a counterexample, and that people will jump through certain hoops, rightfully so, to prove their competence in a certain way? Or would you argue that these are fundamentally different?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's two examples that you gave, and I think they differ a little bit. The roads, that the example of the roads, I would argue is that you're right, that I think that the fact that we have to apply for a driver's license and we have to follow a course or pass an exam is somewhat, in my view, anti-libertarian, and that's something that I would disagree with too, because I see it as a kind of preventive program that is not deserved by people. I know that there are very rational arguments on the other side, on people who oppose my view, and there's people who would say, well, having a car is a little bit like having a weapon, and you can make the argument that the act of driving without having had an exam or a course is an act of aggression because you're threatening the life of others. And so I guess I'm on the fence, but I would tend toward libertarianism, and I would tend toward people being responsible for their own exams and classes until there's proof that they are causing accidents. Now, the other examples you gave is certifications and all sorts of trainings.
Mhm.
This is a fundamentally different section for me because it relies on free interactions between employers and employees. So, of course, if I want to interact with employers, I have the ultimate freedom to say I only want to interact with PhD in pharmaceuticals, and so this is more of a free choice on the employer side than it is then I see it as a social requirement. It's that people can engage in the contracts they want to engage in, and yes, an employer has the arbitrary the freedom to impose arbitrary requirements, including, I recognize, the anti-rape courses. Right now in current societies, if an employer decides to give anti-rape courses to everyone and make it a requirement, there's nothing really that you can do about it. I just complain against it as a libertarian who says we should care into our society not to be using hubs to extort liberties out of people, and corporations should be conscientious in the way they think about these courses.
Gotcha. Okay, and then my final way of kind of countering this point, my final way of countering this point is, so part of your initial second point here was that some of these implementations would be morally presumptuous, right? So an example of something that would be morally presumptuous is, let's say that you mandate a class in Chicago where you are having people go in and watching videos and telling them don't be criminals, right? These are morally presumptuous things. You invariably target some people that won't be criminals, that feel that their that their honor or integrity has kind of been infringed upon by society by forcing them to take those classes. I think that in some forms of crime prevention, you could argue that, but I feel like the majority of crime prevention things would be things that would sidestep that morally presumptuous argument completely, and that these would be universally good things that most people would want anyway. So, for instance, let's say that you found that two key ways of preventing crime would be access to better education and access to contraception, right? So obviously you could say, you force every poor person to take a class on not being a criminal, or force every poor person to take a class on not having too many kids, right? Or on another way you could present that as is we increase funding for schools to make sure the schools are in better conditions, have better teachers and smaller class sizes, and you fund, say, Planned Parenthood to make it so that contraception is freely available, right? I feel like these two things are done in such a way that it kind of sidesteps that morally presumptuous thing by not forcing you to submit to something that is kind of beneath your integrity, I guess, if that makes sense. Do you agree that there would be ways of implementing these ideas that aren't necessarily morally condescending or morally presumptuous?
So let me understand, what is it that you find not morally condescending in going to tell people not to reproduce or not to commit crime? Are you saying that these courses would be optional,
or what I'm saying is that
what is the novelty here in that argument compared to what we've been discussing before?
Well, what I'm saying is you wouldn't necessarily do those things, that those things wouldn't exist. Rather than telling people not to be criminals, you would address the conditions that make them criminals by remedying those conditions without doing it in a morally presumptuous way, like having access to cheap or free contraception or access to high quality education at reduced cost.
I see. My problem with that is that any form of imposed courses of any kind with any information in it that would be state determined or state imposed in any way is morally presumptuous. And you're already making an act of aggression if you're doing that, in my view.
So does this
even
include,
if your
like,
goal is separated from your means, it's still your goal, right?
Does this include all public education then?
It includes any public education that is being imposed, yes.
So does that, just so that I understand, are you saying, like, because technically, I don't know if you're, wait, where do you live right now? I'm just curious.
I'm in Canada, but I've been living in the US for 6 years.
Okay, so like in the United States, I think up until you're 16, you're required to be in public school. Would you consider that a form of aggression?
Yes, I would consider it a form of aggression as long as there's no opportunity to do otherwise. And there is actually in law an opportunity to do otherwise. You have the choice to unsubscribe your child from public school, choose religious schools, or you have the choice to do homeschooling. To that extent, I think that the current system is not that much invading on personal liberties because it offers an outing, an exit door.
Okay, so I think that in regards to education, I think that our disagreements there are very fundamental and not necessarily related to this. So I'll sidestep the education thing, and then the example that I would give then, going back to your second point of being morally presumptuous, is that you could offer free or reduced cost access to contraception, and I would assume that would be a non-aggressive thing, versus forcing people to take a class on not having children. That this would be a way of minimizing a bad environment without making an aggression towards somebody.
Yeah, so you're definitely making it more digestible for a libertarian like me because you remove the imposed aspect, and then we fall on the question of is it the role of the state to do any sort of ideological propaganda, if you will, because it's propaganda, let's be honest. Even if it's kind propaganda, it's still propaganda. And I live in Canada right now where state propaganda is basically an everyday reality, much more than it is in the US. We have programs to convince kids to do all sorts of things, from exercise to recycling and everything that everyone finds good. I have issues with this, but for totally different reasons than those that we're currently discussing. So this could be a whole subject that we can cover. But that's the question of the role of the state and its limit into ideological pushing of the population.
Gotcha. Okay. So I think you can see my points of view, but we have fundamentally different approaches to these issues. So we're never going to completely agree on this second point, right?
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
So
then moving on to the third point that you brought up, prison, not participating. Can you restate your third point for me? I wrote down that if they go to prison, they're not participating in society and you prevent them from reproducing. I feel like this argument was, I think I'm remembering, I'm sorry. I feel like this argument is kind of backwards because it seems like people that are involved in poor culture, poor society, and involved in prison are actually the ones who are reproducing the most. That these seem to be the people that have the most likelihood of having multiple children, right? The single black family is, ubiquitous throughout poor black culture in the United States. So it seems like... it seems like avoiding prison time by way of investment or other things would be a goal from an evolutionary point of view rather than, an impediment.
I mean, I think that the the very rough answer that I could give you is, well, then you're not putting them in prison for long enough. Just put them until their sperm doesn't work anymore.
Sure, or some sort of forced sterilization would be your, although that would be very extreme, right? But that would be your
Yeah.
evolutionary argument.
Yeah, and without the necessarily going back to this was almost a joke, but in reality, take a theoretical example of a libertarian who would come to you and say, look, you didn't give me any argument to choose prevention over punishment. Punishment could be cheaper in some situation, and punishment has a ultimate effect, which is to eliminate the descendant of someone if he hasn't reproduced before committing the crime. So if that person has not yet reproduced or has not reproduced to its full potential, I have an effect over the next millions of years that you can never hope to get with your single prevention intervention, and therefore I'm more efficient and I'm more simple, and I succeed at doing more of what your first goal was and do it with less resources.
Gotcha.
In other words, the ultimate punishment guy can make the argument that he's actually a ultimate prevention guy. He's just thinking about things over generations instead of single generation.
Sure. Okay, yeah, I can kind of see your arguments, but I think that I feel like our frameworks dictate our responses to this. Do you agree or disagree with that? Like under my framework,
Definitely.
yeah, under my framework, I can never agree with your point, and under your, well, so in my framework, I could never agree with your point, mainly because in your framework, so you would consider any form of education or basically anything that is compulsory of a person would be considered an act of aggression that you would seek to mitigate in as many ways possible, right?
Yep.
And then under my framework, I would consider acts of aggression to be permissible so long as they are a net benefit in some empirical way to society. And these two beliefs are incompatible and lead us down different roads of our moral assignment, I guess, right?
Yeah, and there are very long discussions to be had on the escalation of violence. And escalation of violence does not start at the moment where you punch someone.
Mhm.
It starts much before with words, and it starts with how people interact with the environment, and how I can take a little more resources than I would deserve, and then you respond by asking me to stop, and I continue, and the escalation of violence starts much before the first punch. But yeah, what you're saying about discussions and about the fact that we won't agree on this, this points out to a property of discussions that a lot of people don't understand. It's that I'm not here to agree with you, and you're not here to convince me either. We're not in a good debate. A good public debate is not made to convince the interlocutors and those who are speaking. It's made to make friction between different ideological axioms and see how these axioms express themselves once you lay out the theoretical possibilities or the practical implications. And that's the beauty of a good intellectual show as compared to a show where people try to win the argument and they just try to exit the debate by being the winner. I know that there's no winner between me and you. What there is two people distillating their thoughts until we boil down to what we're really about. And what we're really about is quite simple. You're someone who cares about others. I'm someone who thinks about humanity in intergenerational evolutionary terms, and that's it.
Gotcha. So okay, so here's where I try to get you. All right, are you ready? So
oh yeah,
everything that you've said, if you were to present your arguments to me, right, and I don't remember if I told you this, but you're one of the more well-spoken, let me be real, you're the most well-spoken person I've talked to at this point in terms of you have a lot of internal consistency with your arguments, right? So you haven't said anything that I would consider you to be hypocritical about or anything, right? So I can't point to contradictions in your argument, right? So with what you've said and in how you describe agency or free will or choice, I totally agree. So my question then to you, okay, my gotcha question is, how could you extend this type of intellectual courtesy to Sargon in terms of how he evaluates free will or agency when Sargon self-describes himself or describes himself, is self-described as a liberal who is in favor of a lot of state intervention for liberal-esque policy.
Well, it's important that to me, there's two types of people. There's the people who will rot, their bodies will rot, and there will be nothing left of them other than their babies. And there's people who will have actually played a role and who will leave one or two ideas into our intellectual luggages that we're sending to the next generation.
Our memes, right? It's essentially
Yes,
meme theory, right? Right?
Do not use meme with me. You're gonna get me on a full 2 hours discussion about
because
how
people
memes
into
don't work.
yeah, because people into genetics take serious issue with meme theory, right? That you really hate
exactly.
that shit. All right.
Yeah, but we still leave some ideas that we leave to the other generation and that the other generation carries. And to me, to be a great intellectual, to be a great person, you need only to have contributed to one or two ideas. And so 99.9% of what Sargon says, I don't even care about it. Some of it is good, some of it is bad. I don't care. My question is Sargon occupying a niche in the intellectual landscape of 2017? And the answer is yes, he is doing something that many others are not doing. Sargon is a left-wing person who used to be left-wing, like many young people, who became conservative with time, both because of his disappointment with the left and because of the current state of the left and the current state of the right, and also probably because of physiological reasons, because we know that as people become adults, they're more likely to become right-wing and conservatives. And for Sargon to be giving that voice to that kind of hesitation to this individual who says, I was once on the left, but I cannot stand for this. It gives him a place in the intellectual landscape, and for that, he deserves my respect. Now, that doesn't mean I agree with everything he says, and so what would be your point? What do you want me to disagree about from Sargon?
So, I guess I feel like I feel like we have to sidestep this and talk about something else really quick. You can either disagree or agree or disagree. I feel like we've reached we might have a fundamental disagreement over kind of like an ends justify the means sort of thing. So to state what you said earlier, you believe that it doesn't really matter so much the specifics, so much as somebody will, after dying, leave some sort of lasting idea that you consider to be a positive contribution to the pool of ideas of society, more or less, right?
Yes.
Okay. So then, okay, so let me give you, I'm dancing a little bit. So let me ask you a question here. Couldn't you argue, using that framework, couldn't you argue that Sam Harris has a very valuable place in society, and that he's trying to leave people with the idea that science can inform us of our morals? Do you not think that that is a valuable contribution to the pool of ideas?
Oh yeah, well, I disagree with the idea, but if you were to ask me, is Sam Harris a respectable intellectual? Of course, yes, because his job as an intellectual is to take this idea and make the best defense of it. Just like a lawyer, his job is to make the best defense for for his clients. And so in that sense, yeah, if you had asked me the same question about Sam Harris, I would have said, yes, Sam Harris is a great intellectual.
Gotcha. Okay, so okay, so this is good to talk
He's
about.
Just, but I will specify, he's just wrong.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so that's interesting. Okay, so this illuminates something that we probably have a massive disagreement on. So when I look, okay, so when I look to leave, hold on, let me think if I want to phrase this. I'm guessing you've taken a fair bit of math, right? Probably, I imagine.
Oh yeah, plenty.
Okay.
Doctoral level of mathematics.
Okay, so way more than me. When you look at how, or philosophy, right? When you look at how ideas are constructed in philosophy, or how ideas are constructed in mathematics, I'm I'm always more concerned with the process of the construction rather than the actual conclusion or idea itself. So let me give an example of this. If there was a religious person and they had an incredibly dogmatic and intellectual approach to forming their system of beliefs, and it was rigorous, and they could logically argue and justify everything, even though I would disagree with it, and I vehemently disagree with religion, I disagree with all aspects of it, but if they could argue that in a powerful, intellectual, rational way, I would pick that guy over. What's the word I'm looking for? I would choose that person. I would choose that person over somebody that gives me a conclusion that I really like that cannot argue for it rationally. So I guess in the goal of all of my conversations, or in the goal of my talking about politics on stream or talking with you, right? My goal is always to leave my viewers with the impression that they need to develop rational, consistent ways of analyzing the world and developing ideas. I don't necessarily care if somebody takes from me an idea that I like, that Trump is bad, or globalism is good, or free trade is good. I don't want people to take so much these ideas from me, so much as I want them to take the systems of logic or analyses that I employ and then utilize those to make decisions. That's my ultimate goal. Would it be correct in me assuming that your goal is more the passage of an idea rather than a form of logic to get to that idea, or do you disagree with that? Or sorry, you can talk about that for a while.
Well, I don't want you to overinterpret what I said earlier about great intellectuals and the respect that I have for people who can put one or two great ideas on the public space, because that was just my taste. I was talking to you about my taste, and about, if you ask me who's a great intellectual, it's someone who has made IDs advances, and it doesn't have to be 10 IDs. And in fact, I don't know of any great intellectual, great scientist who has made 10 important discoveries or 15 important discoveries. So that's what I wanted to point out, which is that you don't need to be right on everything to be a great person, in my view, and a great intellectual. That was all that I was pointing out. Now, that doesn't mean that the carrying and reproduction of ideas, to me, is the goal of societies. I agree with the fact that, with what you're pointing out, which is that part of our responsibility as public educators to display the processes of rationality, display what led to our conclusion, display what's happening in our brain when we work with these ideas. So I totally agree with you on that.
Okay. Well then, in that case, then I would circle back to my problem with Sargon is that even if he pushes some ideas, I feel like, and I'm reaching a little bit here, or maybe I'm making assumptions and you can pull me back on this, I feel like Sargon has not thought out almost any of the positions that he has on a lot of these topics to a great degree. For instance, when we speak about issues in the Black community, I'm always willing to go back to sociological evidence that, these are the reasons why Black people have trouble, these are the reasons, and then he seems to retreat to this idea that Black people need to get married, but then he doesn't really want to speculate on why they need to get married, or why they don't, or not why they need, but he doesn't speculate on why they don't get married, and he doesn't seem to want to dig into that anymore. It seems like a lot of Sam Harris's talking points become almost demagoguery without real substance behind them, and that's always been like my concern with somebody like that. Not that he's wrong or that I disagree with him, but that he just doesn't base a lot of his arguments on a solid foundation of logic or whatever. Would be my what I would levy towards that.
Yeah, I mean, first, the thing to point out is that Sargon is making a lot of volume. And there was a Quebec intellectual who was talking about the intellectual credit card. Sargon lives on the credit card, of course, because he's spending every day. I mean, how many hours of Sargon can you watch in a day? I mean, it can be your own life if you want.
Sure.
Basically, this guy has always a microphone under his mouth. And from that point, I would not expect everything that he says to be perfectly rational. What I would expect him to do is the best that he can in this circumstance. So first, to point out, the volume is big, and therefore I do not expect each of his sentence to be the next Nobel Prize. I agree with your critiques of Sargon. Sargon does not display necessarily the axioms behind his thoughts. He's not in the same way that Samaris does. Samaris says, here's my axiom. At least he's clear about it. Sargon, he evaluates things in a more intuitive way, and that's fine. There are human beings like this, and maybe deep inside he's a super axiomatic rational guy, or maybe he's just an intuitive guy, and he's coming to these conclusions without the rational process of a hardcore philosopher or hardcore scientist. I wouldn't expect that from him, because he's more or less of an historian, if I understand correctly. So he has background in history, politics. So that's how he viewed the worlds. He viewed the worlds with the models that he developed in his head when he was studying the things that happened 2,000, 3,000 years ago. But to me, even if it's a different mindset than the rational philosopher of the U.S. or the scientist, it is a mindset that has a place. I mean, if you farm a brain by exposing it to everything that we know about the past of humanity, this person, if it's an intelligent person, will of course have interesting things to say about the present, right?
Mm-hmm. Maybe. Well, that would be.
Yeah.
This is kind of where I was going next. Yeah, you can finish if you want.
And so when I listen to Sargon, I don't expect a social scientist who will tell me 47% of blah, 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 and 37%. Of course, I expect him to try, but that's not Sargon. Sargon has models in his head that he has developed as an historian, and he looks at current societies as if we were in 2,000 years in the future and we were looking back. That's what Sargon is. That's what he provides that no one else can provide. Because if you go get your average PhD in behavioral psychology, they're going to start talking about percentages and how black people do this and white people do this. And if I flash a photo of a black person to someone white, they have difficulties typing on their keyboard for 20 milliseconds. These things Sargon does not care about, because that's not how he interprets the world. He views the present as an historian.
Gotcha.
An
Okay.
historian of the future.
So this is where I'm going to make some big jumps, okay, that a lot of people get mad at me for. It's one of the reasons why the Sam Harris topic comes up so much on stream and people get really mad at me for it. So in my evaluation of people, for me personally, and then obviously what I hope other people agree with, right? Because our goal is to always spread our ideologies to others by way of the meme, right? No, I'm just kidding. But
that's your goal.
No,
I'm a moral nihilist.
Gotcha. So okay, so that's my goal. Okay. So when I look at people who operate in a certain way, what I'm looking at typically is a thought process. If a person has a thought process that I deem as being logical or valid, I become interested in everything that person has to say, regardless of the conclusions. Oh God, this sounds really conceited to say. It's hard to find people like this, but so you are somebody that I view as being very consistent, very rigorous with your logic, right? Even though I don't agree with a lot of things you say, I'm always interested in an opinion that you would have, especially if you say something that is very shocking to me. If you come out and you were to say, something very shocking, I want to hear your thought process, because I'm genuinely interested in how you get there, because I know. Oh, go ahead.
Like I like Stefan Moliner.
Yeah, I'm getting there. Hold on, I'm getting there. Although, based on everything we've talked about so far, I can probably venture a decent guess into that. But before we get there, so thought processes are what I'm most concerned with, right? Do you display some sort of logical thought process, right? So, so I'm not going to focus on Sargon as much because it feels a little bit mean, but I'll look at Sam Harris, right? So Sam Harris has a particular philosophy, okay? And I feel like he fails on every level to justify his philosophy. He doesn't bridge the is-ought gap like he believes he does. He doesn't establish his initial axioms. He doesn't define his terms, right? Because Sam Harris is willing to engage in this kind of talk, it makes me not interested in anything that Sam Harris has to say, right? So I would even take this a step further, and I would say something along the lines of, and it's incredibly arrogant of me to say this, I understand this, but from my personal point of view, I don't think Sam Harris offers any value intellectually to a lot of discussions because his ideas are mostly unfounded, right? I always view ideas as being foundational, right? They're always built on things, right? And then as you can guess, you know, I view a lot of other people like this. So Sargon, I think, lacks a strong axiomatic foundation to his beliefs. Ben Shapiro, I've seen his thought process at work, and it seems to lack a lot of, you know, logical, reasonable integrity, right? Donald Trump, right? I've seen the statements that he's made, right? So what happens is all of these people become people that I end up writing off like, well, okay, I already know that he's willing to engage in this level of irrationality, so why would I care about anything that he has to say on any of these topics? Whereas if there's a person who I respect because they have a very, what I deem to be a very reasonable or logical thought process, let me give an example. Are you familiar with Ego Raptor?
No.
Okay, Ego Raptor did a few video game reviews on his YouTube channel, and I thought the reviews were really good. The way that he, oh, I'm sorry, or how about the Every Frame a Painting guy? He does movie analysis sometimes on YouTube.
Nope.
Okay, sorry. Well, these are people who I've seen their reviews, and I love the way that they break things down, and I love their thought processes. So no matter what either of these guys say, I always want to see their thought process. So if Ego Raptor were to make a video saying that Final Fantasy VII, one of my favorite games, is the best game of all time, or the worst game of all time, or the most mediocre game of all time, no matter what his conclusion is there, I always want to watch that video because I love his thought process, and I think that there's value in the process. But if the thought process is broken, it seems to me that that person, until they repair that process and fix it up into something rational, I feel like they offer no value to, you know, a form of ideas. All right, sorry, then go ahead.
Well, it's the thing is, you might have your own preferences about the world, but you're not necessarily representative of the entire population.
Of course.
There's nothing a priori that forces people to use logic to get from the different state of knowledge that they want to get in. There are things that you can call knowledge that are not derived through logic. It may sound weird, but it's true. Logic is just a process that allows you to start from axioms and deduct pieces of knowledge. It allows you to map your world. But most people do not participate to this mode of thought as much as you do. And that's why you like me. That's why you have the impression of talking to the most rational person you've ever talked to. It's just that you have a super high preference for axiomatic and logic processing, and I deliver that pretty much because that's essentially my job. I've been trained to do that and to do that very well. And in fact, I've self-educated into developing that level of logic. That being said, there are contributions possible to the public space that do not rely on pure logic like this. And most people who intervene on the public space, they come from a different place. And I would even give them the benefit of the doubt and say that there's no superior, you cannot make an argument that axiomatic logic or axiomatic philosophy or rational philosophy as a whole as any sort of superiority over other forms of knowledge acquisition. And let me give you two other examples of knowledge acquisition. First, empiricism, just looking at the world and drawing conclusions about the state of the world. And second, having preferences and having a sort of philosophy that links these preferences to your intuitions about what you find good and what you find bad. So there are ways you can develop systems of thought, whether they are moral or factual, that do not rely on logical extrapolation from single ideas.
Gotcha. Yeah, I guess I've never really considered that before. So, yeah, I'm sorry. This is something that I have to digest for a while. I guess my foundational assumption of reality is that everybody, but I know this isn't true. Everybody would have a preference for axiomatic logic. That given, oh fuck, but that's not really true, right? That's not true. We both know that's not true.
There are worlds in which you shouldn't be too much annoyed by the axiomatic aspect of things. There are worlds in which it's better to allow your brain to have flexible thought patterns, because you cannot necessarily bridge the gap between each pieces of knowledge that you want to justify. It's not necessarily the case that each of my moral preferences in the world have to adhere to a single law that has been extrapolated through pure mathematics and logic. I can just look at someone and find that her suffering is annoying to me and that I want it to stop. And there should be, I shouldn't have to justify that moral preference, or at least if you want me to justify, I can try. But it doesn't have to be a superior moral system just because I extracted it from a single piece of knowledge and from pure logic.
So okay. So we're getting into very philosophical terms here, or a very philosophical world here. So this was kind of like my underlying foundation for axiomatic logic. First, I'm going to make one statement. I feel like you're going to tell me it's false, and it's probably false, but the first reason why I have a preference towards axiomatic logic and why I would try to argue it being objectively better is because I don't think this is true, is that I would point to axiomatic logic as a way for people of wildly differing beliefs, that it would be one of the only ways that they could communicate or change each other's minds, if that makes sense. That was one of the big reasons why I value, or that is one of the big reasons why I value, logical forms of thought, as opposed to empirical or emotional or spiritual, right? So, like, as an example, I would give, I think that you and me locked in a room with one another for, a week, I think that at the end of it, I don't know if you would agree with this, but I would say that we would probably come out thinking almost identically on most things, right? Because at some point, either I would give you something that you just could not form an argument against, or you would give me something that I couldn't defend or form an argument against, and I would be forced to change my position, right? That even though you and me have fundamentally different beliefs about the world, because we both rely on axiomatic logic, we are able to communicate ideas to one another in a way to change the other person's ideas. But people that rely on other forms of logic, like, I don't know if I'm using this word right, logic, like spiritual logic or other ways of generating ideas, that these are people that are fundamentally incapable of transmitting ideas to one another. For instance, a Muslim arguing with a Christian, these people will never be able to engage in a conversation about who God it really is. Is it Yahweh or is it Allah? They just fundamentally are incapable of connecting on that level because of their lack of logic or rationality in their system of beliefs, right? So I guess my question is this a valid defense of axiomatic logic or not really?
So my answer is no, you are wrong.
Okay.
You are suggesting that rational philosophy, the hardcore version of it, the purely logical version of it, is a superior system of communication.
Can you explain that for me? I don't understand what that means.
Well, that's what you're arguing, right?
Oh,
You're
wait. Did you just
arguing
say the word superior?
Yeah, you
I
are
heard a
arguing
different
that
word.
it.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, so you are arguing that that rational philosophy, axiomatic logic, all these very mathematical ways of extracting knowledge from simple axioms, that these are superior for the purpose of communication.
Mhm.
But the whole history of humanity proves you wrong. There's been communications of all kind inside in the history of humanity that did not rely on these principles. The principles may have practical value in certain situations, simply from the fact that a principle is shorter. It's already better, right? It's much more easy to tell you don't do to others what you wouldn't want done to you. That's a very simple statement that carries a lot of information. And so axioms, through their mere simplicity, may have a slight advantage, but the reality of the world is that the brain is ready to receive non-logical stimuli and record it the way every religious person has been doing for hundreds of thousands of years throughout the history of humanity. In fact, this is the main communication media of humanity,
Can I?
non-logical.
So just to bolster
yeah,
your
go ahead.
argument, I'm curious if these examples fit. So you could argue something like, so I'm saying that axiomatic logic is the superior way of communicating ideas, and as a counterexample, you could give me something like, you could ask me to name a form of, what is one axiomatically logical thing that has been more successful than, say, the 10 Commandments, right? And then I wouldn't have a response to that, and I would be forced to admit that the 10 Commandments have been communicated to more people than any axiomatically logical thing, has been communicated. So your argument falls apart there. Would that be kind of like a...
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured, yeah.
Yeah, so basically your statement would be true only in a theoretical society where people would have evolved to have brains that process axiomatic logic more efficiently and like in a preferential manner. But there's no reasons for people to have evolved toward this. Axiomatic logic and rational philosophy are just activities that are done by a very few people on Earth that just turn out to have brains that stick to that mode of thought.
Gotcha, I understand. Yeah, I don't like that at all. So I'm trying to think of. I mean,
disappointed.
Yeah, no, obviously, yeah, of course. Well, obviously, right? Because I want
Talking with me is often a disappointing experience, not because I don't know how to talk, but because of the things that I reveal.
No, it's not. It's not disappointing. I would consider. I think legitimate challenges to your beliefs, I think, are usually really exciting because, assuming you're a reasonable person, the person that you are after these discussions should always be better than what you are prior to that, right? I don't think that at 28 years old I figured out everything in the universe. So, I welcome a challenge to my basic belief systems, right? Because I figure all I'm doing is refining them at this point, right?
Yep.
So.
I was looking at Minecraft and I was thinking we have to do some electronics. We have to reproduce an old electronic like an Atari emulator. We have to do one of these CPUs built inside Minecraft stuff.
Oh God, I don't know if I don't even know if you can do it in vanilla, but I've seen the projects that you're talking about. Yeah, because you can create the basic binary things, and then from there logic gates, and then from there, yeah.
Yeah.
So my initial, I'm just kind of rambling. So my initial presupposition, my initial assumption was that my form of logic is superior to others because I believe that people can communicate ideas to people across different ideological barriers, whereas with other forms of logic, you cannot do that. And then a counter argument to that is that, well, other ways of communicating ideas have been wildly more successful in the past. So empirically, it would seem that my idea is incorrect. It only holds up in a theoretical world.
Yeah, and I will add something here, which is you are misinterpreting the miscommunications between Muslims and Catholics. These are not due to the fact that they have not followed a rational process. They are due to the fact that they have differences and that they find evolutionary interest in maintaining those differences.
So you think that but couldn't you argue that those evolutionary interests in maintaining those differences manifest into different forms of logic? Like it's an abstraction of that?
Well, you can argue that any deployment of any behavior is a logical deployment of a gene. So you can make that argument, I guess, but that's not what most people would call logic. It's just the ideas that are being carried by religion does not qualify as logic because it does not respect the general rules of logic. but still you can see the genes in the DNA as deploying these programs into the brain that allow the recording of religion and its transmission. Yes, you can see these as some form of logical operation, a logical operation that is entirely slave to the success of the genes and to no other laws.
Gotcha. Okay, so let me ask you a question. Do you think that you can, do you think that, oh, fuck. Sorry, I think of a million arguments against what I'm about to ask. Okay, do you think that you can give a moral assignment to truth? Like, could you argue, can you make arguments that truth is morally good versus falsehoods being morally bad? Like in a vacuum, not like, would you lie to, you know, right?
I'm so happy that you asked this because this is essentially an assumption, and I've been thinking about this question for the last year, and no, I cannot. This is an assumption that skeptics wants you to believe. The people who are anti-religion, who are in the public space saying that we should have rationality as the basis of our life. You cannot make an argument for this being a superior lifestyle from to me, you cannot rationally first because you don't. If I start from moral nihilism and you have to convince me that something is good or something is bad, you will never succeed because you're gonna have to take for granted that something is good, just the way Sam Harris does. So you're gonna end up being Sam Harris fanboy, just like yesterday. Or the other argument that you could have brought is that it is superior from the point of view of evolution. But again, I would give countless empirical examples where self-deception is an evolutionary advantage. Self-deception is good for men who want to deceive that they're more beautiful than they really are, and their mere confidence allows them to grab better women. Self-deception is good when the forms of knowledge that you acquire can be damaging to you or to the people around you. There's many reasons why self-deception and why ultimately the brain not wanting to know something that is true is actually evolutionary advantages, and that's why we are self-deceiver a lot.
Sure. I read a really interesting article on that. I'm sure you would agree with most of it, that that the argument would actually be that we have evolved in ways to not actually perceive the world accurately because there would be so many disadvantages to, like, we can't see different things on the color spectrum or hear up to 100,000 hertz of frequency, that our body practices self-deception in order to expose us to the best stimuli that give us the best possibility of passing on our genes, rather than something that lets us objectively evaluate the truth of our environment or whatever.
Exactly, and the theory of self-deception as being evolutionary advantageous has been put forward by Robert Trivers, and he has a book about it. But that's just psychological self-deception. As you point out, any of your visual, auditory, or any other experience the whole world that you experience, this is all existing in your brain. Of course, when you look at your computer, the computer that you see, it exists outside of your brain. But everything that you experience of it, its shape, its color, the way it feels, this is all a virtual representation in your brain. It's a lie that your brain is telling, because these atoms, they don't really look the way you imagine them. They're not really gray, they're not really white. These are just waves that your brain has interpreted that way.
Yeah, and the guy even in the article gives the example of your desktop, right? That when you're interacting with your desktop, you're not actually moving pictures around. It's millions and millions of zeros and ones, but giving you the data in that form doesn't really do anything. So your desktop is engaging in the act of deception every time it shows you any piece of information, but it does it, in a way so you can navigate it better.
Exactly. On your screen, your computer desktop is a 2D space, but in the CPU that processes the space, it's not even a 2D space. It's just a sequence of electrical shocks in a bunch of wires.
Sure. I won't ask you, so I'll just say that, assuming that, let's move past the whether truth is good or bad, okay? And I understand that I can't make this statement, but let's say that we did, for sake of argument, argue that truth is good, or truth has Truth is more like good. If you make that argument, could you then from there argue that forms of axiomatic logic are superior to other forms of logic because it gives you a higher probability of deriving truth from an environment, or no?
Well, let me go back before we make that assumption, because I
Okay.
want to say that I'm not that convinced of the truth of what I stated. I mean, it's still my position, but I want to give the best case possible for the idea that truth may be better than falsehood.
Sure. Well,
So
in favor of that, I mean, I could think of a million examples. We both could, where you might be right. For instance, if there is a truth that allows the unlocking of time travel, that's probably a truth that would be better never discovered by mankind, right? I'm sure you could imagine, the 50 million horrible things that could arise, or the truth of maybe there is a certain way that you can move your hand that would annihilate the entire planet, right? That this is probably a truth better left uncovered, that there is no value in this truth, right? Maybe you could argue that there are scenarios that would arise from learning a truth that would be, pragmatically bad or empirically bad in their manifestation in the world.
Yeah, so these are all arguments where truth basically is dangerous, and so
Mhm.
you want to hide yourself from it. And these somehow rely on evolutionary arguments, which is you don't want to self-destroy because you want to survive.
Sure.
But if you want to give up, if you want to say, well, I don't necessarily favor life, I don't necessarily favor my survival, and therefore I do not put my survival and reproduction as being my first values in the world, then would it be possible, if we forget about the evolutionary aspect, to justify it another way? Is truth better than knowing nothing or knowing false stuff?
Mhm.
And I would say that within David Hume empiricism is philosophy about empiricism, and some French philosophy like Descartes with the cogito. So the cogito is this idea where if you're a conscious being, there's nothing around you that you can really prove, because your brain could very well be in another universe, and you could be stimulated, and everything that you experience from our universe may just be stimuli that are being artificially fed into your brain. And so you cannot never tell that the reality that you perceive around you is real. You may be deceived by everything, but there is one thing that you will know, that you will know that you exist. And that's the famous sentence, I think, therefore I am.
Yeah.
Now, from that fact, somehow, if you got there, it's because you were curious in the first place, because you had to ask the question, well, what do I know? But from that fact, you could say, well, okay, starting from the very beginning, where I've asked, what do I know, and I found out that I exist. Now, the fact that you exist allows things to come to you. There are things that happen outside of you, and you can observe these things. And David Hume explained how that's when you start observing things and concluding theories about what's around you, then you start accumulating knowledge. And so an argument maybe could be made there that there is a natural, philosophically natural tendency for conscious beings to want to know in their environment, even if they haven't evolved, and even if we put aside the biological and evolutionary argument.
Sure. Wait, could you repeat that last part? I'm sorry.
What I'm saying is that through the simple fact that because you were a conscious being and you asked yourself, what do I know? And you concluded, well, I know that I exist.
Mhm.
And since you exist, you are in some form of world where things are coming at you, where you see colors, you see light, you see things happening in that world. From that very fact, you may say that the best thing to do is to gather these stimuli and build theories about them so that you know what will happen. And then you start being interested in truth, because these things that are happening, you want to find, why are they not random? Why do I see a white table and the table stays white? there's a reality there, and there's a truth that you can be interested of simply because it comes to your mind. It's your environment. It comes to your mind, and your mind has concluded that it does exist, and therefore you're interested in characterizing the environment in which it exists.
Gotcha. So it sounds
I
like
don't like these kind of philosophies, but I just wanted to give the best case possible.
Gotcha. So in that type of reality, and I'm not trying to desperately cling to my internal belief, right? I'm still just making arguments for it. But in that type of reality, is that a reality that you would say inevitably winds you up towards the scientific process? What you're ultimately looking to do is make accurate predictions. Would you say that that's like a good direction that philosophy would point you towards, or?
Yeah, I would argue that knowledge is accurate prediction. It is a model of the world that tells you things that you haven't yet observed. And so, yes, in that sense, knowledge is accurate prediction.
Okay, so then that would mean that in that type of world, if we assume everything we've argued up to this point would be true, in that type of world where you do say that truth has an inherent value and that you do value truth over nothingness or falsehoods, you could make arguments in that world that axiomatic logic is superior and should be the encouraged mode of discourse or whatever for every person, do you think?
Yeah, so I mean, and again, forgetting all sorts of things that we mentioned, like evolution, empiricism, and the fact that this does not happen and that's not our universe. I guess that in that world where you've given up the fact that you're a biological creature, you could arbitrarily choose that, yes, truth is your goal, and then rationality and logic would be among the first tools that you could justify the existence of and their use, because they are tools that guarantee that if you start from an axiom, you will never get to something false. In other words, proper logics keeps you within truth as long as you started with truth.
Gotcha. Okay, I understand. Do you think okay. Is there anything else related to this necessarily? Well, actually, here, wait, let me make sure that I understand. So, your main problem, going back to that worldview, at what point do you deviate in the way that you personally view the world, or rather, what's like a common deviation from that point of view that could be argued in favor of?
You mean deviate toward what?
So like you started with, I think, so I'm sorry, tell me if I have this whole line of logic down. I think, therefore I am. Because I am a thinker and because I exist, naturally I gather information about the world around me. As I am able to gather information about the world around me, for some reason, I don't understand this, but for some reason, I want to be able to make predictions. I want to be able to make predictions about the world around me, and as a result of desiring to make accurate predictions, I want my predictions to be accurate, and because I want them to be accurate, I will follow axiomatic logic. At what point do you defer from that I think, therefore I am? Do you branch off into moving in a direction different from axiomatic logic?
Well, you can arbitrarily choose to prefer other things. In other words, your consciousness could decide, well, okay, I'm in a world, but I don't care about that world. I don't care about the information that's coming to me. And then you would have two choices, which is you either arbitrarily decide that you're not a knowledge accumulator, that you don't care about truth, and that you care about the infinity of billions and billions of theories that are incorrect. So that would be a form of self-deception, which is basically the path that biological creatures take. But they take it for a reason. They take it because self-deception is evolutionary advantageous in some situations. Or you could take another branch and say, neither truth or falsehoods are interesting to me. What's interesting is what I can output into the world. And then you become a moral agent. You become someone who has preferences or theories about what should be done to the world that's around you. And then you're not about whether it's true, whether it's false. You're about goals, and you're about what you want to do into that world.
Okay, so it's kind of like an RPG where after you hit the I think therefore I am, you kind of choose your class. You can either choose that truth and knowledge is what you want to accumulate, or you can be hedonistic and say I only want to pursue things that are pleasurable to me, or you could go down any number of routes there, all of which I'm sure have their own arguments for or against.
Exactly, and the idea is that you can either choose one rule to dictate your existence, or you can choose more than one rule. But if you have more than one rules, I can make a philosophical problem for you, which will force you to choose between the two. No matter what your values are, you can tell me anything. I can create a situation in which you'll have to choose between one of the two.
Gotcha. Could you always default there to a hedonistic or selfish path, saying that while I am philosophically
Yes,
consistent and I'll just always
you
pick...
you can either order your rules. So let's say you say, okay, I care about myself first, then I care about others, and then I care about the survival of the human species.
Mhm.
This could be your order. But then I can make philosophical problems that will force you to choose between the human species and yourself.
Yeah, sure.
I could tell you, well, there's a meteorite coming, and you're not gonna find it very hedonistic. You're not gonna find it very pleasurable, but you're the only person who can get that asteroid to stop from bumping into humanity. You have the choice between your hedonism and the whole existence of humanity. What do you choose?
Gotcha. And they would probably... I don't know what they would choose, I guess. I guess it depends on the person, but I imagine most people would choose to save humanity, hopefully. Well, hello? Do you think he sacrificed himself right now to save humanity? Oh, shit. Or did I answer wrong?
Are you there?
Oh, yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep, I lost you for a moment.
Oh, sorry. You left it off with the question of what would they choose, and I said I would imagine they would probably choose to save humanity.
Yes, but that illustrates that as soon as you have two values, you can always make a problem that forces you to choose between the two.
Gotcha.
Which is something that I've used against Sam Harris, because I said, well, you want the well-being of conscious creatures, right? What if I force you to choose between the well-being of conscious creature and the existence of conscious creatures? Because before someone becomes happy, you have to create the mind, right? What if I told you that you have the choice between making someone who's already alive happy, or creating a new mind which will be either happy or unhappy? What would you count as being the best option there?
So, in order to make somebody happy, you would have to create a new mind that could either be happy or unhappy?
No, I'm giving you the choice between two situations. One in which there's only one mind in the world, and it's happy. The other where there's two minds in the world, and both of them are a little bit less happy.
Oh, I
What is
understand.
preferable?
So, yeah, well, since Sam Harris never defines well-being, he can answer this however he wants, but no, but in Sam Harris's view, that would be a challenge because one person being happy is 100% well-being achieved, and two people not necessarily being happy is not 100% well-being. So you'd be settling for a lesser state of well-being at the cost of having more people or whatever, right? Or like you could have one person who would be ultimately well, but that would come at the cost of the creation of another person, so that wouldn't necessarily be... I don't know how he could answer that with his branch of philosophy.
Yeah, he never provided the answer, and he still claims that his system is justified, but he never answered that question. And we know the answer from biology. It's that we don't care at all about happiness. We care about more babies and more minds.
Wait, did you have like a podcast with him, or was this on a forum or an email, or?
I mean, I've been publishing this text on, at some point he made a contest where you could go and write a contest of his moral landscape, and he received 400 submissions. So he received mine, so he knows about the argument, but he never addressed publicly.
Did you ever
and
read?
It's also published.
Oh, nice. Did you ever read the argument between him and Chomsky?
Oh yeah, it was very ad hominem and very personal.
Yeah.
I didn't find intellectually edified by any of it.
Sure. Do you have anything else you want to discuss on this topic? If you don't, I kind of have like a random curveball question.
Yeah, we can move on and try to talk about other subjects. There's so much stuff we have to talk about. We've listed the beginnings of life, Stefan Molyneux, but whatever you want to bring the discussion toward, you go ahead.
Okay, Stefan Molyneux will be my next thing, okay, because this is going to be what I think might be a short question. I'm just curious. Do you think that with the progress that we've made on computational power and the seemingly unstoppable progress we've made on computational power, right? Especially being on the precipice of maybe, quantum systems or whatnot for computing. Do you think that there is a high probability that the universe we live now is some sort of simulation?
Yeah, so the simulation argument, I think there's something interesting to that argument, but and I think it charms scientists more than it should.
Sure.
It charms thinkers a little more than it should, because when you really think about it, it's not very different from the God argument.
What is the God argument? Could you expand on that?
Well, just the statement that God exists, that the universe has been created by God.
Oh, okay.
And what Richard Dawkins gives as an answer to the argument of the existence of God is to say, well, your explanation has a degree of complexity that is not needed, and still, even if a God has created the universe into some sort of simulation in a computer or other media, that God must have evolved, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so it must be some sort of creature that has been going through the same process that we went through, which is start as some sort of bacteria and then evolve into an intelligent civilization. The problem with invoking this is that you're invoking a supplementary layer of complexity to explain your own existence, and that supplementary layer, you have no observation at all to justify it. You have nothing to distinguish this between alternative theories of equal complexity, and it doesn't tell you anything about the world that you observe. And so because of these three criteria, the hypothesis that God exists is a non-scientific hypothesis. The problem is that the exact same, and that's based on the Occam razor. So the Occam razor is a principle that asks people, well, don't use explanations that are not needed, that are not the most simple form of what you can theorize about the world, because the reason the Occam razor is useful is that if you don't, you start inventing thousands of theories, and you don't have really a way to tell between one another.
Gotcha. So essentially you're calling this kind of like an unknowable truth that just doesn't really offer us any value. Like whether it's true or false, either way, the answer is irrelevant. It doesn't give us any greater form of prediction. It doesn't give us any insight into anything.
I wouldn't say it's irrelevant. It would be highly relevant if we could prove it.
Uh-huh.
The problem is, the question you have to ask yourself is, do I adhere to Occam's razor? Do I adhere to this principle of science, which asks me to find the simplest possible explanation? Now, if you do commit to the Occam razor, then you just reject that hypothesis, because you have no evidence that tells you that the upper universe is a computer with a simulation created by some biological being that would have evolved themselves. So the Occam razor automatically rejects that hypothesis, because you have nothing that you have observed that gives you this idea. Now the problem comes, and I don't know how to justify the Occam razor. You just have to stick to it.
Sure.
If you don't, however, you face enormous problems. If you don't stick to the Occam razor, every possible theory becomes valid.
Yeah. The Russell's teapot thing, right? A teapot floating in the astrobel. I understand.
Exactly.
So it sounds like you value axiomatic truth. No, I'm just kidding. So I think in terms of the universe being a simulation, I don't know if you're familiar with the specific thing that I'm thinking of. Rather than just thinking that like the universe, could be a simulation, I think the argument that I heard put forth was that if computers continue to become increasingly powerful, that say 200 years from now, we have no idea what this planet will look like 100 years from now, right? Based on how things have, advanced so insanely quickly. That if 200 years from now, if we possessed a computer so powerful that it was capable of simulating the Big Bang, that it could do it somehow or do it on a smaller level, the argument was that if we were capable of simulating universe ourselves, the chances of us being the first ones to do it and not being the people to do it in a nested simulation would be almost impossible. That was the argument that I heard put forth in terms of arguing whether or not we are a simulation. Does that make sense, or have you ever heard of what I'm talking about?
Yeah, but the argument relies on an illusion, which is the illusions of infinity. It's that you have to assume that there's an infinity of civilizations, that they all converge toward making simulations. I will say also that there's something that's not totally thought out by this hypothesis, which is that the universe that you simulate must be smaller and less complex than the universe in which you live, by definition.
Well, not kind of. I think the argument would be it doesn't necessarily have to be smaller, but maybe lacking in some complexity. I think the argument would be that outside of this is starting to where I'm inventing theories to justify conspiracy theory, which I understand is crazy, but I think you could maybe make some arguments for certain types of compression algorithms or whatnot that could help you save space, like
Yeah, definitely. You could have compression algorithm, but ultimately the minimal degree of complexity would be that every electron that is being sent in your computer tubes actually represents a quantum particle, for example, in your simulated universe. But even there, you would need to have as many electrons as there are in your entire universe that you're simulating, even if each of them had the weight of a particle in your universe. And so you'd be confronted with smaller and smaller universes as you embed into more and more simulations. And we don't know the mathematical relation between the complexity of the universe you would have to live in to implement a fictive universe into a computer in that upper universe. And because we don't have that number, we don't really have a case to believe simulation theory or to think that it's likely or to even put numbers like the 10,000 suggestion that you give.
Gotcha. Okay. I agree with that for the most part. I think it's interesting to think about, but yeah, there doesn't seem to be too much of a foundation for it. Okay. The real meme question.
Now, I will say this, but you would have asked me 1 year ago. I was like most people. I would have said that it was a very likely argument, but I've thought it out, and there's something missing.
Sure. Well, the biggest problem seems to be you would have to make extreme exceptions in the case, or you would have to make big arguments in favor of like dramatic compression, right? Because to simulate everything in the known universe would require the entire universe, right? Unless you don't understand, I guess, like conservation of energy or anything, right?
Yeah, and I think that there's actually not a single thinker in the world who has really given a thought about the idea of compression and the physical limits of compression. Compression looks natural to us because we know computer programming. We know that a series of bits can be encoded in a smaller series of bits, but it's clear that there's a minimal level of a maximal level of compression in any information system, and it's not clear that that simulating our universe, for example, would not require a computer that's essentially as big as the universe in some way.
Sure. You could argue for only simulating the observable universe, which would require, far less data than simulating the entire universe, or only simulating the planet and then doing like a backdrop, I guess. Your simulation would expand as, the Voyager probe, moves farther out, I guess, or something like that. But
I guess you could say, well, let's just simulate the planet Earth and its surrounds, and the light that's coming, let's simulate it by
Sure.
creating false light. Let's not actually make the matter out there. Let's just send fake rays of light that makes them believe that there's stars around them. I
Sure.
guess you could do
But the
that.
problem is at that point, in order to simulate all of those conditions accurately, I guess a determinist could argue that in order to simulate all of that accurately, you would almost have to pre-simulate everything else leading up to it, maybe?
Yeah, essentially, yeah, that's the argument
Yeah.
of minimal compression, and the idea that I propose is a theoretical one that essentially invokes a form of compression where you don't simulate the details. But yeah, if they did that, they would be very good deceivers because the universe does seem
Very
to follow
consistent, yeah.
basic gravity laws.
Well, maybe not. Maybe they fucked up, and that's why the dark matter mystery, that's like an artifact.
Oh, don't get me started on dark matter.
Wait, what? Why not? What do you mean?
No, I mean I love the question.
Oh, yeah,
I
that
think-
seems like that's like from all that I've seen, that seems like the big like scientific question that I hope is answered in my lifetime. That seems like the most pressing, interesting thing like that exists in all of physics that an answer would just be amazing to.
Yeah, I think that theoretical progress within the next 50 years might very well reveal dark matter and dark energy, their origin, and why the universe is going at the speed that it's going right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, unless it's a simulation, in which case we can never identify it.
Well, even if it's a simulation, it has to be simulated in some way. There has to be some observable phenomenon that can be described as being the source of this
artifacting?
effect on our world.
But if we find out that we are a simulation, maybe that's when they pull the plug, and then there's the argument that the truth does harm, and we're actually, okay. So
well, one would argue that by finding who you were and by making them unplug, you have found
fulfilled.
the truth.
Yeah, you fulfilled your purpose.
And that it is the life that you were leading before that was self-deceptive.
Maybe. Okay, so yesterday I would have asked you why Stephen Molyneux. So I'm going to make a guess, and then you can kind of correct it and tell me why you like him. So my question obviously would be, why Stefan Molyneux? What is the value here? And based on what you said earlier about Sam Harris, my guess would be that Stefan pushes certain ideas that you find palpable or that you find good, and you want these lasting ideas to be left around, even if you don't necessarily agree with even the majority of what he says, and you don't necessarily agree with his thought process and how he got there. That would be my guess, and then go ahead and talk about it.
Yes, and Stefan Molyneux, I like him because he's a rational powerhouse. Some of the crazy stuff that he says, you might be shocked by it, you might not realize where it comes from, but when you really analyze everything that he says, it all boils down to really and we were talking about axiomatic logic. This guy is an example of an extremely self-consistent guy. There's lots of people who have tried to convince me that he was contradicting himself, but I think that it always comes from a place where they don't really understand what this guy is about, and they don't understand his axioms. This guy is an incarnation of the extreme modern form of libertarianism, the anti-state argument. Why do I care about having this in the public space? Why do I find this funny, but both funny and interesting intellectually? First, because he's been consistent. Do you agree with this? Do you agree that Stefan Molyneux is a self-consistent guy?
So my exposure to him hasn't been listening to any of his meanderings on philosophy, but have been exposed to him discussing public policy and having debates with callers. These have been my exposures to him. So has he been
and there's two aspects to him.
So are you gonna give me the
philosophy.
I don't like how he does debates, but I like everything else? Are we going down that route?
No, I think he's funny in both ways. But I will point out that there's two Stefan, and sometimes I don't recognize him at all. Sometimes he's the rational philosopher. Sometimes he's this kind of psychology call box.
Okay,
that
because
you
like
call to.
the argument that like I
Yeah.
specifically know him, like I remember watching him argue with a college kid about Donald Trump, and like I felt the mental gymnastics, and it seemed to me like very invaluable or non-valuable information. So some guy basically tried to call out Trump on lying, and then Molyneux twisted this into, well, he wasn't lying, it was just truthful hyperbole. And
Oh yeah.
they moved down this route, and it was something that made me very uncomfortable.
But you should consider this idea that because that's how I would defend Trump too. And we go back to, is truth the most important thing in the world, and
Sure.
should we adhere to truth? And skeptics have been, I would say, deceiving us in thinking that the political arena had to be based on truth. I would challenge this, and I would encourage you to take that argument and to the truthful hyperbole or the alternative fact argument, or even stating clearly that the arena of politics, the modern arena of politics, at least in the US, is a post-factual environment, and that is not bad.
Sure, and I agree 100% with everything that you've said. The only thing is, it feels like when listening to Molyneux in that conversation, it felt like he wanted to have his cake and eat it too. So if Molyneux would have said, I don't think, so Molyneux says, I don't think he's lying, I think he's engaging in truthful hyperbole, right? I don't like that statement. But if Molyneux would have said, I think that Trump is lying, but I don't think that's bad, I feel like that statement is infinitely more defensible, because it sounds like Molyneux wants to reap the social rewards of not being considered a liar while engaging in the philosophical, like quandary of, how much truth is enough to, convince somebody of an idea, right? Or how much misinformation I have to deal with. I don't like that. I don't like that dancing the line there. I would rather you clearly state Trump does lie, but I don't think that it is a lie for the purposes of deception. I think it is a lie for greater purposes. Like I think you can make that argument.
Oh yeah, and even as a fan of Stefan, I would grant you that this is the weak point of his armor. This kind of assumption that a series of assumptions that he asks you to believe in, and if you don't believe in, is all argument false.
Yeah.
So yes, he's axiomatic. Yes, he's self-consistent within the kind of area allowed between his axioms. His axioms being non-aggression, the concept of libertarianism, the idea that the state is an act of aggression by itself, and his ideas about psychology and the non-violence against children. If you take all of these ideas, you have to adhere to these as being true and as being the goal of your life if you want to believe all of his conclusions. So that, I grant you, that is asking us to commit to axioms that he has not demonstrated were a priority, and that's why I'm a moral nihilist and I cannot endorse everything that he says. It's because I recognize that it's a form of cloud of truth that he has created, but it's internally consistent truth that can only be reached if you agree with his axioms.
Sure, and this is something that I don't like, this form of presentation, because I feel like a lot of people do this. Are you familiar with like Anita Sarkeesian?
Oh yeah.
So Anita Sarkeesian has a series of videos that she made about video games, right? Are you familiar with these?
Of course.
So I would argue, and you can tell me if you agree or disagree, I would argue that Anita Sarkeesian is very similar to Stefan Molyneux in that she has an internal consistency to her ideas, but coming into her realm, if you don't already buy into all of the axioms of her brand of feminism, you are going to disagree with pretty much everything she says. But if you do agree with all of her, axioms going in, that you'll agree with everything she says. So then my arguments against Anita have always been that she doesn't really offer much persuasive power, which was kind of the goal of her stuff, because you either agree with her completely going in which case everything is almost circular, or you disagree with everything and there's nothing for you to kind of grab onto.
I absolutely agree with your analysis, and to me, that's why Anita is a respectable intellectual on the public space. I
Yeah.
agree. You know, sometimes I tell you I disagree with Sargon 99.9%.
Yeah.
Well, I will tell you something about Anita. I disagree with 100%, the totality of it, and yet I
Sure.
recognize that our intellectual mission is valid. She starts from axioms and she says, I'm going to make the best possible case that I can for this ID. And she's very open about it. If you look at our website and how she defines her Twitter biography and everything, she says feminist frequency is about taking feminist argument and looking at the entire world through these lenses. She
Mhm.
essentially says it. And to that extent, I say, congratulations, you know exactly what you're doing. This is what you're doing. I disagree with everything you say, but I mean, how can you say that she's not legitimate? It has
So
to come from an external argument. You'll be making external validity argument, of course, but I cannot criticize her internal consistency for sure.
Sure, and I've always said as much, that I can't criticize her internal consistency. I guess my form of criticism comes from the idea that it seemed to me that when she originally set out to enter the gaming space, that she was looking to engage in the act of persuasion, and that I would argue that her inability to both define and, or at the very least, justify her axioms left her with almost no persuasiveness to her videos. So, for example, in a lot of her videos, she talks about a lot of concepts that, at this point, I pretty much agree with. But because she fails to argue for any of the axioms that she has before going on to give examples of them, it all becomes kind of futile in persuasion. So that would be my argument of where her failure is, principally.
Okay, but then we are stuck with a list of failures. Do you realize if we start back yesterday and we think about what we've discussed, we've pointed out that Sam Harris has not justified his love of a conscious creature.
Yeah, but again, I thought that he was
Molyneux has
worthless too.
Exactly. Now, Stefan Molyneux has not justified his interest for libertarianism and for why you shouldn't be aggressive toward people and use the state as a tool of aggression. And Anita Sarkeesian did not justify her axiom that the advancement of women is a goal that you should have. And so I will have to ask you, do you think that there is such a thing as a justification for moral axioms, or are you a moral nihilist just like me?
I guess I mean I would have to argue more the former, right? Because I believe that my axiomatic approach is correct, and I would want other people to share in that axiomatic approach because oh no, I guess not, because I don't know how I justify, I don't know how I get to the how I get to my axioms. So I really don't have a legitimate argument for it. Yeah. They're
so
just
you're
truths that I hold
committed-
to be self-evident. Yeah.
You're either gonna surprise me with a super intelligent answer, or you're gonna have to abandon your brain to moral nihilism, which
Sure.
is my conclusion. Now,
The only to kind of explain my thought process and tell me if I'm right or wrong. It seems like my principal failure here is that my part of my axiomatic logic is that I favor axiomatic logic, or rather, part of my existence, my personal philosophy, is one that favors axiomatic logic. However, since I have not justified really my personal philosophy, it's not reasonable or rational for me to demand somebody else use my same form of logic to present an idea to me, right? Is that a fair assessment?
Exactly. And you've been talking about the golden rule. You've been talking to me for 2 days now about how you treat others the way you would like them to treat you,
And that
vice
violates
versa.
that principle.
And yet you've been applying to Anita, to Stefan, and to Sam Harris a moral severity, a kind of you've been applying a degree of critique that you wouldn't apply to yourself, because yesterday you just stated to me the way your morals were functioning and asked me to believe them and to believe that this was based in some form of justification, and it is not.
Sure. So my belief system can be good for me, and I can try to persuade others of my belief system, but I cannot in my current form logically make a moral value of any other person until I can rationally justify my fundamental axioms of life. Is that like a fair statement, you think?
Can you reformulate it? I'm not sure.
So
I would have to read it and careful.
I have made an assumption. My fundamental axioms all rest on unjustified assumptions, right? You agree so far with that much?
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Because my fundamental axioms rest upon unjustified assumptions, and part of my belief is that I should extend the same courtesy to others as I would expect to myself, I am incapable of attacking other people's belief systems, no matter how absurd they are, because I haven't really justified mine, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. I need to go and find some shit so I can beat people up. Oof. Who
In
do I
other
raid?
words, you have to find a marketing argument so that I can adhere to your version of morality more than I do with any other, because it looks to me as if we've just shown that everything in modern moral philosophy is unjustified.
Or equally valid, right? Equally valid and equally invalid.
Yeah. Now, we might come from there, from our sort of the kind of black hole of morality in which we find ourselves, and say, okay, well, we're just okay. There's a world. I'm an agent. I don't have any justification to impose anything on the other because I don't have a moral framework by which I would say that some things are good and some things are bad. Now, weirdly, this very statement could bring us to some beginning of moral philosophy that would find its justification in this nihilism, its justification in the fact that there is no justification. And I could argue that from the fact that I found that there was not a single moral act that you can do while being justified, that therefore moral actions, moral signaling, imposition of moral preferences on anyone is bad, because it goes again what we have found, which is that there is none of these actions that are justifiable. Would you follow me on that path?
Hold on, I'm sorry, this is really dense. So you're essentially saying that I'm sorry, can you repeat that one more time? Are you saying that, like, essentially right now nothing is really justified or justifiable?
So we found that there is no moral action, and by moral action I mean just speaking on the public space and stating that A is better than B. All right?
Okay.
So there is no form of moral action or moral signaling of that sort which is justified. You agree that this is what we found, right?
Essentially, yes, because neither of us, or at least in my current existence, I haven't heard a good fundamental justification for some axiom that would lead me to moral truths, right?
And therefore, we could argue that every time that someone is stating a moral truth, every time someone is going out there telling others what they should do, that they are being deceptive in some way. They're hiding the fact that they're not justified. Would you follow me there?
Oof, maybe. Are we not operating under the assumption that people need that being justified is a moral good, though?
Well, that's where I bring the idea of deception, which is these people are not revealing the truth about their moral statement.
Oh, sorry. So I was actually,
in that sense, they are being deceptive.
Yeah, I was assigning a value to deception, but I guess you haven't really done that. I'm sorry. So.
But you're right. You're right that you're correct that this could be a hole in our armor, which is, well, why is it bad to deceive?
Yeah.
Why is it bad to display things that are unjustified? And you're correct. Then we are back to moral nihilism, and there is no truth about morality. And even from that nihilism, you cannot even get out toward libertarianism because you have no way to justify stopping these people who are trying to convince everyone that their ID is the best.
Sure, because you have no moral argument against deception. You can't assign a good or bad value to that because you have no foundation of which you can argue from. So how do we get out?
Yeah.
Where do we go from here? How do you? What is?
Well, I mean, you can live your life like me. You can start enjoying life, knowing that all of these things that are happening around you are due to other things than rational justification. And you could say, well, and I don't claim that this is justified in any way, but you could say, well, then why do I observe so much people acting based on unjustifiable reasoning? There has to be another reason. And then you might become an evolutionary biologist and say, oh, okay, people have evolved to convince each other of stuff that is false.
Huh. Damn. Yeah, this is a lot to digest. I don't know how much further I can go without, because I have to think about this a lot. Do you think, here's a question, are there valid justifications for axioms that escape the nihilist hole? Or would some people argue that there are, some educated people, not like a random dipshit, but is that recognized in philosophical academia that there are axioms that can be justified that exist outside of, nihilism?
Not really.
Fuck.
I mean, even empiricism, even the idea of wanting to go around and find the truth about the world is, you essentially have to make leaps of logic. And so I think that the people who reach nihilism the way we did, and that are really serious about it and that really seek a way out, they don't find it and they get stuck in it the way Nietzsche was in it, or the way most nihilist philosophers were. As far as all the other moral philosophies of every type, they all rely on assumptions that are unjustified.
Gotcha. So looking at this then, oh shit, I'm reformulating a lot of shit. So my fundamental belief before was that I would want to communicate to people forms of axiomatic logic, that I want them to follow logical systems of generating ideas, and that would be my way of discussing things with people. But after looking at things from this point of view, it seems like the superior way to persuade somebody would be to identify the axioms that they live by and then go from a top level to a bottom level. So let's say that you had somebody that was, let's say they were hedonistic and they liked fucking women all the time, right? And that was like their goal in life, right? Let's say that they had a very negative view of women, right? So before this conversation, my approach would have been, let us discuss, men and women are equal or relatively equal. You should respect them for these reasons because of all of my axioms, because you extend courtesies onto others, you give yourself, blah, 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 blah. I would go through all of these arguments to try to lead them to the conclusion where you would respect women, right? But it sounds like in reality, since my whole base is unjustified anyway, I should just take a top-down approach. I should find their goal is to fuck more women. Well, if you respect women more, there's a chance that they'll want to fuck you more, and then kind of work my way top to bottom like that, and that moving in irrational ways actually becomes like the superior form of argumentation. I feel like I'm getting a little bit abstract at this point, but...
No, I mean, what you're suggesting is, therefore, since we found what we found, we could go around and start pointing out to people's self-inconsistency. But the problem is that they are not forced to listen to you. They are not forced to, there's no reason you can give them to care about being self-consistent. And in fact, then we end on the story of self-deception, which is their brain has evolved to have different parts that could lie to each other, that could maintain a position publicly, and that could do the exact opposite in private. The best example is the homosexual politicians who are on the public space making policies against homosexuality and saying that homosexuality is wrong, or some priest also got caught doing that and talking against homosexuality publicly, doing it every Sunday in your private life. So if the brain has evolved to adopt totally incoherent systems of beliefs like this, pointing out to people's self-inconsistencies will lead you nowhere.
Gotcha. So I guess what I was trying to phrase is my goal my goal before would have been to reform their systems of logic, but instead of doing that, what I would do is I would just try to find what does the person want, and then I would try to persuade them that my form of rationality will give them what they want more. Rather than pointing out an inconsistency, I would say, hey, if you really want this thing, look at, if you use this and this and this, you can get there easier, to kind of like trick them into buying into my, rational system, I guess. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and then we get into a subject we covered yesterday, which is the psychological baits.
Sure.
So you're going to bait a certain portion of the population with your strategy, which I think a lot of public involvement, public intellectualism is that. It's a bait that people, they were not used to listen to public intellectuals 100 years ago or 400 years ago. There were books, of course, but these books were not reaching nearly as much people as YouTube is or Twitch is today. And so to that extent, I think that what you're proposing is psychological baits of the kind that Stefan Molyneux, Anita Sarkeesian, and we are doing too, just by talking. Now, what evolution will do with these baits is that if you divert people from reproducing with your baits, they're going to be less present in the next generation, and humanity will evolve to avoid your bait to the extent that it is not evolutionary practical, or bite to your bait to the extent that it helps them make more babies.
Gotcha. And technically, this is only relevant and you only care about these points if you view things through an evolutionary lens, right? So axiomatically, if I don't buy into that view of humanity through that evolutionary paradigm, I might not even care about any of these points, right?
No, there's two reasons to care about evolution. There could be a first hard version, which is to say that you really want evolution, and so that's the claim that evolution is your moral goal. I don't make that claim. But then there's also another reason to care about evolution, which is that evolution describes a law that we know is true, that we know is occurring, and therefore it can be part of your empirical strategy, your desire to understand the world.
Could I argue that I don't care about evolution at all or anything having to do with it because I'll never be around to observe its effects, that I only want to operate in my world now and I don't care about evolution because it's not going to impact me?
And that's the argument that most religious people essentially give. They say, oh, well, you found that new truth. I prefer sticking to my book because there's 2,000 years of history of successfully reproductive people, and therefore there's no reason for me to care about your mathematical abstraction.
Gotcha. Okay, I have one more question for you, unless there's anything else you want to cover in this area.
All right, you go for it.
Okay. In Discord, do you see Destiny's room text?
Okay, yep.
Do you have any background in understanding basic physics?
Not background, but I do understand some of it. Now, I do not have permission to view Destiny's room text.
Oh shit. Okay, I'll just send you a message on Discord. Okay. I'm just curious. So, have you ever played the game Portal?
No, but I heard a lot about it.
Okay, so you're familiar with how Portal works, right? If you step into a portal, you come out the other end, more or less, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm curious. Based on this picture, okay, where an orange portal is moving downwards very quickly towards a cube, right, and then smashes into a platform and stops, would you expect A to happen, where the cube comes through and then plops onto the ground, or would you expect B to happen, where the cube shoots out of the blue portal?
That is a very interesting question. So let me understand the relation between these portals. It's a little bit fucking up with my brain right there. The portal is in such a way that if you enter into the yellow portal, you exit through the blue portal.
Correct.
And where are the cubes to start with?
So I'm going to do the physics professor answer here, and I'm going to say you need to make those reasonable assumptions based on the picture given to you.
Okay, now I get it. The cube is actually below the portal on the left.
Yes,
okay.
Correct.
So the portal is coming. Now, will the portal stop advancing once it has engulfed the cube?
Correct.
I think it will, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Because there is no reason for the cube to have any velocity, unless your portal is a special portal. I would expect A to occur, but I've never played Portal, so normally in Portal, do you get a boost of speed when you enter the portal?
Nah, you don't. No, you don't.
Okay, so then A will occur.
Okay, I totally disagree with you. But this is kind of like a troll question. Here, let me. Oh, here, you're a reasonable person, actually. So
No. Justify your belief.
yeah, I will. Okay, let's
Go ahead.
justify it. Okay. Okay, so, are you ready? This is a.
What
So
are you
somebody
gonna tell me?
somebody posted this in my chat once, and I answered this, and I gave what I thought was a strong answer, and then we spent about 20 minutes arguing it, and then we spent about 16 to 20 hours arguing it over the course of 2 days. Okay, so the argument that you gave was essentially that the cube itself has no velocity. So once it enters portal orange, right, and it exits the portal, it will plop to the ground, as in answer A, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the way that I would see this is portal orange and portal blue can only do one thing. The only way they can communicate information to one another is an object is entering at some speed and then exiting at some speed. That's the only reasonable way that these things could ever communicate this information to one another. That without a third-party observer, there is no way to determine if the cube has a velocity or not. That's not something that the portal is capable of determining, right? The portal.
Fascinating.
So the portal is not capable of determining if it is moving towards the cube or if the cube is moving towards it. All the portal can say is there is a cube and we are approaching each other at some speed. So once the cube enters the portal, the only thing the orange portal can output to the blue portal would be the cube has entered at this speed, therefore it will leave at this speed. That in order for the blue portal to say, slow down, it can't do this, it would necessitate a third-party observer to give you an absolute frame of reference that can't really exist between just two things, right? So like another example would be like if you were floating in space and another object was floating towards you, without another body, you cannot determine who was floating towards who, right? That it's impossible to make that judgment. So then my answer would be B, right?
You know what this makes me realize? That neither A nor B would happen, and that in fact in most situations the objects or people who pass through this portal would get sliced violently and they would not be reconstituted properly on the exit, because there's a matter of coordination here.
Yes.
Basically, if you enter that portal as a human and the portal is basically splitting your body in two, there's very subtle physics here where the leg that has already traversed, your feet is getting pushed by the atoms of your thigh, if you like, and your knee, right? So they're pushing into the new location. But the other half of your body, which has not yet passed the portal, is relying on propulsion from your feet, which is still touching the ground and which is pushing your body. And if you don't go at constant speed and that the portal does not have any sort of special equipment to care about this, you're gonna end up slicing yourself like you're in some kind of meat grinder.
So yeah, well, arguably something like that could happen, right? So the way to test this, or like an interesting question is, let's say that this happened, but the orange portal immediately stopped halfway through the cube, right? In that case, would your body be pulled through like in B, right? Or would you be crushed, I guess, like in A, or?
Well, basically, the blue portal is a reconstituting portal, right? It has to recreate a reality atom by atom based on what's being read on the yellow side. This is the only way that this can happen. The problem is that the blue portal does not have the information of the speed at which it should 3D print the new version of yourself. And so I'm afraid that...
Well, but you could argue that it gets that from the orange portal, right? That it gets the speed.
Well, you're going to get the speed, but what if your speed changes during the process? I'm not sure of what happens there.
Then I guess the argument at that point would be what would happen normally. Like, for instance, if you were falling, if your body in the lower part moved a little bit quicker, then it would kind of stretch or pull, right, the rest of yourself along. I think if I could talk about this a little bit more, the main the main issue with this that makes this problem so wacky that a lot of people don't consider is that ordinarily when we see portals in the game, they're not usually moving. So the portals normally share a similar frame of reference. So if the orange portal is moving, the blue portal is moving, and then this solves all of our problems very easily, right? If the cube is moving through one, it'll move the exact same way through the other. The reason why this problem is so confusing is that even though you have a gateway, essentially a door, but the entrance and the exit don't actually share the same frame of reference. They're disjointed, I think, which is what makes the problem so wacky to kind of look at.
Yes, so that means that there would be some equipment within the portal. So it's a special portal. There's some equipment in the portal that measures your speed and that accounts for this in the way it pushes the recreated object. And then I would agree that B is the solution. However, I would argue that without that special computer function, that kind of caring about the speed, without an intelligent portal, in other words, you would end up with a C solution to this, which is the complete destruction of stuff that passes.
Sure.
And you would basically get spaghettified. You would come out of this as miniature slices of yourself based on your imperfection and speed in the way you traverse.
Sure. Yeah, okay. Gotcha. That's my meme question for the day.
Oh yeah, one thing I wanted to ask before I leave. Are you okay if I... do you post our discussions on YouTube, or are you okay if I do?
Oh yeah, you can post whatever you want. I probably would do it. I think my YouTube guy's getting to it. It's usually a few days late because I try to only post a single video a day. But yeah, if you want to, you have permission to post whatever you want. I'm not going to DMCA
perfect.
you and destroy you like apparently the entire
because
internet
you know
thinks.
there's lots of rumors about you.
Here's like a question. So, okay. Let's get away from all of this. Let's go through all the abstraction layers and have normal conversations again where our brain doesn't have to function as easily. So one of the issues that I've or doesn't have to think at such a deep level. So one of the issues that I have with Sargon, part of the reasons why I believe how far back do you want to go? You're aware that there are a lot of YouTubes that exist that started to capitalize on this growing discontent of SJWs, right? Are you familiar with this kind of trend?
Oh yeah, I'm even part of it. I have a whole series on feminism.
Okay, there you go. So maybe even you were included in this, like Thunderfoot, Sargon, I think the Amazing Atheist. There's this collection of people who, who grew massive audiences of a particular type. In response to this rising totalitarian SJW, this lunacy, this crazy shit, right?
Oh yeah, this is so important that Anita actually talked about it in front of the United Nations.
Well, yeah, and some bullshit accounts or whatever, but yeah. So, there's so much to talk about. I don't want to talk about too much. I don't like these kinds of ideologies. I don't usually like so if you think that something is cancerous, I don't like to be counter-cancerous, right? Like I prefer to define myself using what I consider to be superior forms of logic. I don't like to define myself as the opposite of my opposition, right? So that's kind of the approach.
That's pretty impressive because this is exactly a point I did in the live stream 2 weeks ago, which is the whole skeptic community. You know, those who point to the fact that magicians are fake, that ghosts are not real, that the anti-ghost people are lying, that the religious people are lying. This is all people who point toward the worst. And I like to point toward the best. I like to say, here's how you can guide your life with rationality, instead of saying, oh, look at these people, how wrong they are.
Sure. Okay, sure. Cool. Okay, so we're on the same page there. So, So as part of our fighting against SJWs and whatnot, I don't know how familiar you are with me, but I have had it in my past where my career has been insanely fucking witch hunted. When I was younger, I say younger, like 4 or 5 years ago, I used to be much farther right-leaning on a lot of my different beliefs. So, naturally, people tried to destroy my fucking career, hardcore, right? And I hate this, okay? I've had a lot of different beliefs at different points in my life. Like, I've argued in favor of being able to use racial slurs or derogatory words because I think they're only words. Like, I've made these arguments in the past. However, in all of the arguments that that I've made, even though I disagree with them now, I don't ever think that I was racist. And I don't think I ever gave the impression of being racist, ever. So when people call me racist or sexist, I don't really like these claims. I feel like they don't address my arguments, and I feel like it's only baseless character assassination, right? And this happens very commonly with a lot of SJWs, right? Find something that somebody says they don't like, assign to them every logically extreme belief that a person that says that word could have, and then assassinate character and move on to the next target, right? So people like Sargon have largely, you know, grown huge fan bases in response to these movements. I don't like character assassination. I don't like this thing, right? So Sargon specifically made a video recently about PewDiePie, right? Where he said, you know, like, I don't like that PewDiePie was character assassinated by the Wall Street Journal. I don't think PewDiePie is a Nazi, right? He wasn't making Nazi jokes, you know, in support of Nazi culture or anything, right? And largely, I agree with this. I don't think, well, not largely, completely. I've never seen anything personally that convinces me that PewDiePie is a fucking Nazi. And I think there is a rift between new media, right? People like me or PewDiePie or Sargon or whatever, versus traditional or old media. And I think that the old media comes after the new media pretty often. So this is cool. We agree with all of these things, and I understand where where the reactionaries come from. My problem is that I feel like there are forms of illegitimate attacks that people do, period, but they only call them out when they happen to people on the other end versus, and then they'll engage in these same forms of debauchery when it suits them. And that kind of inconsistency drives me crazy. So my big problem with Sargon was, after my conversation with JonTron, Sargon decided to rip like 4 clips out of my conversation that, 1, were largely irrelevant to the conversation, and 2, I felt like intentionally and maliciously mischaracterized my points of view. Were you familiar with any of these clips that he posted?
I followed all of this. And you got me on all sorts of emotion this week because at first, I'm such a libertarian. I have my emotional response at first, which is, oh no, not a YouTuber DMCing another YouTuber.
Sure.
Sargon should be able to do whatever he wants. DMCA sucks, man.
I agree.
It sucks to have strikes, okay? So my first emotional reaction was like, oh no, why did he do that? And I was slightly frustrated against you. But then I looked at the case, I looked at the videos. What he did was not commentary, and Sargon is a professional. He certainly knows that this was not commentary and not available for a fair criticism, fair use protection. He must know this. And when I started realizing, you kind of convinced me through a rational argument when I listened to you with the other guy also earlier tonight, and I have to admit that these videos were taken from you, that views were being given to Sargon for content that you had entirely and purely created, on which Sargon did not add any comment, and therefore you were totally in your right to do that. But man, inside of me, the conflict that you've created is really severe.
Sure, and I acknowledge that, but I'm looking past even the legal, because I don't know if I get in trouble for saying this ever. I hope this doesn't come to fuck me in court or some shit, but like, I'm not even so much concerned with the legal argument. It was more like the hypocrisy really irritated me, because when I talk to people online, like, and I get emails from people, like, I try so hard to understand a person. This is why one of the reasons why I love the conversations with you is because I try hard to understand your point of view. You allow me to understand it. You state it consistently. I can present arguments against you, and we can have a reasonable conversation, like following this mode of discourse. Whereas with Sargon, when I talk with him, it's so hard to nail him down on a particular topic. And I don't mean nail him down, like try to trap him, but I just want him to get to say something that he will stand by so that I can form an argument against it and hear his responses, right? If you say something, and you said many things tonight that I disagree with, but you state them clearly so that I can attack them clearly so that you can give me clear rebuttals, and we'll move on like that. Whereas with my conversation with Sargon, it's not that clear, right? And a really huge concept that I didn't really have words for this, you know, even a few weeks ago, that I've started to notice is people arguing in bad faith, right? When I talk to you, I feel like you're genuinely trying to understand what I'm saying. And not only are you trying to understand what I'm saying, in some cases you're even being somewhat charitable and that you are building up my argument for me as strongly as possible, right? So that you can present the best counter argument possible, right? And I feel like I really do try to do that in 99% of my conversations, right? Because I don't want to sit here and just jerk off with my fans about how right I am. I want to understand the argument of who I'm arguing with. I want to make sure that my argument is correct, and that's how I want to carry my conversation. I feel like in my conversations, not only do I feel like he doesn't do that, I feel like what he demonstrated in cutting those clips out from me, like, destroyed so much of his legitimacy as somebody that hated these SJWS tactics, because I feel like he just did it to me. Like, do you understand? Like, I guess maybe this is all emotional, but like my incredible frustration with seeing a right-leaning person come out and try to intentionally mischaracterize things that I've said, like that I'm a communist supporter, or that I think Mexicans run Silicon Valley, or that nothing bad is happening in Europe, right?
Yeah, so basically, I had two conflicts to resolve inside of me when this all happened. The first was it legal, what you did? And yes, it was legal. Basically, you would have won a court case simply because fair use was not available to him as a defense, because he did not do what every YouTuber knows you have to do. You have to add comments every 16 seconds. It's almost as precise as this. You have to cut the video and give a comment, or else you're gonna have a strike. So that was the first thing. Then I fully understand what you were explaining to that Las Vegas guy earlier, which is that you're not motivated by legal, it's not legal motivations that push you. Once the question of legality has been resolved and that it's an option for you to launch these DMCA claims, then what motivates you, and it's totally normal, it's emotional, it's who you are and it's who you want to be. Essentially, the legality of the question gives you the option, but what pushed you to use that option was obviously the fact that you felt that these sentences that were titling this video, without any form of explanation from Sargon, were defamatory or misrepresenting your views. Now, I haven't even resolved totally if each of these titles were defamatory, but you've convinced me earlier that at least one or two of them were clearly putting words in your mouth and suggesting stuff that you really did not intend in the context of the conversation. So to that extent, I think you are legally justified and emotionally justified to have done what you've done. Now, it still sucks because losing channels and the copyright strike system is a terror for any YouTuber.
Which I agree with that.
And I don't wish any YouTuber to be under the terror of copyright strikes. But what else do you have? And it seems that you were open to listen to him, but he just did not come with a request. And so it seems that you were. It seems it's like Romeo and Juliet. You know how the movie ends.
Sure, but
where
like
they both misunderstand each other, and the misunderstanding leads to their death.
Well, there was even more
if
like
he had just made.
There was even more like when he came on and we had our conversation, he kind of brushed over the DMCA stuff like he understood it and he didn't really care about it. I don't know if you listened to our second convo, like the most recent one we had at all.
Yeah, I saw it all. I watched it all.
Yeah,
and
in the beginning I brought it up.
What the fanboys of Sargon don't understand is that Sargon recognizes his error, by the way. Just go to his Twitter. He admitted that this was a violation of copyright laws and that he had some studying to do. He said, I do have some studying to do to better understand the copyright laws. You can go check it.
Oh, I don't know if I don't think I buy that. I feel like when he said that initially, I feel like, and I'm maybe you could actually argue legitimately that I'm being uncharitable here, but his initial tweet about this, I think it was on the 17th, was he said, well, looks like I have to look up on some copyright laws, and then put the smiley face, and then copy pasted that picture there.
Oh, yeah. It's the old snug European thing where you admit your fault while being sarcastic and while looking frustrated a little bit but this is definitely a European type of admission of fault. You wouldn't have phrased it that way if it wasn't some form of admission.
So the only reason why, and again, you're gonna maybe I'm reaching. The only reason why I disagree with you is because I don't think Sargon actually read what he posted online. Fuck, can I find this?
But I'm not following you on that one.
Hold on.
I don't think he's misinformed.
Yeah, this is the surprising thing. Hold on, let me see.
I'll be back in 10 seconds. Okay?
Yeah, that's fine. 1, 2. Manafort going to prison? No way. Fuck off.
All right.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Wait, don't tell me this unless you actually under that. Okay, sorry. Hold on. This is not relevant. Okay, so this is kind of because I was shocked when I got accused of this today. Okay, like everything, I was totally blindsided. Where can I post links to you at? What were we communicating on? Oh wait, in Discord.
Twitter, direct message, Discord.
Okay, so here is this tweet. Hold on. So in this tweet, right? No shit posting for the foreseeable future. DMCA's have consequences. When will I learn copyright? Well, smiley face, right? So the message that he posted, right? That's the message that I don't think he read. The end of this message says, your access to your account will be disabled completely unless we receive from you a valid counter notification disputing at least one of the claims by the 21st of March, 2017, right? I don't think he read this. So after he posted this, I kind of assumed that he would, after our conversation, and it sounds dumb for me to say this now because I could just be virtue signaling or whatever, right? I kind of thought that he would post a counterclaim, and then because we talked and I figured it would be cool, I would just go ahead and let it slide and be like, whatever, dude, we talked, we're cool. He didn't post any counterclaims. And what happened was, today, the 21st rolled around, and he seemed genuinely surprised that his channel got taken down. And then he started to make very, very bizarre and actually incredibly false statements about what I had done. So again, if you read this, like this statement here, like
you have such a deep misunderstanding of the situation.
Do you
I'm
think?
Glad that I'm here.
Why would he post Omni Destiny filed extra false strikes on videos I had already removed? I don't even think you can do this.
So let me take you through what's happening here.
Okay.
To anyone who's listening to this, I'm not Sargon's friend. I don't have personal access to Sargon. Just I'm laying down my theory. All right.
Okay.
But it seems so much simpler than yours. So Sargon, he knows exactly what these words mean, and he knows about counter notification, counter claims. All right. Sargon saw that you had 2 claims against his videos, right?
No, it should have been because in the thing that he posted, it said 3.
Okay, so the very first message that he received was already mentioning 3.
Yeah, that very first tweet
Anyway,
that he posted.
okay, anyway, I don't know why I'm sticking to that detail. It doesn't even matter.
Okay, sure.
The fact is, Sargon knows very well the rules of YouTube. He knows all of this, and he knew that he would lose. There is not a way this counterclaim could have resulted in his victory. And so he simply abandoned his channel. He knew that he could do nothing against your copyright strike because he knew that the fair use defense was not available in that case. He misstepped. He knows he violated copyright law. And he just abandoned his channel. He knew that it would not win against you. Now, what he may have done as an error, which it was probably to overestimate your desire to maintain those claims. But given that he had those claims, that you've made these claims, he didn't want to get into a counter argument because he would have lost, and he knew that.
So,
did you ever consider this?
Well, yeah. I mean, I considered, but then if I follow what you're saying, I tried not to consider this. So again, I'm trying really hard to be charitable to people online, right? So the more charitable assumption is to, is it Hanlon's razor? Never assume malice where, this sounds mean, but never assume malice where stupidity could be an explanation.
But there was no malice there. It was just him advocating, saying, I lost, you got me.
Well, but the malice was him coming out publicly and making it seem like I had continued to push for his channel to be destroyed. This was very malicious.
Oh no, there's nothing malicious. Then once he acknowledges he made an error and he got fucked, and that's okay, you won. Then there's his responsibility as a public personality. There's two things. First, for the matter of freedom of expression in general, and because of the fact that these copyright strikes are often used as tools of punishment, and they're often used for other things than copyright infringement. Would you agree with that?
Sure.
So then he has to come out in the public space and does make the best discourse that he can against this process, because it sucks, and it sucks that these copyright claims have so much power of life or death over YouTubers. And so that's his first responsibility. The second responsibility, of course, is an internet personality. His clicks per day, his viewers per day, all rely on steering bullshit, basically steering controversy. And so of course he's gonna jump on the occasion
you could argue
to complain against it.
You can argue that you utilize malice though to do that, right? Like if you in these tweets that I posted, how can you argue that these tweets are not done maliciously? Where he makes a false claim, I tweet him back correcting him that this is a false claim, and then he double downs on it, posting a screenshot that proves nothing, saying that I'm petty and lying, and then calling me sad. How do you not get maliciousness out of this? And then even when I corrected him later, why would I lie about this? You're acting like the Wall Street Journal. And then he says, Steven, I received 2 further copyright strikes from your email address. He continues to lie. Like, how is this not malicious?
Well, it seems that from his perspective, he didn't know about the 2 others, right? He seems to have received 2 others later for some reason.
Sure, but
right?
then this contradicts your earlier claim that he knew what was happening this whole time, because the initial tweet that he posted said, this is where I'm getting the stupidity thing, where maybe he didn't actually...
I'm not claiming that he knew that his channel was going down. I'm claiming that he knew, whatever it is, the number that he had first, whether it was 2, 3, or 4. I don't know which number he received, but he knew that these cases were lost.
Yeah, but he's making it sound like in his tweets, initially he had 2, and now he got 2 more. That's what he's making it sound like.
Which is entirely possible. You've made the case yourself for this. It may be that YouTube delays anything above 2 because they don't want you to lose your channel immediately. They want you to give you the opportunity to respond. So that's really explainable by the theory that you've laid out earlier yourself.
Sure, but the problem is that first message he posted on the 17th clearly explicitly states 3, and that his channel would definitely be shut down by today or yesterday, I guess.
No, but then he knew that he had 3, and then he said, and then today, if he received 1 more or 2 more, then he was surprised that he received this message, since he thought he had 3 at first, and now he's up with 4, right?
Well, but it sounds like he thought he had 2, because his channel wouldn't have been destroyed, and now he feels like he got 2 more, right? He's posting screenshots of 4 saying he's gotten 2 more.
There's no evidence that Sargon ever thought that his channel would be down, or that he thought it would not be down. So the only claim that there is here is that he knew there was 3. which is your claim based on a tweet that he would have done. I didn't read that one. I read only the later ones.
Well, that's what the tweet said, but then he later goes on to say, why have I received a second round of 2 copyright strikes? Stephen, I received 2 further copyright strikes. And the reason why I'm not contesting is because I don't want to send him my address and phone number. And then later on he goes to say, the reason why I won't send him my address and phone number, and then he posts a hit piece video made about me. How can you argue this isn't malicious? And then he further goes on to say, you've leveled unwarranted strikes against me. That makes it sound like he didn't think I was justified. And then he goes on to say, I've never stole anything. Sorry, I'm Gish Calamir. Go ahead.
I guess we have a different definition of malicious. What do you find malicious in this? Is there deception? Because I can totally accept the fact that YouTube is very disorganized in the way they send email in this process, by the way, because I know about it. I know that YouTube, sometimes they will send the same email twice. Sometimes they will re-update it with new information. So I'm not super surprised that there would be a discrepancy of 1 or 2 copyright strikes having occurred after and having been delayed for some reason. That does not surprise me at all from YouTube. So leaving that aside, what is malicious in the rest? You hit him with some very severe stuff that you were entitled to, but it still sucks. He is a public personality. He has the right to respond in whatever ways he wants. If he's not lying in anything that he says, and if he's not literally inventing stuff about you, if he's just giving his opinion about the whole thing, there's nothing malicious, right?
So, I reject the first thing that maybe something got lost in translation or lost in an email, because whatever email he got was probably more specific than what he posted. But even of what he posted, I understood that his channel would be shut down on the 21st. I don't see how he could get anything different from that first post. It clearly says.
Okay, let's do things slowly here because I disagree, and so let's settle it right there.
Sure.
You keep coming back to whether he knew his channel would go down or not go down, right? You're always coming back to that subject. That subject is not in controversy because it does not matter. My claim is that he knew that whatever number of strikes you were giving on these videos, he would lose them. That's my only claim. He knew that he would lose those strikes even in an argument, even in a fair use argument situation, because they were not fair used.
Okay, I agree with that. I think the distinction is important, though, because 3 means his channel will be shut down, and 2 is just annoyances, right?
Yeah, but that doesn't matter to the situation because one or the other doesn't change whether he's been malicious or not, right?
Sure, I agree with that. So we don't necessarily have to talk about that then, because that doesn't play into the maliciousness. So you said that he has a right to respond to me in whatever way that he wants, as long as he doesn't engage in disinformation or deception, right? I think you said that.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So you would have to show me a tweet where he literally invents something about you and claims to have private knowledge of it, because you can actually claim false stuff because you believe in it. That's not maliciousness. It's a poorly informed accusation. But show me what you mean when you say maliciousness.
Sure. So when I say maliciousness, I think that Sargon is intentionally stating falsehoods in order to rally people against me, would be my definition of maliciousness, okay? I don't think it comes from a place of ignorance. I think it comes from a place of wanting to do harm, right, for maliciousness, okay?
So what would be the biggest falsehood that you can reproach? Because you only have to show one to me and I'll be convinced, but it would have to be something significant and not an opinion, because you can disagree with his opinion of you, but it would have, I need facts, you know? I need a false fact that I could point to. Did you say that you raped 8 years old?
No. So, okay, so let me, okay, so we'll I guess we'll go through this, okay? Axiomatically, or however. So, Sargon says, yes, OmniDestiny filed extra false strikes on videos I had already removed for some reason. So, if we look at this statement, 1, I'm pretty sure that Sargon, I would assume that Sargon knows that this is impossible. You cannot file DMCA strikes against videos that had already been removed. But he's making this as a statement of fact, right? He never reached out to me or asked me about this, but he's making a statement of fact. Once I tweet him back to correct him of this fact, he doesn't post any evidence when he rebuts me. He doesn't post any evidence of what he's saying is true. He just posts some vague picture of the copyright strikes on his channel that doesn't really prove anything. And then he restates his original claim. Why did I receive a second round of 2 copyright strikes? Now, at this point, I have to wonder, why are you asking about a second round of 2 copyright strikes when you're only showing me 4 copyright-stricken videos, and you received an email from Google that you yourself posted that said that you had received at least 3? Something is not adding up here. Either you...
No.
Or, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I see this entire story as being possibly true. Suppose the following. He receives a first email that says 3 copyright strikes, right?
Okay.
From YouTube. So he only knows that there's 3 in questioning.
Okay.
Now he goes to his account, realizes that the 4th, first he realizes that he lost, that he really fucked up that way, and that these 3 cases are not defendable in any sort of fair use argument. So he deletes the 3 and makes them private, and then he looks at the 4th and he says, oh god, this 4th also would be problematic, therefore I will delete it. So he deletes the 4th while not knowing that there's already a copyright strike running on it because of some delay in the way YouTube processes that 4th copyright strike. Now he goes on with his life thinking that he did the right thing, thinking that that by deleting the 4th video, he would avoid some trouble. He will avoid a 4th case, that he may lose his channel because of the 3 first, but that at least he will not get a second notification notifying him that there's actually a 4th copyright strike against him. Now he goes on with his life for a day or 2, comes back to his computer, receives the YouTube message saying, oh, your 4th video has also a copyright strike. Now he says, wow, I had already deleted this video and I get a copyright strike, which is, by the way YouTube works. Even if you delete the video, the strike survives.
Correct. So I feel like in order to believe in what you're saying, I feel like you have to make a couple of leaps of faith. So when I filed these 4 DMCA claims, I filed all 4 of them together, and when the videos came down from his channel, he took down, or all 4 videos came down from his channel together, right? So we're dealing with 4 videos at once going up and 4 videos at once going down, and seeing all 4 videos go down. So I feel like
he did exactly what he claims, which is delete the videos. That's
well,
the
but
first.
I never saw any videos being deleted. It showed 2 of them as having been removed because of copyright strikes, and then the other 2 it just said had been removed from the channel, right?
Okay, so he did delete them. This proves that he deleted them.
Yeah, so it sounds like he did delete 2, right? However, he should know that he has 3 strikes, right? Even though he deleted 2. But he goes on further to say that that I copyright struck videos that were already removed, right? By your own admission, right? And well, you don't have to admit it, right? It's fact. On YouTube, if you get a copyright strike, you can't just delete the video. It's not how that works. He should know this. I think I quoted it to him on the terms of service earlier, that just deleting a video doesn't save you from a copyright strike. So I don't have to file an extra strike just for that to show up, even if we do make all these assumptions that there was some delay in the processing, that he got the email late, right? Even if he deletes that video, he should know that copyright strike is on the way. He can see it in his creation studio or whatever, in his video manager. He can see that all 4 videos were taken down due to copyright strike.
Not necessarily. My claim is that the deletion may have been done at a moment where he didn't know that there were 4 strikes. This is very possible. If you allow for the YouTube delay in processing of the 4th or third or 4th strike, or both, then you allow the fact that Sargon, at the moment of deleting the video, thought that he was taking a preventive action, did not know that there was a strike coming. And when he gets the strike, he's surprised, wow, I deleted the video and the strike comes after. And then he brings his surprise to Twitter. And by the way, his comments was not so much against you. I know you interpreted it as you've put the strikes, but his comment was also a comment about YouTube. It was like, hey, I deleted a video and the copyright strike comes after. That is quite surprising, right?
So I guess that when I take into account, like, if this was just one or two things, I could be more charitable. But when he literally has tweets saying, "You leveled unwarranted strikes against me, you know you're in the wrong. I never stole anything. This is common practice, but you're salty. Just admit that you're being a dick." All of the, he says, "I am a man of low character," which is the only reason I filed the DMCAs, that he tweeted a hit piece video about me. I feel like when I take into account all of these things, that it seems like there is, okay, so here is something that I could compromise on. If there's not a maliciousness behind these series of tweets, there is an incredible level of uninformedness or stupidity, right? Like,
I don't know that I would go for this. I would say there's certainly a level of conflict between you two.
okay, but I'm okay with conflict, but when you engage in deception, so again, like, I talk a lot about how I don't like Sargon, and I'll say, like, Sargon on economics, I disagree with this, or even more, I think he's a fucking idiot on this, I think he's so stupid, but I would never say Sargon is a racist. I think Sargon is racist, right? Because I'm mischaracterizing him. I don't think he's racist. I don't think he said anything racist, right? But I feel like there's a lot here to say that, like, well, I don't think this was malicious. He was just a little bit confused. Like,
well, the problem is, for my criteria for maliciousness, we have to leave the world of opinions and go into the world of false facts. And I'm not convinced, because the only false fact that was claimed by Sargon, I just demonstrated to you that there is a path where this false facts may have been in good faith interpreted by Sargon.
If this was true, why wouldn't he post an email saying, like, "Hey, I got this email on this date"? Like, I feel like when people in this scenario are in the right, you're very quick to prove it, right? If he got an email today saying that I'd filed, 2 more strikes, or 2 separate emails saying it, I feel like he would have posted that immediately. But instead, he makes a very extreme claim, right? Because would you agree that his claim is extreme? That for me to go out of my way and do 2 further copyright strikes on videos that were already taken out, that would show an incredible amount of contempt and petulance, right, from me, right? I would have to be very, 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 very nasty to do that to him, right?
Well, no, it's not extreme if his perception of reality at this time is that this is what you've done, right?
Well, but when I asked him on stream,
he really was surprised by these 2 reports. He was surprised by the 2 supplementary copyright claims, and so he has to go on the public space and say, "Hey, I'm pretty surprised about what happened. Look, this is even worse than I thought." Of course, he has to report it if he's personally convinced that this is what happened. And to the extent that we cannot prove that he knew there were 4 from the beginning, we have to give him the benefit of the doubt, where he simply expressed a surprise that you had actually put more copyright strike than he thought. And from the way he received the messages, from his perspective, those were surprising, and they were done after. They had to be done after, because he had immediately deleted the video. So how else could they have been done?
I mean, I feel like there are so many different avenues that he could go through, whether that's sending me a message, or whether when I brought up the conversation in our debate or discussion, if he would have addressed it then. I feel like there were so many routes that he could have went to avoid this, that him avoiding all of that and then making very extreme, what I consider to be very extreme claims, because this DMCA shit is serious business, right? And he makes very extreme claims about me on Twitter that I have done 2 additional copyright strikes on videos that are already removed, and then to unsubstantiate those claims, and then his justification for all of this is that I'm a horrible person, and that's like why, he thinks I did it and whatnot. I don't know. I guess, again, like, if you don't want to argue maliceness, like, I feel like you have to be in an extreme, like, disillusion at this point, or like extremely emotionally compromised or something, because you know that, like, every other person, or let me see if you could at least agree with this, every person that's viewing this, or a large majority of them, are viewing this as Sargon as having extreme contempt for me, and acting pretty maliciously in the accusations that he's levying against me, or I guess not maliciously, but that he's levying very serious accusations against me, right?
Well, no, because you've done the 4 copyright strikes, right? So the
Yes.
fact that these 4 strikes exist is not an exaggeration of reality. Now, when Sargon points to additional strikes, I think you're taking it a little too personal. The idea that you would have made those calls or those strikes, those claims later, at a later time, because what Sargon is really saying to his reader base, to his audience, is, oh, there are 2 additional claims on top of those you already know. And so in that sense, he's correct that these are additional claims.
If he thought that that was true, then why would he have reposted all 4 videos to his Twitter account?
Well, did he delete the videos or did he not?
On his Twitter?
Well, you told me that he deleted those videos at some point, right?
Apparently he, well, on the Twitter, no, I DMCA'd those ones too. So I don't think he ever deleted those. I think they got copyright removed as well from Twitter.
You reported them as...
Yes, I did.
Wait a minute. This actually took 5 seconds to enter my brain.
Well, because again, like I'm seeing
Twitter.
Yeah, well, because it seems like he's acting in extremely bad faith. Like he tweeted something along the lines of like, Destiny thought he could conceal the truth on YouTube. Well, here's the clips he didn't want you to see. So then he reposted all 4 clips on Twitter, which obviously, I mean, like, fuck it, I DMCA'd all 4 of those as well. Like, do you at least understand, maybe as an emotionally compromised being, how I could see this on my point as him acting with extreme maliciousness?
This is crazy. Okay, so yes, I understand your perspective. But yeah, I do see the progress, the normal progression of the extreme emotional frustration that it is to receive copyright claims.
I mean, what did he think was going to happen?
I'm not even able to talk because I'm laughing at just imagining you on your computer with your mouse and clicking on the copyright
I fucking
process.
rapid fired
Twitter.
this shit off, man. I was ready to machine gun these things out, dude.
So okay, yeah, I understand your point, and okay, if you start the war to have them removed from YouTube, then yes, you continue if he puts them on Twitter. Now, from the perspective of Sargon, his liberty was attacked.
Come on, dude. This
No,
is like you kick
I
a
swear.
hornet's nest and then they all sting you and you're like, this is bullshit. And you walk up to another hornet's nest and kick it and then you run screaming about the unfairness of hornets. Like, you have to acknowledge that he's not acting at good faith at this point, that he's looking to edge me on. Like, how can I take anything seriously at this point in terms of like, well, maybe he's just confused or maybe he doesn't know something. Like, it seems like he is very deliberately out to attack my character, right? Like,
No, there's an alternative explanation which is totally emotion based. Okay, when you receive a copyright strike and when you know that you've done something wrong, so there's 2 parts of the brain of Sargon, all right? And again, I'm into hypotheses here, but that's how I would experience it. On the one end, a copyright strike is a super act of aggression for a YouTuber. For someone who makes his life on YouTube, you cannot imagine the stress and the kind of, oh, I was attacked in what I do. I was really aggressed by these persons. So a copyright strike invokes the most animal reaction in you about protecting your liberty and saying, oh, I got violated right there.
to be
Now,
fair,
on the
to
other-
temper this a little bit, this is an alternate channel that he posts on, not his main one. And it kind of seems to me that he expected this channel to go down at some point because it seems like he used this channel to post a lot of copyright infringing material. And that's part of the reason why it went up here.
Yeah, and the fact that he called it a shitposting channel to
Yeah.
start with, it does not gives it a lot of credibility. But I'll tell you that a copyright, the famous copyright message from YouTube is the most emotionally arousing thing that a YouTuber can ever
Sure, I can
receive.
acknowledge that. I've had it before. Sure, I understand.
I prefer having 10,000 newspaper falsely claiming that I'm some sort of rapist than having this message which tells me that my entire life and existence may be compromised. I mean, and when Sargon receives this message, he doesn't necessarily know that it's for his third channel. He may think, oh, by copyright claim, it's always bad news, no matter where it comes from. Now, so he's on that emotional thing. And then on the other end, his brain realized that he did not do correctly. Now, in the ultimate argument that he probably gave to himself is that this was a form of commenting. And that's what he explains in his new video on his main channel. He claims that his actions were somehow legitimate because the title that he was giving was his opinion. He wanted to highlight the fact that you've said these things in this debate, and in that sense, it was a form of commenting. And so at the same time, while recognizing that he knows he violated the rules that YouTube will enforce, and that ultimately he lost, he also has this other side of the brain, which is, hey, I have the right to take this video and give them a title which represents my view of what's being said. This is a form of parody. I'm free to do that, and we should be free to comment on stuff, and because I gave these titles, this was a form of commenting. My action of putting these videos on the public space was my comment.
Okay, so we have to go back then, because this is very dumb, right? Legally, I'm sure Sargon knows that this is not right. Right, like he can't possibly think that this counts. Actually, I'm almost positive that he knows this doesn't count as transformative, which is why it's posted on this channel and not his main channel, right? I don't think, and you even said it yourself, he's not filing counterclaims because he knows this isn't an accurate defense, right?
Yeah, exactly. So you have these two things in your brain, which is on the one hand knowing that by the rules that YouTube will apply, and that essentially the rules that have converged within the last 10 years that have developed out of nothing, for some reason we've decided that 16 seconds of video with the audio without commenting was an infringement, and it's totally arbitrary, and it's frustrating for a creator to be limited to that. And it's also very frustrating for a creator who wants to do commenting that would fit in another format to be constrained to do the effort, and he has to do the work of recording his voice and putting it over your video. And so there's both this recognition that he violated rules that he knew very well on the one end, but on the other end is emotional frustration that these rules are somewhat arbitrary and somewhat illegitimate in the view of a libertarian, in the view of someone who says, no, I should be allowed to do any actions. This is a form of commenting, a form of parody, just taking these clips and giving them a title. And therefore, ultimately, even if that's the rules we apply, that legally this is not defensible, I would hope that we live in a world that's different. I think that this is the dissonance which was existing in Sargon, which explains all of his behavior, not in a way that is malicious, but in a way that is definitely highly emotionally aroused.
Okay, so maybe our problem isn't that we disagree with reality. Maybe it's the word malicious. So if somebody found out that their girlfriend had cheated on them, and they approached their girlfriend and they were very upset and emotional and punched them in the face, would you say that that was a malicious act, or that that was an emotionally aroused act?
Very good question. I realized we've been discussing about all this, and I don't know that I have a strong criteria for maliciousness. Maliciousness, typically I would interpret it as intentionally hurting in ways that are not justifiable through other legitimate means. So for example, defamation, knowingly stating facts about someone that you know is false would be maliciousness. So at the example you give, I don't think that I would necessarily call it maliciousness. I would say that that people can hide stuff from each other. People don't owe themselves full honesty.
Okay, so I guess my definition of maliciousness is just intentionally trying to damage another person. And I'm not as much concerned about the emotional state in terms of using that word. I feel like most people understand that to be true, that you can act maliciously even out of extreme emotional anguish or whatever. that it could still
Well,
be
the
malicious.
problem is, to me, there lacks a subtlety in your definition, because there are people hurting each other every day in societies, doing so intentionally, but doing so in a legitimate fashion, because the reason they hurt others is based into legitimate action. For example, if I leave my girlfriend and I go to see another girl, this is both hurtful, intentional, but it's also legitimate because I have the right to disengage from the relationship. And so there has to be another criteria to call it maliciousness. Don't you agree?
Maybe. I'm trying
That's
to think
why
if this fits into
typically-
the doing harm versus allowing harm, right? Doing harm by hurting or beating up your girlfriend versus allowing harm. But I don't think that really fits here. I kind of understand what you're saying, that maliciousness needs to carry some sort of intention with it as well, right?
Yeah, and that's why typically people will frame maliciousness as being not only intentional and hurtful, but also being done in some form of gratuitous fashion where you didn't have to hurt the other. And that's why stuff that is legitimate, like leaving your girlfriend, are typically not called malicious.
Gotcha. Okay, so then how about in this? How about I say that what Sargon did was reckless and irresponsible and potentially damaging to me on the internet? How about that? Would these be okay ways to characterize his unfounded claims against me on Twitter?
Well, no, because recklessness would have to be that there is potential for damage. There is potential for damage to your reputation, which I personally don't see. I think you're taking that tweet more seriously and more literally than you should.
Well,
because
but he tripled down on that. I've got I'm sure that I guarantee that if I go to Kotaku in Action, there's going to be a fucking thread with people talking about me DMCAing fucking Sargon or some shit. Oh, 208 comments. Destiny strikes again. Sargon's new meme media. Oh, I even upvoted this. New meme media terminated. I guarantee you there's going to be a ton of people in here. Salty bitches still butt mad that Sargon wrecked his whiny little ass instead of his precious fans. So, like, I guarantee you this thread is going to be full of people that are, like, super fucking ass pain against me now, that are going to constantly make comments in the future about how I just DMCA tons of people that disagree with me. Even though there's a lot of... Of course. Right. So how could... This is damaging to me, no?
But first, there's two things here. First, it's not the Sargon tweet which does that. It's the fact that there's lots of people, and I was one of them, I have to be honest. 2 days ago, I was emotionally aroused when I learned that you were DMCing someone. As a YouTuber, I was emotionally aroused, I was shocked. And I have to tell you that these posts that you will see are not due to Sargon's tweet, they're due to the intrinsic disgust that people have about DMCA and about the process of copyright strikes. I can totally understand because I know I was in their state 2 days ago. It took a lot of rational argument and a lot of arguing with myself before I turned around and said, well, legally you were grounded and you had your reasons and therefore that was okay. My first reaction was just like these trolls to say, wow, DMCA, that sucks.
So why is it then? So then could you make the argument that Sargon lacked emotional maturity in not discussing these issues with me and ironing it all out when we were talking to each other and I brought it up instead of just brushing over it? Like why not? Why not have a discussion with me about it, and even maybe this would be too much of an ego thing, but asking me to withdraw the claims if it was going to be such an emotional thing for him, or asking if there was a way that he could work through it, if he could file a counterclaim and I would let it go through or whatever. Like, why not try to address and resolve that issue, then wait until today? Like, you've had 4 or 5 days since the DMCA to process it and to summon your agency and make good decisions about what you want to do in the future. Why wouldn't he do that instead of waiting until today and then having the bomb drop and then act all surprised that his channel got deactivated and then start throwing tweets at me about how I'm, trying to destroy his, livelihood and shit?
There's many things, and I have many hypotheses on this. First, was it Was it emotionally immature from him not to ask? Well, not necessarily. I don't think so, and I wouldn't judge him because I might have done the same. So there's two phenomena here that I'd like to raise. The first is the Japanese martial art master hypothesis. So you have imagine this super master at his handling of sword, and he trained you into combat. All right. So
Okay.
you're this kind of young student who learned everything from him, and then at some point you become better than him because you catch a hole in his armor. All right. And the master cannot even tolerate the idea of losing, and so he's like, okay, well, just kill me. And you're
I
like,
feel like we're going really deep. I feel like you're trying really fucking. I feel like Ocam's razor is like fallen to my side like 15 times in the process it's taken you to explain like Sargon's rationale here.
Look, Occam's razor goes into the drawer at 6 a.m. All right.
As long as you admit it, I'm okay with that. Because, like, my explanation is Sargon really wants to misframe my shit and make me look bad. And it explains literally everything. But I feel like you are digging very deep into the banals of psychology to give all of these... Well, maybe his parasympathetic nervous system clicked on in such a way that manipulated his behavior so that his genes expressed himself in this environment in a somewhat irrational but easily understood way that maybe appears malicious to you but actually lacks the... Like, I feel like we're getting very, very deep into the explanations of his behavior.
But let's complete that explanation just as a hypothesis.
Okay, all right.
So the master, incapable to tolerate the idea of losing, and also recognizing the superiority of his student and the fact that he can do nothing, and that since a hole in his armor was found, he might as well die. And so he asked his student, just push the sword, just don't stop your movement. And you're kind of the student who stopped the movement. You kind of said, are you sure you want to die? And your master says, yes, kill me. I made an error. That's a little bit, you might just call this pride. You might just say, well, Sargon was too pride to ask, and so he decided to die. Now, of course, Sargon is not dead, but his channel is dead. So yes, that's how I see it. It's the impossibility of asking, knowing that he had done wrong.
Okay, he
The
just
decision-
tweeted 2 minutes ago. He said, no, you wouldn't have filed a DMCA claim. An adult wouldn't have filed them at all. A liar, fraud, and petty little man.
Oh wait, that's on Sargon Twitter. I have to go.
He
read
just
that.
tweeted this 2 minutes ago.
Let me just have a read because I'm not sure I understand. Yes, that's he reveals a little bit of his thought there, and this is compatible with what I was proposing.
It's
He
also
says,
compatible with what I was proposing, that he's just trying to slander me.
I don't see it. Well,
Okay,
let's
you
see
know what
he
we need
says.
to
He
do?
says-
You know what we need to do? This is what true scientists would do, is we both have different hypotheses. We need to propose an experimental tweet that I can send to him, and that will be our experiment, and we will see his response. We need to compose a tweet that will show a clear preference for either my hypothesis that he's malicious versus your hypothesis that he's emotional and hurt. So we need to devise a tweet that can bait out an answer that will reveal his inner thought process. Do you agree?
I love the idea, but I feel like this is gonna be an hour or two in the current state of things.
You can't think of a simple tweet that would allow us to divine his thought process. You can't think of...
Well, let's see what he has to say. Let's see these two tweets because this is new information. So he says, let me explain this so even you can understand.
Okay.
You are not trustworthy. The process requires me to trust you. Okay, here's an insight about how he thinks, okay? And then his next tweet. You are incapable of acting in good faith, which is why you leveled the strikes to begin with. So you see the word that he used? Leveled.
Yeah.
So this is a human being who feels extorted. He feels that the process of copyright strikes has been used unfairly against him for other motivations.
Okay.
Is that true? Is that a fair assessment?
I don't know. In order to agree with that, I would have to, in order to be of the contention that Sargon thinks that this was unfair, you would have to simultaneously acknowledge an unbelievable level of cluelessness in regards to how copyright laws work.
Well, let me ask you one question. Yeah, we were trying to compose a question that we would ask to Sargon to determine the truth. Let me ask one question that could determine the truth on your side.
Uh-oh.
Did you file this copyright claim because, and that's the key word, because you felt that there was copyright infringement?
Partially. I can't really give that a yes or no. Partially?
So there is another reason. There's a point too, right? There's
of
other
course.
motivations.
Uh-huh.
And so what he's pointing out is that the process of copyright strikes was leveled against him. You use the process of copyright strike to reach other goals. You essentially admit that this is true. He accuses you of this because that's what he thinks happened. And so we're somewhere along the truth here, and there's no defamation.
Sure. Keep in mind, though, that my copyright striking was in response to an act of aggression where he violated my intellectual property laws and intentionally mischaracterized my argument and deprived me of some revenue and exposure, because those clips had like 200,000 views plus on his channel.
That is absolutely true. And we've acknowledged that legally you were grounded, and he essentially recognized this. I will assume essentially for the purpose of this discussion that Sargon has admitted to a simple non-contesting of these claims. Sargon has admitted that you are legally grounded. But you've also admitted that there were other goals, such as protecting your reputation, that were part of your end goals in that action, which was copyright based, right?
Okay.
So he feels that he has the right to drag you in the mud. He feels that he has the right to comment on what you said and on claiming what he claimed through these titles. And so he's a little bit annoyed that what he considered he had the right to do has been obliterated through a process that relies on copyright, while recognizing that he was wrong on copyright, that he did not do the right thing to get his fair use defense. He's like, I got shut down in my liberty to speak for a question of practical legality that I just mishandled.
I feel like what you're saying might be true, but I almost feel like you sort of give up your right to that complaint when you act when you commit an act of aggression. Let me see if I could give an example, and then we can discuss this. So a black person is driving a car, and they are drunk driving, okay? So they're going down the street, they're, back and forth, and they do represent a danger to other people in society. Let's say that an old white man is walking down the street, and he sees a drunk driver approaching. And the old white man thinks, whatever, I don't really care about him. But then he sees him drive past, and he says, well, hold on, this is a black guy drunk driving. You know what? Fuck him. I hate black people. I'm calling the cops on him, right? So while maybe he was motivated not only by legality but for racially motivated reasons to call the cops, the black guy can't really, nobody would reasonably hear his complaints that, this is bullshit. He just called the cops on me because I was black, because he was completely and totally in the wrong while the cops were called on him. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, and that's the unclean ends defense in law. So basically you're saying, to the since you were involved into unclean stuff to start with, all of your defenses that that would add up to it or that would cover it in some other way fall because you were practicing something illegal. And I totally agree. That's a totally good basis to defend your own. So I'm not criticizing you. And that's why in this whole story, there's not a single thing that I can criticize of your actions.
Okay, so
But
what can we send to Sargon to figure out if this is maliciousness or not? Okay, what's the tweet that we can send?
Give me your definition of maliciousness.
That he knows for a how can I want to know if he knows for a fact that what am I trying to say? So to prove malintent, I would have to prove that he knew that all 4 videos were DMCA'd and that he was sending tweets just trying to defame me. That he knew that it was bullshit that I DMCA'd taken down videos, right? So how would I tweet, I guess, to divine this information? How would I figure this out?
Man. But the problem is that if you have a claim of deception, you're stuck with an agent who wants to hide that they are deceiving.
Yeah. How do you ask?
So you're gonna be stuck with a kind of conspiracy theory where his answer would not you could hypothesize his answer as hiding his malintentions. So maybe just send him a tweet that says, "You mad, bro?"
I don't feel like. I don't think that gives us any answer. Listen, I think this is one of those things where we just agree to disagree, and then we we move on.
And the question of intentions and bad intentions is a very tough question, ultimately.
Sure. At the very least, can we agree that he was acting incredibly uncharitably? Can we agree on that?
Well, not even, because if you're in a war against copyright strikes and you're frustrated that it happened to you, you have the legitimate space to go on the public space, and I mean.
But then we talked after. We talked for an hour and a half. He said he tweeted it was a good talk. I'm glad Destiny is so brave to come on and talk to people like me. I really appreciate. He was like really happy.
Yeah, and that is weird. It's awkward. Okay, I don't know why this happens. It may be, Sargon. He may just not care about this channel.
Oh my God. Okay, all right.
No, and but let me ask you, because you're saying, oh, well, all these things happen. Did you not expect that some resistance would happen? At the moment you filed these claims, what is your state of mind?
Oh yeah, at the moment I file, I figure it's full-on fucking war. That's what I figured, that we would go through the mud as much as possible. I didn't think that he would actually come on and talk to me afterwards, right? When he did agree to come on and talk, the first topic, if you watched my stream, the first thing I had listed at the top was DMCA. I thought we were going to spend a lot of time talking about the DMCA content. But then it turns out that once I brought that up, not only did he not seem interested in talking about it, he seemed to kind of laugh it off like it was no big deal and we could kind of, it's whatever, I understand, right? That's what it sounded like. So I moved on from that conversation with the assumption that we were cool, that we had all kind of resolved that. So to see him dig it up and bring it back on the 21st when he knew his channel was going to go down for some weird reasons, like, made me wonder, like, that seemed really out of the blue. I was very confused at that point, right? Like, for instance, if you cheat on a girlfriend and then, later on she shows up and smacks you in a public place, right? If that happens, nobody's going to say, like, well, why did... well, obviously she showed up and smacked you, you cheated on her, like, what the fuck? But if you cheat on a girlfriend and then you make up and you're hanging out publicly and everything is cool and you guys are friends again and everything is fine, and then she shows up randomly publicly and smacks you, I think at that point you have a right to be confused. Like, okay, well, I thought we had resolved that,
Yeah, and none of my comments are critics of your reaction, other than I think that your reaction is slightly... I think that it's the most emotional reaction that you could have while being a rational being, while not being completely crazy. I mean, within the realm of rational reaction to stuff, I think that you're taking it way more seriously than a Frenchman would. But
I mean, he woke up. His first tweets in the morning are firing off at how much he hates me. I think he's taking it pretty seriously.
Well, let's see this tweet. You are incapable of acting in good faith, which is why you leveled the strikes to begin with. Is it possible that Sargon of Akkad feels like you have used these strikes to get to a discussion with him, to get more popular on YouTube? Is it possible that when he joined you in those YouTube conversations, that he felt obligated to, and that he expected that without asking you would remove the strikes?
I don't think that's a fair assumption. We had already talked previously when you could argue wasn't as relevant. We hadn't talked, or we had already had a conversation previously that he said he enjoyed, and I said as much as well. Even though we disagree a lot, I'm glad he talked to me. So I don't feel like he was obligated to come on. I feel like in terms of public spotlight, I feel like this was mutually beneficial. Obviously more to me than him, as he's got a larger presence than me on YouTube, but the JonTron thing had given a lot of spotlight to this particular issue. So I don't feel like he was obligated to do so. And then your final claim was that he thought that I would just have a tacit understanding that I was supposed to remove these clips. I don't buy that, because I feel like that's something that you would specifically state, or at least send like a message like, hey bro, like I'm just checking, like you're gonna rescind those copyrights, right? Or like some kind, like why wouldn't you communicate that? Why would you leave that up to chance?
Well, here's the key question we then have to ask to Sargon. What do you mean by leveled? Because here, leveled is a word that only someone who feels that he is the victim of extortion will use. And so here's what you have to write to him.
Okay.
What is, Sargon, what do you think it is that I have leveled?
Okay, so how about like, what do you mean by leveled against you? Do you think these claims were made without legal basis? Or is that irrelevant?
We've addressed this question. Everyone agrees that the legal stuff, you are founded.
Well,
so
you
don't
say
ask this
everyone,
question.
you and me agree with that, but I'm not sure if Sargon agrees with that, because multiple times he's used the phrase, you were not right in leveling these. You were incorrect. You were in the wrong. That you were being, you know, like, so.
Just trust me on this one. I mean, I can spend 10 minutes explaining to you why it doesn't matter, but just trust me and concentrate on the word level. What was leveled in your actions?
Okay. What was leveled? Okay.
Yeah.
Whew, we fired it away. All right, here we go.
Oh no, but oh no, did you send it?
Yeah, why?
It's not so much what was leveled, but what was the goal of the leveling. But I'm sure you will understand.
Okay.
I'm sure.
Okay, listen. I
We want
also
to know what he means by
DMCA'd.
level.
I DMCA'd on Twitter a video by Mr. Medicare. Do you think he should serve as our control here? Should I send the same tweet? Should I send the same tweet to him?
I feel like this priest in the church, and you're like, Father, I have sinned.
Well, all
I
these
have made
people
love
started, like,
to-
they were doing this to, like, edge me. Like, what am I supposed to do? Like, somebody sees some shit get DMCA'd on YouTube, and like, oh, yeah, well, what about this? Can you DMCA it here? Like, well, yeah, of course I can. Like, what am I supposed to do? Like, roll over and die at that point? Like, my ego's on the line. How can I not? I'm a fucking internet warrior here, dude. How can I lay down my sword and shield when they've taken up arms against me?
Yeah, I mean, again, you are just as much grounded. So what did Mr. Mythiker do? Did he just post the same video?
I don't even remember, dude. I hate this guy.
Okay, that was long ago? Or?
No, it was around the same time. I think he posted, I don't even remember, dude. He posted another thing. Him and Naked Ape are, like, butt buddies. Like, I think they share, like, anal cavities that they, you know, simultaneously jerk themselves off into all the time. And, they were posting, he was posting, like, random, like, full clips of me that were taken, you know, to show that he had defeated me somewhere or whatever. But, I mean, it was, like, my intellectual property completely, but... I don't remember what,
Okay.
I don't remember specifically what it was. What is his Twitter? Can I find, like, the original tweet? Mr. Medicare, Twitter. Oh, shit, wait. His Twitter. Oh, never mind. Fuck. Never mind. Okay, we lost that control. How long do you think we have until Sargon responds?
I don't know. I'm waiting with lots of excitement. I'm boiling inside.
I need to sleep, dude. This is way too
Finally,
fucking late.
our hypothesis will have an answer.
He's gonna continue to skirt this non-answer line. Have you ever argued with a flat earther before?
Yes. Well, not flat earthers, but creationists and yeah, pretty extreme people in
Will
general.
you? Yeah, I feel like he's going to answer in ways that both of our hypotheses can point to. I don't think we're
But,
going to get like a splitting answer where we could both, continue to postulate on why he would say the things that he does.
You know what this reminds me? The Lost TV show. Were you a big fan?
No, I don't know what it is.
Oh, Lost was this kind of
Oh,
7-season
Lost.
ABC show. Yeah.
Yeah.
Lost.
Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Like alternate realities that are compatible and from which there is no way to distinguish.
Oh, yeah, sure. He is. He can. Our both of our models will remain fully predicted. That I can predict any tweet that he will give, but you will have an explanation for it, and I will have an explanation for it, and neither side is satisfied.
I'm pretty proud of our tweet. I think it's the question to be answered right now, because he accuses you of bad faith, and so you have to, if you want to engage in a equal fashion, you're accusing him of maliciousness. He's accusing you of bad faith. So when you think about it, it's the same accusation, and so you have to go on the two sides and ask them to detail their thoughts.
Sure. I would argue against, I don't think I've ever mischaracterized him. If I have, I always invite people to tell me. I have never tweeted like Sargon is a racist or made any extreme claims like that. There are hit videos and hit pieces out there about him that I've never retweeted these or spread these because I don't like attacking people like that. I don't think those that harm, I don't think so. So I think I have good defense against acting in bad faith. I also always ask him to come on and chat if he wants to chat, because I think that voice is much better for getting out ideas than 140 character tweets. And all throughout our discussions, if you've listened to them, one of the things that I like about you is that you will stand by what you say. It's very hard for me to phrase what Sargon says, and I'll try to constantly, like, okay, so when you say this, are you essentially saying this? It's very hard for me to rephrase his arguments because he constantly wants to step back from them. It seems when I try to assert like or when I try to like levy a criticism or an attack against a certain belief. So I would say that I act in good faith most of the time. I want to believe that. I want to believe that have enough evidence of me out there to make that claim.
And that's too bad. That's most of YouTube and most of the current intellectual landscape. You have people who are just not analytic enough to be speaking live, and you end up with very bad discussions, very hard to follow. And yeah, I do include Sargon in that. It's very sad. But that's, Sargon is not claiming that that's what he is. He's not claiming to be that super rational guy. If you look at his early if you look at his early Patreon description, it's not there. I just looked at it because I was curious if it was still there. But he was describing his style, and it was all about discourse, and it was all about appearance, and it was all about I'm taking ideas and I'm making the best defense and the most passionate defense that I can do. And he was comparing himself to ancient Greek orators who had that style of like everything goes, rational or not. Everything that you can put against your opponent, you do it. So that means he knows about it. That doesn't mean that everyone knows, and that doesn't mean that it's still how he considers himself, but at least at some point, that's how he defined his own approach.
Gotcha. I wish that he would be more upfront with that, I guess. Like, I understand that there are shortcomings, to provide an example, right? Because I try to understand that I have shortcomings when it comes to particular topics. And I'm very open about my limitations. As much as I want to convince people of certain things, I'll usually very openly admit that I'm a big believer in academia. I think that having a large background in something gives you the ability to discuss it at greater depth, right? I don't want to hear what an uneducated person thinks about a single report of a topic they've read, because I don't think they can provide very much value for that report because they lack the ability to contextualize it. So I'm very big on constantly saying, I am not an expert in these fields. I do not claim to have advanced knowledge of sociology or physics or biology or genetics. I only have a cursory understanding, and I'm only citing expert opinion in the field is usually the arguments that I go for. I feel like and I could be wrong because I don't watch a lot of Sargon's content, but I don't feel like Sargon has ever said or explicitly states like, I will levy all forms of arguments, rational and irrational, at my opponents to win them. I don't feel like he comes out and says that very often.
Yeah, I've dropped it in a very, in my usual, very honest fashion. That's clearly not the words that he used, but that's essentially what the words meant and the way I expressed them, at least. He was, I don't remember the word that he used, but he used the word to describe his discourse. It was really about appearance. It was, I don't remember the word, but it was a word that was often used to describe historical orators who were just destroying their opponents in every way.
Gotcha.
Maybe archive.org of his Patreon exists. I don't know if Archive does Patreon pages, but that might be a good place to go. Now we are currently in the Schrödinger Sargon. So there's an infinite number of universes where Sargon replies one thing and where Sargon replies another thing. That's the other half of the universes, and we still don't know what's in the box.
But don't we run into the
Waiting
problem,
for his tweet.
the fundamental problem in psychology or neurobiology that in a sense Sargon is always Schrödinger Sargon, because we can never actually open up his head and resolutely determine what is inside?
Yeah, I mean, that's the hard problem of consciousness, which is what is the intention of people? What is there something like consciousness at some point? I mean, the answer is that no, we evolved to think that everyone was a Schrödinger Sargon, if you will, that everyone had all possibilities stored in their head. In other words, we evolved to be conspiracy theorists about everyone around us. But that doesn't mean that they are.
Sure.
Their brain are mechanism, very physical mechanism, and there's nothing magical happening, but we did evolve to be scared of all sorts of possibilities.
Sure.
We might never get an answer today.
Okay. Listen, I appreciate this. Listen, the next time we talk, I'm glad you brought this up. I think an interesting topic for conversation. Do you have strong opinions on whether or not consciousness is an abstraction that could be that could occur in like a machine? Do you have thoughts on that you want to talk about maybe tomorrow or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can talk about this. The quick answer is that yes, of course, if you admit that consciousness is produced by our brain, then it can be produced by a computer.
Machine, yeah.
Because emulators are always possible of any physical process.
Sure. Okay, cool. That'll be we'll open with that next time, okay?
All right.
Do you think Sargon is watching right now, and that do you understand what the problem we just made was? This wasn't even a single blind experiment, because the subject could be glimpsing the psychologist's intentions at the beginning, which could influence the answer.
Absolutely. If he was listening to the stream, then it changes everything. So it's not an experiment anymore.
We've failed on every principal level of what is a decent psychology trial. Good job.
I like the direction that this stream is taking, because you know how streams, they finish like, well, okay, I'm gonna go sleep. There's never any suspense, and when you look at these good TV shows on ABC and CBS, whatever you watch, there's always this suspense ending. So I think that's the best way to end this stream today.
Gotcha.
And I wish everyone good night, and thanks to all the people on the chat who are sending me compliments and insults. Yes, my accent makes me sound more intelligent, and I will totally use that with no shame.
Gotcha. All right. Well, hey, I appreciate it. I look forward to waking up and seeing Sargon's response. So,
all right, good night.
Have fun. Good night. All right. This lasted way longer than I thought it would. We got a full 25 minutes into the 5.5-hour White House hearing on Russia's involvement in the 2016 election. So we have failed on almost everything tonight.
Everything, because I look at things historically.
No, but for this discussion, we're talking about right now.
No, we're not.
Yes,
no,
we are.
No, we're not.
And we just agreed. Even okay, yesterday, before.
This debate. I gotta talk to this guy. Remind me to save the favoriting this shit. Check the clip before you go. Oh, somebody posted a clip. What for? This is a black guy drunk driving. You know what? Fuck him. I hate black people. I'm calling the cops on him, right? So, while maybe he was motivated. Wow, nice fucking memes, dude. Nice fucking memes, dude. What is... Somebody posted this bullshit earlier. What is this? What the fuck is wrong with you guys? Okay, let's analyze real fast. Chick-fil-A versus Long John Silver. Dude, this is not going to be popular. And I totally understand that, okay? But Long John Silver wins here, dude. Long John Silver has some good-ass fucking chicken strips. Oh my fucking god. If you've never had Long John Silver chicken strips, I'm gonna eat these when I wake up. These things are fucking god tier. These are god tier fast food. Long John Silver chicken strips and their hush puppies are so fucking good. I'm sorry. Fuck chicken fillets, Chick-fil-A's chicken tenders. Fuck that shit, dude. It's not even that good. It's not even that good. Okay? Dairy Queen is shit. I don't know what fat patties are, but they must be ultra shit. Burger King is shit. I don't know what these guys are. They must be shit. Popeyes versus Sonic's. Sonic has some good-ass food, but Popeyes wins that easy, hands down. McDonald's versus whatever the fuck this is. I don't know. McDonald's is pretty shit, but Cane's, doesn't matter what else goes here. Cane's wins, easy. Rallies or Tyson, no clue. Wendy's or Churches, I don't know Churches, right? So if we follow this down, KFC versus White Castle. I didn't even know White Castle had chicken strips. Applebee's is meh versus Cheddar's. Buffalo Wild Wings has chicken strips? What the fuck does that even mean? I've never had them before. Texas, whatever. I don't know what the fuck this is. Wings versus Roosters. I don't know most of this shit, okay? Let's get into the real. Let's get into the semifinals and the quarterfinals, okay? Chick-fil-A versus Popeyes. Dude, maybe I'm a fanboy. Popeyes has some good-ass chicken. Popeyes is like KFC tier or a little better. Popeyes has some good fucking chicken. Maybe there's just something about me that I just think Chick-fil-A is just not doing it, dude. It's just not doing it. They got some good-ass fucking fries, and their chicken is okay, but Popeyes is some good-ass chicken, dude. Popeyes is some sick shit. Cane's takes it against Wendy's because, fuck, dude, Cane's is just fucking god tier. What are you gonna do, man? Cane's is fucking god tier, dude. Cane's versus Chick-fil-A, it's not even close. It's not even close, dude. I don't know what this Bojangles shit is against Buffalo Wild Wings. What happened on this side of the field? What is Buffalo Wild Wings chicken tender? What the fuck does this even mean? Damn, dude. I don't know, man. I'm not sure. Maybe I'll have to try these at some point. Popeyes is greater than KFC? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'm not sure. Cane's versus Popeyes. Cane's versus Popeyes comes down to personal choice. I think Cane's and Popeyes is easily the greatest two on the list. Popeyes has some real fucking good chicken, dude. Damn. KFC is just not on the Popeyes level, dude. Their chicken strips are shit, but their actual chicken is good. But Popeyes is so good. Fuck. Have you ever had B-dubs? I mean, when I go to Buffalo Wild Wing, I don't go there for fucking chicken strips. I don't know, dude. What is this?
Hello.
Hey, French dude, what's up? Oh.
What's up?
Can you tell me?
Call me JF.
Okay. Do you prefer that as a name, JF, or should I? Or is there like a better?
That's how most people call me JF.
Fuck that. What's your real name? What do you people that can speak French call you?
François Gariépy.
All right, I'm gonna call you JF. Okay. Fuck that shit, dude. Fuck that shit, dude. Call the guy again. We need his input on the food chart. How can you argue? Okay, the warning you got said you needed to file a counterclaim. Why didn't you file the counterclaim? Where is JF? Because you are a man of low character, which is why you filed DMCA's in the first place. God damn, dude. All right, I don't want to spoil my waking up. I don't want to spoil this by reading. Oh, what's going on at Kotaku in Action? Let's find out. Didn't you once say in your stream your dad has some French ancestry? Oh, I guessed it, but I don't actually know. Just because I think my last name, Bonnell, does that sound French, kind of, if you had to guess? I don't fucking know. Life comes at you fast. God damn, dude. That's a good meme. Thanks for the life comes at this is an underrated meme. The expanding brain meme is obviously the meme of choice right now for 2017, period. Okay? It is the best meme. However, the life comes at you fast meme, that's like an underrated. That should be a number 2 easy. Life comes at you fast. That's a good fucking meme, dude. Let's see if we can find like some good life comes at you fast memes.
Beta. But mom, just look at her nose. Okay, never mind. How about this one? Face is too square. Don't like her expression. She looks more like a he. Nah, too tall. Nope. Ah, she's perfect.
No, beta. She's too young for you.
Life comes at you fast. Don't wait too long.
Oh, wait, this was the fucking origination. Never mind. My bad. All right. Let's find some... Can we find some good memes? The shooting star meme is pretty funny, but... These aren't good. Fuck, I should be archiving good examples. Never mind, fuck this. I'm not gonna be able to find any good examples. I like how Jerfu documented all of this with 50 million links, but Kotaku in Action doesn't give a fuck and downvoted the fuck out of him anyway. Oh, that's a good point. The downvotes. Well, I guess when Anita Sarkeesian, Zoe Quinn, and Brianna Wu were justified in fearing the slew of death threats they received, they've all been doxxed, stalked, and sent death threats. But Kia and Sia and the CIA, rightfully dismisses them. But when Destiny does it, suddenly he's actually on the brink of actually murdering someone. Nice. Do I give you guys a script? Oh, I actually intentionally... I tell you guys not to post in this shit because you guys are fucking retarded. And you're going to get banned for doing it, but... LOL, I'm still not entirely sure how you say Sargon was in the wrong for not providing his personal information to a guy who talked in great detail about murdering someone and their family. Okay, when you file a DMCA claim, all you have to do is give information where you can be contacted from, I'm pretty sure, or maybe information that represents you, right? So this is what I do, right? To protect my personal information, I own a business, right? As part of owning that business, I have a registered agent. There is somebody who can legally accept mail on behalf of my business, right? I have a registered agent who has an office in Lincoln. When I DMCA people, the address that I give is the address of the registered agent in Lincoln. This allows me to both file DMCA claims and file counterclaims if somebody were to levy a DMCA at myself. This means that I have a guise of anonymity, right? I have the ability to use a proxy address that doesn't reveal any of my own real life confirmation or real life information anyway, right? This is accessible to most people. Why can't people do this? If this is your job and you are taking it seriously, there are ways to use, and this is only one way to do it. There are ways to use proxy addresses or other types of ways to make it so you don't have to give your personal details to people. Like, why can't other people do this? Can you take a speech class to say anonymity? I don't know. It's anonymity, right? Anonymity. Anonymity. Oh, no, anonymity. Not anonymity. 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 There it is, right? Anonymity. People have anonymity. Fuck. Anonymity online. There you go. Oof. How do you even drop a DMCA claim? Can somebody show me where you even do this at? I've never even heard of this before. All right, let's see. YouTube, video manager. Copyright notices. Submit retraction. Maybe it's this. You have removed these videos for alleged copyright video. If you wish to retract your claims of copyright infringement, check the box next to the video and click retract claims. Oh, okay. I guess I could have done it. I don't know that about that shit. If you remove a video, you can retract your claims in the restrictions page. There are also a statement of retraction. Complete, blah, blah, blah. Please submit your video is removed. Is there any penalty for this? Oh, so I could have done this. Well, too bad Sargon didn't ask, huh?
Enemy spotted.
Nice, man.
I believe all illegal drugs are bad.
Did you see the video game attorney deleted his tweet? Yeah, he always does. Okay, I love you guys. It's been fun. I'm up way too late. Fuck me, dude. Have fun. Stay safe. Rip on, guys.